will please come to order. Mr. Lyman, please proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Secord. Am I correct, Mr. Secord, that from December 1984 until July 1985, you were engaged in selling arms to the Contras for profit?
That's correct.
And is it true that you brought into that venture Mr. Hakim?
Correct.
And you and Hakim were equal partners?
Yes.
And you also brought into that venture Tom Kleins?
Later, yes.
And he also participated in the profits?
Yes.
And you brought in Quintero?
Yes.
Now, did you choose to operate this arms sale venture through Panamanian corporations?
Yes.
And those corporations were Energy Resources and later Lake, correct?
Correct.
And did you choose to handle the funds through Swiss accounts?
Yes.
And you understood that by doing so, you were enjoying the protection of Swiss secrecy laws, am I correct?
We thought so at the time.
And did you, in fact, sign a fiduciary agreement with a man by the name of Zucker to manage your money?
Yes, I volunteered this information to you.
So that the profits that you would be receiving out of this venture would be handled by Mr. Zucker?
By his company, yes.
And were you and Mr. Hakim equal partners in Energy and Lake?
Technically, no. My name is not on any of those accounts, but in fact, Mr. Hakim responded to my directions.
Well, was your understanding with him that you would share the profits equally?
Yes.
But the companies were nominally his?
Correct.
Now, would you tell us what your share of the profit was from these sales of arms to Calero?
As I testified earlier, the amount is several $100,000. In checking the records of Mr. Hakim that you have showed me, I haven't been able to put a precise number on it.
Is it your claim that you did not know at the time how much money you were making?
I did not know the exact amount. I didn't concern myself with it.
You never asked Hakim?
He kept me advised in a general way, but I did not have a precise number.
Well, within a general way, did he tell you whether it was 500,000, 400, 800?
In a general way, I just told you, Mr. Lyman, several $100,000. That's a very clear answer.
What does several $100,000 mean to you?
I cannot be more specific.
You weren't more specific with him?
No.
You weren't concerned about what the amount of money was?
Not particularly.
The money was a matter of indifference to you?
Why are you arguing with him? He's answered the question.
Was the money a matter of indifference to you?
It was a matter of little concern to me at the time. I was busy with a lot of big problems. I couldn't worry about that.
Is it a fact, Mr. Secord, that the amount that you had credited to your capital account was about $400,000?
I don't know. It was an amount of several $100,000, and I don't think that we can determine from the records what that was.
Was it kept?
We tried the other day to do that.
Was it kept for you under a pseudonym in Switzerland?
No, under my name.
Did you use the name Corel, K-O-R-E-L?
No.
Did you ever hear the name Corel?
Yes, that's one of the companies that Hakim organized.
Did you have any interest in Corel?
Corel was not my company.
Did you have any interest in Corel?
Any more so than the other companies? No.
Did you have any interest in Corel?
I just answered the question.
You said any more than in the other companies. What was your
I
interest?
had interest in all the companies.
And what was your interest in Coral?
No specific interest in Coral.
Was it 10%, 20%, 50%?
I didn't have any percentage interest in Coral. I don't know what you're getting at.
Well, you had an interest in it, but it wasn't translated into a percentage?
No, absolutely not.
Then what was the nature of your interest in it?
The same as the other companies.
And are you saying that you had an undefined interest in Coral and the other companies?
That's correct. I had a profit-sharing arrangement with Mr. Hakim, as I described to you earlier, and that was the limit of my interest.
And that profit-sharing agreement or arrangement was 50%?
That's correct.
Now, you became a partner of Hakim right after you left government?
Oh, perhaps 4 or 5 months after I left government.
And that was in the company called Stanford Technology Trading Group, Inc.?
Yes, sir.
Now, is it your testimony that in July or August of 1985, you waived all interest in profits?
I testified to that earlier, yes.
And is that the fact?
Of course it's the fact, or I wouldn't have testified to it.
And is it a fact that you then no longer had any interest whatsoever in Lake or Energy or any of those other companies?
Profit interest? No.
Is it, when you say no, you had no interest?
No profit interest.
Did you have some other economic interest in those companies?
Of course, they had to remain viable or the projects couldn't go on.
Well, what was the nature of your economic interest in those
My
companies?
personal economic interest?
Yes, sir.
None.
Did you have some economic interest other than a personal one?
Yes, the enterprise had to remain viable or we would have gone bankrupt and the project would have failed.
And in July and August of '85, when you waived this interest, the project was aiding the Contras?
Yes.
Now, when you waived your interest, did you formalize that in any writing?
No. As I testified yesterday, no.
Did you tell anyone other than Hakim and Zucker?
No.
Did you ever receive any document indicating that the money that had been accumulated for you was no longer there?
No.
To the extent of the profits that were then being held for you, were you just making a gift of them to Mr. Hakim?
I forswore them and left to Mr. Hakim to do with it as he wished.
And so that they then became Hakim's money?
Those companies?
But when you say those companies, did you have profits from the arms sales in any other companies?
I don't know where he distributed the profits. We've been going through the records trying to identify them.
Did you ever ask Hakim at the time where the profits were that were being held for you?
No.
Now, you're still a partner of Hakim's?
I'm a partner of Mr. Hakim's in Stanford Technology Trading Group International.
And are you still trying to do different deals with Mr. Hakim?
Well, I haven't had time to do too many deals with Mr. Hakim, but we're trying to get our lives back together now.
Have you been trying recently to come up with some proposals for deals with Mr. Hakim?
Yes, we've met several occasions to discuss business.
Have you ever requested of Mr. Hakim that he tell you where your money was?
No.
And he's never refused?
It's not my money.
He's never refused to share with you information about where the money was that you earned, correct?
He has not discussed any of the details of these accounts with me since the revelations of November 25th, and on the advice of his counsel, he has refused to show me any of the records.
Well, before November 25th of 1985, did he discuss the accounts with you?
In a general way. We tried it generally, as you know from my records, to keep track. I did. Tried generally to keep track of the money.
Are you saying that you never, in that period when you were talking to him before November 25th, asked him how much profit there was?
As I told you earlier, I went with him on about 4 different occasions in '86 to try to reconcile the books. The books were in disarray. The various disbursements were frequently in the wrong operating companies. The books were not in neat shape. I was trying to help him straighten them out. We never got around to getting that job finished.
So that it is not so that the first time that you had access to these books was when you saw them in the committee rooms here in preparation for your testimony.
I have seen some of the records in the past, but I never saw a complete set like I saw in the committee.
Had you ever asked to see a complete set?
No.
What was the purpose of you looking at the books before?
Gee, I thought I just answered that question.
To try to straighten them out?
Yes.
And who told you that they were in disarray?
Mr. Hakim.
Did Mr. Hakim have accountants working for him?
Yes.
Did he have Zucker working for him?
Yes.
And they weren't able to keep the books straight? Is that your testimony?
No, and do you know why? This is a covert operation, and he couldn't inform them of the outlines of the operations, and so they were constantly making errors.
Was there money coming into the bank accounts?
Yes.
Was there money going out of the bank accounts?
Yes.
Were there balances in the bank accounts?
That wasn't the problem.
Did you ever look and see the bank records before you met in the committee rooms here?
No, I've never seen the bank records.
Did you ever ask to see the bank records?
No.
Did you ever sign any document that gave you access to the bank records?
Never.
Why did you choose not to ask Hakim to see the bank records?
I didn't think they were important.
Did you not think it was important to know how much money there was that was generated by this enterprise?
He was telling me. I knew what the deposits were,
And you knew what the expenditures were?
generally.
Now, even after you told Hakim that you didn't want an interest in the profits, were you controlling the expenditures?
I was directing him to make the expenditures in support of the various projects.
Is it a fact, Mr. Secord, that after August 1985, all of the funds that were generated in these bank accounts came from your efforts?
Yes.
And is it a fact that all of the expenditures were expenditures that you directed be expended?
The general answer to that question is yes. However, I'd like to qualify the answer by saying that Mr. Hakim probably made some expenditures from his profits that I would have no idea of.
Now, did you know what his profits were?
Generally.
And was Mr. Hakim to receive a profit on the sale of the weapons to Iran?
No.
And was that because you and he agreed that that would be done on a non-profit basis?
That is correct.
And the profits from the Iran sale were to be dedicated to another purpose, am I correct?
That's correct.
And is it a fact that you told Oliver North that you would not be making profits from the Iran sale?
I did not tell him that.
Did you tell him that you would be making profits?
I didn't tell him anything about it.
He never asked you?
No, he knew it was a commercial enterprise. He assumed that we were making some money.
But between you and Hakim, you agreed that you would make no profit.
On those transactions, that's correct.
And is there any other occasion that you can think of where Mr. Hakim decided to go into a commercial venture for no profit?
No, but he was already making profits in the arms sales, and I thought that was fair enough.
Well, the profits that he was making in the arms sales were the sales to Calera, right?
The Contra.
And those sales amounted to what, about $10, $11 million?
That's what we added up the other day, yes.
And you said that the markup on those was averaged about 20%, correct?
That's correct.
So that the profits on those would have been gross about $2 million?
Hakeem calculated those profits, that it was in that range, and I don't have the exact numbers.
And of those $2 million, some of it was originally allocated to you, correct?
Originally, yes.
Half of it?
No, nothing like that.
Some of it to Mr. Klein's?
Yep.
And after what was allocated to Klein's, the balance was allocated half to you and half to Hakeem originally?
Except that some payments were also made to Mr. Quintero for his efforts.
And after that expense, the rest was divided between you and Hakeem?
Just as we've said about 4 times now.
And no profits of the $15 million that you testified the other day from the Iranian sales were to be kept by Hakeem or you, correct?
The number is $14 million, and that's correct.
Isn't it $14 million exclusive of the $1 million you received from Israel in November?
I accounted for that in my testimony.
Isn't it $14 million exclusive of that million?
Exclusive of that $800,000, yes.
Well, whether it's $14 million or $14,800,000, your testimony here today was that Hakeem was not to keep any of that.
That's right, and I think the bank records show that, as you must be aware by now.
And the $8 million that is now in some bank account really is not money that belongs to Hakeem or you. Is that correct?
Well, the council... Would you restate the question, please, sir?
Where is the $8 million that is being held today under the control of Mr. Hakeem?
The House counsel read that into the record, and as far as I know, it's correct. What he stated is correct.
Where is it?
There's something over $1 million in a Swiss bank account, and the balance, according to Mr. Hakeem's testimony, is being held by a fiduciary on his behalf.
What's the name of the fiduciary who's holding it?
I don't have any idea.
In what bank?
I have no idea.
You never asked him?
I did, but there's no communication on that point.
But that's money that was generated by the Iranian arms sale, correct?
Correct.
And on the basis of your testimony, that's money that doesn't belong to Mr. Hakeem, correct?
I didn't say that. I said that in my testimony that the money is the money of the enterprise.
The money is the money of the enterprise, and who owns the enterprise?
Mr. Hakeem is the technical owner.
And is there a beneficial owner other than Mr. Hakeem?
No.
So Mr. Hakeem is both the technical owner and the beneficial owner.
That's correct.
And yet you said a moment ago that Hakeem was not to get any of the profits out of the Iranian arms sale.
That was our plan.
So that the $8 million that's out there now is just being kept, but it isn't profit.
Well, that's a different issue, Mr. Lyman, as you well know. In the first place, there are many bills that have yet to be paid, outstanding against this enterprise, bills that have to be paid. I don't know how much is going to be left after these bills are paid, and I'm not focusing on it right now. I've got bigger problems to focus on than that. I've got a special prosecutor over here across the street that's trying to throw all of us in jail for performing our duty as we saw it. I've focused on some technical issue like you're bringing up here. This is crazy.
Well, was it part of your duty to keep this $8 million?
Of course it was part of our duty to keep the $8 million. We had it in there for operating revenue. I didn't terminate this operation. The operation was blown apart. The
So-
operation was aborted.
So is it,
That was a snapshot that existed at that time.
is what you're saying that you expected that if the arms sales continued to go forward, you would need to use this money to keep the enterprise going?
Correct.
So that the enterprise could continue as a vehicle for the Iranian arms sales?
That is correct.
Isn't it a fact, Mr. Secord, that in the case of every sale of arms that you made to Iran, you got paid by Gabanafar before you paid any money out to the CIA?
No.
Is there an instance that you can recall where you didn't get the money up front?
No, you said by Ghorbanifar. In the October transaction, we were paid by the Iranian government.
Okay. You're a very literal man, so let me be literal too. In every instance of sales to Iran, you received the money up front before you laid it out to
Yes,
the
sir.
United States
Correct.
government.
Correct.
And is it true that in every instance, the amount that you received up front exceeded what the cost was charged by the CIA and the transportation costs?
Correct.
And is it still your testimony that you had to keep $8 million in order to keep this going?
The figure went up as the project went on. As I testified already on several occasions, there came a time when we needed hull insurance on aircraft. That amount finally came to an amount of $4 million. That's half of your $8 million right there. There are bills that have not been paid, as I've told you.
Now, on the,
You ought to do a little bit of arithmetic and a little thinking on this.
well, let's do some arithmetic on it. You said that on the first transaction, you had of 1,000 tows, there was one plane that was involved, correct?
Right.
And you had to guarantee the Israelis that you would make good for the cost of the plane if it didn't return from Tehran, correct?
Correct.
And so you set aside $2 million, correct?
That's right.
And you put it into a certificate of deposit, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that certificate of deposit was under control of the enterprise.
That's correct.
And that plane did in fact return safely to Israel, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you kept the $2 million, correct?
You kept it in a CD. That's right.
But the CD was kept by Mr. Hakim, correct?
Why? I wonder.
Well, maybe others will wonder too.
I've
Now
already
let's
answered.
go to the next
I don't
thing.
think others will wonder. I've already answered the question.
Was the plane back safely in Israel?
Yes.
Was it your position that if the Israelis lost the plane on some mission of their own, you were going to give them the $2 million?
Sure.
So that after you had returned the plane to Israel, so that the Israelis could use it for whatever they wanted, you were going to give them the $2 million if something happened to the plane. That's what you're trying to tell us?
No, that's not what I'm telling you.
Misunderstood you, Mr. Lyman. You know that everyone knows it. I don't think you should harass him.
Mr. Secord, there then was another trip, correct?
Yep.
And that involved 2 planes that you had to have ready.
Right.
Actually, only one of them made the trip to Tehran, but the other started to make the trip before
Yes,
it was
sir.
called back. And there, you put aside in a CD $4 million.
An additional $2 million. Yes,
So
sir.
that you had $4 million in the
Right.
event something happened to those planes, correct?
Yes, sir.
And those planes returned safely to Israel,
Yes.
and you kept the $4 million.
That's right.
And when you were sitting there in November, after the publicity developed about the arms sales, you still were holding CDs, correct?
Yes, sir. And we were still
And-
planning future operations.
And did you have an Israeli plane then that you were insuring?
No, in fact, we were talking to the second channel about buying an airplane.
And if you chose to buy a plane, you would use this money?
Sure.
Were you going to buy this plane from the second channel?
For the second channel, yes. And as a matter of fact, we contacted Southern Air Transport to start a search for a 707, and they found one, and we were proceeding with the plans to buy that aircraft.
How much was that going to cost?
The asking price was about $2 million. We hoped we could have negotiated it down to 1.5 or so.
And was this your decision that you should buy the 707?
Yes.
Was it Oliver North's?
He wasn't involved. That was a management decision.
That was a management decision. The monies were yours to spend.
The enterprises, yes.
Now, your position is that you have absolutely no interest in any of these Swiss bank accounts. Am I correct?
That's correct.
And you have nothing to hide in whatever is in those records in the Swiss bank accounts. Is that
No.
correct? And, in fact, you've come here to testify voluntarily.
And I came to you and went through the records with you and tried to help you identify the various unknowns to the best of my ability.
Mr. Secord, before Mr. Hakim turned over those records, did you meet with him in Geneva?
Yes.
And did you discuss with Mr. Hakim the fact that he was turning over records?
Yes, I met him with counsel.
Did you discuss with him which records should be turned over and which shouldn't?
No.
Did you look at the records that he was going to turn over?
No. His lawyers would not allow me to look at the records.
Who suggested that you go to Geneva?
I'm going to interpose an objection on attorney-client grounds.
May I, at this moment, advise counsel that if he wishes to interpose an objection, he should address the chair and not Mr. Lyman.
I will, sir. I would like to interpose an objection based on attorney-client privilege.
Mr. Secord, did there come a time when the United States government requested the Swiss to provide the full records of the Swiss bank accounts involved in the Iranian and Contra transactions?
Yes.
Did you, notwithstanding your testimony that you had no interest in these accounts, interpose an objection to that request?
Correct.
Did you go to court in Switzerland opposing that request?
Yes, I relied on counsel's advice.
Did you pay counsel to oppose this request for records of accounts in which you had no interest?
Well, I relied on my counsel's advice, and that's what we did.
And were you doing that as a matter of principle?
I relied on counsel's advice.
Were you doing that in order to uphold the sanctity of the Swiss secrecy laws?
I've answered the question.
Did there come a time when the Senate committee asked you to waive Swiss secrecy?
Yes, sir.
And you successfully opposed that request in court, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you paid, again, fees to oppose the request for inspection of records in which you had no interest, correct?
Well, I wish I'd been able to pay fees, but since I don't have any money to pay these fees, my lawyer has not gotten any funds for that action in court.
Well, you owe it, don't you?
I owe it, yes.
So you incurred an obligation
Yes, sir.
in order to oppose a request for records which you're telling this committee or committees you have no interest in.
That's correct.
And am I correct that you answered yesterday that you haven't yet decided whether you're prepared to waive?
I believe my answer was that I probably will sign the waiver. I'm inclined to do so. I have to consult with my counsel on this matter just as soon as these hearings are over.
But you've had some 4 months to consult, am I correct?
But not on this particular request. We didn't know we were going to be asked to do this. I didn't know that I was coming up
Well,
here voluntarily to appear before you. I didn't come here voluntarily to be badgered by these questions that I have answered already repeatedly.
Have you not had this request before you since January to waive?
I relied on the advice of my counsel. Let's get off the subject.
You're making the rulings?
No, sir, but I did not come here to be badgered.
and you are not prepared, as you sit here today, to say that these records can be available to the committees.
My answer stands.
Now, when you looked at these records in the committee's offices, did you observe that money was still being credited to a capital account under the name of Coral after you allegedly relinquished your interest?
I don't recall seeing that money was still being credited there. Could have been. I wasn't focusing on that. We were trying to understand what Coral was all about. There were dogs and cats and all manner of line items in that account.
Well, is it a fact that the record showed no money even during the period that you had your profit interest, according to your testimony, being credited to you under your own name?
I don't understand the
It
question.
wasn't the money being credited to you during the 1984-85 period under the name of Coral?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Well, didn't you see splits of the profits?
I saw a lot of numbers that we couldn't make any sense out of. We labored for a long time trying to make sense out of them. There were operational expenses throughout that Coral account.
Did you find anything in those records which indicated that money was being credited to your capital account?
No.
And you don't know under what name the money was being credited to your account by Mr. Hakim in 1984?
I was told it was under an account under my name.
And so that your claim is that the first time you discovered that there was no money that appeared on these records being credited to your account was when you came to our offices?
Again, the question's too vague. I don't know what you're saying.
Well, is it your testimony that the first time you realized that there was no money credited to your capital account under your name was when you saw records in our offices?
I didn't see any capital account under my name when I saw the records in your offices.
Well, that's the point, isn't it? That you saw capital accounts, but nothing that reflected your name.
I looked for it and couldn't find it.
Now, do you know what happened to those records?
I don't know.
Did you ever discuss with Mr. Hakim what happened to those records?
I've had no discussions with Mr. Hakim on the records.
Did Mr. Hakim tell you at the time, in 1984 and 85, that he was crediting money to your account?
Under my name, yes.
And so it came as a surprise to you when you didn't see it, correct?
I was looking for it, yes.
And did you have a partner in this venture by the name of Coral?
No.
So you don't know who would be getting the capital profits that were being credited to Coral, do you?
I don't know that those are profits. That's a capital account from which there are a lot of operational expenses dispersed.
Did you, you kept your own record, am I correct, of the receipts and disbursements in this account?
I kept an approximate record and I turned it over to you.
And those are records that were reviewed yesterday?
Yes, sir.
And those are records that reflected information that was being given to you by Mr. Hakim?
Information I was giving him and info he was giving me.
Was there any occasion in which Hakim turned down your request for information during that period?
No, I can't think of any.
Now, you said that you had no direct economic interest in these accounts after August of '85. Is that correct?
I said approximately that time frame, yes.
Did Hakim ever tell you that he was leaving instructions in his will that you would have the control over these funds if anything happened to him?
Yes, he did.
Tell us what he said.
He said that he thought it was prudent, since he had the sole management responsibility for this enterprise, that if something occurred to him, that I would have to, since he had all the accounts, I had no signatory authority at all, that he was making a will. I have not seen the will. He informed me he made a will which would give me the necessary authority.
And when you say necessary authority, you mean authority to withdraw money from these accounts?
Yes.
And when did he tell you that?
I don't remember exactly, but it was about the time the Iran initiative got started.
Now, you testified yesterday and today that you received no money from either the arms sales to the Contras or to Iran. Am I correct?
I said I got my salary.
And your salary was all that you got, and that salary was $6,000 a month?
My personal money, yes.
Now, you remained a partner in STTGI, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Hakim was your partner?
Yes.
Did STTGI, the partnership that you had with Mr. Hakim, receive payments from Switzerland?
Yes.
And do you remember how much it received?
I estimated for you that it was over time about $400,000 or $500,000.
And this money was coming from the Swiss accounts?
This money appears to have been coming from those Swiss accounts that we looked at in your committee room. But my belief was that this was a result of the line of credit loan that we signed with CSF in 1985.
So when this money was coming in 1985 and 86, it's your testimony that you treated it as if it were a loan?
Correct.
By Mr. Hakim's companies?
A loan from CSF.
And what is CSF?
CSF is a fiduciary company and a brokering company in Switzerland, owned by Mr. Zucker.
It's owned by Zucker?
I believe it is, yes.
And Zucker is Hakim's representative, am I correct?
Yes.
Now, who arranged for these payments to come from CSF?
Mr. Hakim.
Did you ever sign any notes?
No. Oh, yes, I did sign a note with CSF.
How much?
So did he.
For how much?
I don't recall. I'd have to look at the documents.
Have you paid the money back?
We've been unable to pay the money back.
Have you had any demands in writing to pay the money back?
Not as yet.
How long has this alleged loan been outstanding?
I didn't call it an alleged loan.
How long has what you call a loan been outstanding?
Now, 2 years.
Have you been paying any interest on it?
Nope.
Do you know where the monies are derived from?
I think it appears that the monies came from our accounts, from Hakim's accounts.
And it appears that those monies came from the arms sales to the Contras in Iran, doesn't it?
Not Iran, no.
Well, when you say not Iran, the money is fungible, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And the sources of money in those accounts that you looked at were from the arms sales to Calero, from arms sales to Iran, and from contributions for the Contras, right?
Right.
So this 400,000 or 500,000 or whatever it is came from those sources, correct?
I haven't been able to audit those accounts yet, but it appears that's what happened. Remember, Mr. Hakim, since you're talking about monies being fungible, remember Mr. Hakim had considerable profit account of his own.
But the monies you've seen, by looking at those records, came from the accounts into which the money was going from these arms sales,
Which might be his profit accounts. I don't know.
Well, didn't those accounts, when you looked at them, start with balances close to zero and build up from the profits of these sales?
Yes.
And you still deny that the money that Stanford Technology Group, Stanford Technology Trade Group, Inc., was receiving was coming from the arms sales or contributions to the Contras?
I've already answered the question. I don't know. I imagine we'll find out.
Now, in fact, did some of the payments come in October of '86?
I don't have any documents in front of me here, so I
Do you
don't remember.
remember that?
I don't remember
Well, if
specifically.
I represent to you that his records show that they did, would that refresh your recollection?
I'd have to look at it and study it.
Well, when you looked at those records in our offices, weren't you interested in finding out how much money came to your company from the Iranian arms sales?
No, we were trying to determine other facts.
Now, did you also get money at Stanford Technology Group from Udall? UDALL.
Yes,
Now, Udall was a company that was formed to own the aircraft and airstrip for the Contras, am I correct?
yes, sir.
And am I also correct that whatever money went to Udall came from these Swiss accounts?
Right.
And the money that went to Udall was derived, therefore, from the Iranian profits or the contributions, correct?
Correct.
And how much money went from Udall to your partnership, Stanford Technology Trade Group, Inc.?
I think it was $50,000. We agreed, Hakeem and I, that I needed to hire another man to try to straighten out this Contra project. And so as I testified, I hired Colonel Robert Dutton starting in May of 1986. And it was our agreement, Hakeem's and mine, that STTGI would be reimbursed from Udall for his services. And we submitted several invoices, only one of them ever got paid.
And what was your fee to be at Stanford Technology?
My agreement with Hakeem on this was that for a one-year period that we would bill them for up to $200,000 to cover the cost of his salary and expenses, travel back and forth.
What was his salary?
$5,000 a month.
$60,000.
Per year, right.
Did you not, in addition, bill them for the out-of-pocket expenses such as his travel?
I think on one invoice we did bill, and that's was to be part of the $200,000
Did you look
payment.
at Exhibit 16 in the book before you?
Sure. You have it?
Wait, it's underneath that.
Okay, I have it.
Now, it indicates that this is an invoice dated June 26, 1986?
Right.
Is that an invoice that you approved?
Yes, sir.
And it was for $50,000?
Yes, plus some expenses you see noted here.
And the $50,000 was to cover Mr. Dutton's salary?
That's right, and overhead in the office and so on.
Well, Stanford Technology Trade Group was in business before you got into this, right?
Right.
And you also were receiving these substantial loans at that time, right?
Right.
Now, in addition to the $50,000, did you bill for as little as $25.05 for a lunch meeting?
These were the bills he submitted.
So that you were billing for your disbursements as well as this fee?
Yes.
And wasn't it a fact that there was a markup for profit in what you were billing Udall?
I don't think so, but we billed just like lawyers did. We billed for a fee.
Well, would it shock you to learn that lawyers bill for profit?
Hardly.
And would that therefore refresh your recollection that you also billed for profit?
Possibly, but Mr. Lyman, I agreed with Mr. Hakeem to fence about $200,000 to cover the costs of this additional burden, and that was the route we were traveling. And we, by the way, submitted another invoice, which we don't have here, but it was never paid.
Well, Mr. Secord, when you say you agreed with Hakeem, weren't you directing the payments out of these Swiss accounts?
In effect,
And so you directed that this amount be paid to Stanford Technology Group, correct?
yes, we
And
needed,
you also
we needed
direct-
to run the company and cover overhead.
And you also, we'll talk more about overhead in a moment, you also directed that the money be given to you all in the first place.
Right.
Now, did you also receive other payments from or through the Swiss accounts during this period?
Other payments where? Into Stanford Technology?
Either Stanford Technology or to yourself?
Oh, not to me.
Well, would you look at Exhibit 24? Which is a transfer order from the Republic National Bank dated October 1, 85, for a check to be issued to Richard V. Secord, Stanford Technology, in the amount
Yes.
of, let me get the amount down, $29,578. And was that also money that was derived from these funds in the Swiss accounts?
Yes, it says it came from CSF Investments.
And what was that for?
This was part of our line of credit loan. Are we looking at the same document?
Well, I hope so.
I'm looking at one that has $52,000.
Okay, wait. It's the next page. The one of them is for $52,500,
That's the one I'm
correct?
looking at. Yes.
Okay, and that's the Richard V. Secord?
Stanford Technology Trading Group
What did
International.
you, and that money came out of CSF?
That's what the document says, yes.
And that money was money that you had generated through arms sales for CSF, correct?
Possibly.
And is it also true, if you look at, when you say possibly, were you generating money from things other than that not in
No, it's
September
possible that
85?
it's possible this came from CSF, as I believed it was coming.
If you look at the next document, that's an issuance of a check to Green for AF Green for $29,578, which is not, I should say, your lawyer. Did you direct that payment?
No,
Do you know what it was for?
I have no idea.
Now,
I don't think it's related to us.
did you also direct payments to ACE, Mr. Gadd's company?
Yes, sir.
And did you, in directing the payments to ACE, provide for a profit markup for Mr. Gadd of over 50%?
A profit of over 50%? I don't believe so. But he was expected to make a reasonable profit. It was
Did you
a commercial
determine
enterprise.
Did you determine what that profit would be?
No, but I tried to monitor it.
And if you, would you look at Exhibit 15?
May I read it briefly? I haven't seen this for a long time. This is Mr. Dutton's analysis, which I asked him to undertake, of the ACE operation.
Did Mr. Dutton report to you that Mr. Gadd was getting a profit of some 58% or 57.6%?
This was his estimate in two different months.
Now, these monies also were coming from the fund generated by the Iranian arms sales, contributions, and the original Calero sales, correct?
Yes.
Now, tell us what Defex Fribourg or Defex Switzerland is.
I'm not sure. I speculated, based on my recall of some conversations which I had had with Mr. Hakim, I speculated to your staff that this was a cover mechanism that he had built into the accounts.
Would you explain what you mean by that?
It appears that in managing the accounts, Mr. Hakim had set up one or more companies through which he transferred monies for the purpose of disguising the source of the monies.
And who is he trying to disguise the money from? You?
No, all the arms dealers.
Well, did the arms dealers have something which the United States government did not access to his Swiss records?
No, but he didn't want them to be aware of the banks from which the monies were flowing in every case. He was trying to confuse the situation, and he did.
Well, did he own Defex Company in Portugal?
I think so. Oh, no, in Portugal? No, sir. I thought you meant the Fribourg Shell Company.
So he took a name, Defex, which was the name of the Portuguese arms company, and put that on the name of one of the bank accounts into which this money was flowing?
So it appears. You're going to have to ask him what his exact rationale was.
Did you discuss that with him? Your testimony, as you sit here today, is other than what Hakim has testified to. He has never told you we still have the money. That's what you're telling us.
He has told me repeatedly that we still have the money,
Okay.
but he didn't quantify it for me.
Did you ask him when he told you we still have the money, what are you going to do with it?
I asked him what he's going to do with it. It was frozen.
And do you have any deal with Mr. Hakim for sharing in that money when it's unfrozen?
No, Mr. Lyman, I do not.
So far as you know, this money is his to do with as he wishes if it is unfrozen.
It's a difficult question. I'm not a lawyer, but I've testified to you that the money is the enterprise's money. These enterprises were set up at my direction and under my overall supervision. I've told you that there are many bills outstanding, and these bills are worrisome to me. I don't know how much money is going to be left once they're all paid off,
Now,
and we'll cross that bridge at that time.
what is the enterprise called?
I call it the enterprise. The enterprise is the group of companies that Mr. Hakim formed to manage the Contra and the Iranian project.
Is the enterprise what Ollie North refers to as Project Democracy?
If he referred to my enterprise as Project Democracy, he never did so to me.
Who controls the enterprise,
I exercised overall control,
including of the bank money?
but not the bank money. It was not under my control. It was under Mr. Hakim's control. I entrusted to him the financial management of this network.
Now, the two purposes of the enterprise were Contra assistance and the Iranian arms deals
Yes, sir.
and no other purposes?
There were no other purposes intended.
Now, did you testify, incidentally, that you have no connection with Hakeem's company, Stanford Technology, in California?
I have no current connection. He had me listed as a member of the board of directors a couple years ago, but that's been dropped.
And he added you to the board of directors in 1985?
I think it was 84.
And he added you to the board of directors at the time you were doing these arms sales?
No, before. Way before.
Well, if I were to show you Exhibit 18, would that refresh your recollection that you were added to the board of directors on June 4, 1985?
Well, that's what it says. I've never seen that before.
And that was at the time that you were producing the business from Calero?
Yes, but I think this simply confirmed an earlier agreement.
Can you tell me whether there were any other sources of revenue for your business with Mr. Hakeem other than the arms sale to the Contras, the Iranian arms sales, and the contributions you were receiving for the Contras?
Yes, we had income from different clients that we represented.
And were those still continuing operations in 1985?
They were, but because of neglect, we lost our major client.
Now, in 1986, you testified, you were asked to serve as the commercial cutout
Yes, sir.
in the Iranian deal. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
And your testimony has consistently been that you were doing that for your country and not for profit, correct?
That's right.
And you said that the purpose of your playing this role was to conceal the United States involvement from Iran, correct?
That was one of the purposes, yes.
Didn't you testify yesterday that that was what the purpose was?
I said that the two countries could not deal with one another directly. It was therefore decided to mirror more or less the previous Israeli operation.
Mr. Secord,
I didn't make that decision, Mr. Lyman. You know, a bunch of lawyers made that decision. I wasn't the interior decorator of that decision. The United States government could have performed that operation in an infinite number of ways. They chose to do it the way they chose to do it for the reasons they had.
Mr. Secord, do you recall yesterday at page 36 being asked these questions by Mr. Niels?
Can I see the page? I don't have it.
Well, we'll give you the transcript. Thank you. The transcript of yesterday? It's 36.
I don't know, because they don't give it to us. So just
754, if you look at it, and I'm going to read it.
a minute.
750, I'll start.
What page are you reading from?
Page 36.
Page 36 on ours is blank. Page 36 has got one line on it. 36, blank.
You have 37?
Got a 37 right after 36.
You have a 35.
Got a 35. Which would you like us to look at?
Well, I'd like you to look at 36, if we can give you one that's printed.
Perhaps you could read the...
No.
I'll read it to you.
No, I'd rather look at it.
You have it now?
Yeah, just indulge us one moment.
Now, Mr. Secord,
Yes, sir.
you testified with some precision yesterday about events going back over a year or two. I'm asking you now about something that took place yesterday. Were you asked these questions and did you give these answers?
Yes, sir.
At line 750, Mr. Niels, I think you indicated that neither Israel nor the United States could sell directly to Iran. I think you said that wasn't a legal problem, it was some other kind of problem. Precisely from whom was this plan designed to keep the fact that the United States would be selling to Iran? Then Mr. Secord, from whom? Mr. Niels, let me. Mr. Secord, who was involved in the planning? Mr. Niels, no. Let me reframe it. I take it both the United States and officials in Iran knew that the United States was selling arms to Iran. Mr. Secord, right. Question. Okay, the commercial cutout was designed in order to conceal that fact? Answer, yes. Question, from whom? Answer, from the Iranians. Question, anyone else? Answer, no. Question, how about the Congress? Answer, if that was intended, it was never discussed in my presence. I don't think that was their plan. I think that they were interested in concealing it from Iran only. Were you asked those questions and did you give those answers?
Yes.
And were they true?
Well, they were true. I could expand on that if you want.
Well, I'll have some questions for you that'll give you that opportunity.
Shoot.
Is it a fact that the weapons that were delivered to Iran were U.S. weapons?
Yes.
Is it a fact that Mr. North, Colonel North, dealt directly with the Iranian official?
After we were able to arrange it, yes.
Is it a fact that Mr. McFarlane dealt directly with the Iranian official in Tehran?
Yes, secretly.
Was Mr. McFarlane posing as a representative from Timbuktu or as a representative of the United States?
Well, obviously from the United States.
Did you carry over a Bible to the Iranians inscribed by the President of the United States?
They did, yes.
And you were aware of it?
Yes.
And the President of the United States didn't disguise who he was, did he?
Nope.
So it's still your testimony that the purpose of putting you in as an intermediary was to conceal the fact that the United States was dealing with Iran from the Iranians?
Sure, and it makes sense. The Iranians had to be able to say that they were not dealing with the Great Satan directly. They were dealing with a company. They were dealing through Europe.
Did Lake ever send a single invoice to the Iranians?
No.
Did it ever issue a single piece of paper to the Iranians saying you're buying these from Lake?
Mr. Niels, or Mr. Lyman, there's no question that the covert operation was designed to be concealed from Congress. There's no question of that. I mean, they chose not to notify the Congress, but that wasn't my decision. It wasn't my decision at all. I wasn't involved in that decision.
Well, isn't it a fact that Lake's identity was the thing that was concealed here from the Iranians?
I don't follow you.
Well, you never gave out cards saying Lake to the Iranians?
Oh, yes, we did.
You never gave them the name of of Lake as the place to send it. Didn't you just give them a bank account number?
No, we gave them Lake.
Did you give them invoices?
Nope, but we sure gave them the name of the account. They knew they were dealing with Lake.
And they knew that Lake was being the intermediary for the United States government?
Those who were in the know knew it, yes.
Now, is it a fact that the reason that Lake was employed was to generate these markups that could be used for the Contras?
Wrong. I suggest you ask the designers.
Well, let's talk about one of the designers. Would you look at Exhibit 10? Which is a memorandum prepared by Colonel North, found in his files. What?
We don't have a number 10, Mr. Lyman.
You don't have an exhibit number 10?
We do not have it, sir.
Well, you should.
I don't know, let me look at it. I have the document.
Take your time, please. Just read.
Any particular part of the document you want me to look
Well,
at?
you've seen parts of this printed in the Tower Report, am I correct?
Yes,
This is the famous diversion memo, as it's been called.
I believe so.
If you look at page 5, N7519,
Okay.
reads, "The residual funds from this transaction are allocated as follows. $2 million will be used to purchase replacement tows for the original 508 sold by Israel to Iran for the release of Benjamin Weir. This is the only way that we have found to meet our commitment to replenish these stocks." You read that?
Yes, sir.
And the second paragraph, $12 million will be used to purchase critically needed supplies for the Nicaraguan Democratic Resistance Forces. This material is essential to cover shortages in resistance inventories resulting from their current offensive and Sandinista counterattacks, and to bridge the period between now and when congressionally approved lethal assistance beyond the $25 million in defensive arms can be delivered. You read that?
Yep.
Did you tell Oliver North that $12 million from the May transaction was going to be used for the Contras?
No, sir.
Your view that Oliver North just made that up?
Yes, sir.
Is your position, Mr. Secord, that Oliver North was prepared to let you generate whatever profits you could to use as you saw fit?
It's my position that he knew that I was generating money to keep the enterprise going. He well knew, at least in a macro sense, what the numbers were. And he had trust in me and my men, and he felt that we were doing the right thing.
I don't think you answered the question. Is it your position that Oliver North was prepared to let you spend whatever the profit was as you saw fit?
Yes.
And that you never told him before you were brought into this transaction as a, quote, commercial cutout, end of quote, that the money would be dedicated for the Contras?
No, definitely not. He had an expectation, I think he had a legitimate expectation that we would support the Contras to the extent that we could. After all, this airlift project was mine. I conceived of it, others were operating it, but I conceived of it, wanted it to function correctly. It had to have money. It was always short of money. You have documents that prove that. We sent the money that we thought that we could spare from the Iranian initiative.
Did you tell him that that's what you would do before you were written in to this transaction as the commercial cutout?
It was never discussed before I was written into this transaction.
At the time you entered into the transaction, were you aware that there was a difference between the price that the arms could be purchased from the United States at under the Economy Act and the price that you could get from Iran?
I was not initially aware of that, but I became aware of it.
Were you not aware of that in January, before the January 17 finding was signed, that the Iranians were prepared to pay $10,000 a tow?
I don't recall whether I was informed of that at that time or not. I don't think so.
I'll show you a document later that I think will refresh your recollection. You remember being told at some point that that's what they were prepared to pay?
That's what Ghorbanifar had offered during his visit here. I didn't talk to Ghorbanifar when he was here in January.
But you were told that he had been...
North told me at some point that he was proposing to sell the missiles for $10,500 each.
And you knew that the economy rate was lower?
No, I didn't. The first that I heard of the economy rate was when I was in the meeting in the sit room with the CIA lawyers.
And that was when you were looking over the finding?
Yes.
And you understood that there was going to be a substantial surplus, did you not?
At that time, when I was looking over the finding?
Yes.
No.
When did you first realize that there was going to be a big markup?
After we found out what the missiles cost,
And
after I computed, and took quite a while, what the probable expenses would be.
Well, didn't you find out that the missiles would cost $3,500 roughly?
Not during that meeting, it was later.
Later in January?
Yes.
So by sometime in the end of January, you knew that the Iranians were going to pay $10,000 a missile, and that you would be paying something around $3,500, right?
Mr. Lyman, we could have sold those missiles at par, and the government could have financed my operation. They chose not to do it that way.
Well, your position yesterday was that your markup was to cover overhead.
That's right, and operating expenses.
And your view, is it your view that you needed $6,500 a missile to cover overhead?
It was my view that we needed to accept the offer made by Mr. Ghorbanifar because we had a very uncertain, very broad-scoped covert operation to execute. The enterprise needed money. The enterprise needed money, Mr. Lyman. You wouldn't have done it without generating money. You would have been foolish to do so. It would have been irresponsible not to put money into those accounts. The U.S. government did not give me money to run this complex operation. I wish they had.
Is it your position that Ghorbanifar would not have accepted a price less than 10?
He would gladly have accepted a price less
So
than
you
10.
set the 10 when you knew he was willing to pay it.
Right.
And at the time you were talking about the sale of 4,000 tows, is that correct? To Iran?
The question was there were to be 4,000 tows sold?
To Iran.
That was the initial plan, yes.
And do you have a piece of paper there that you can do some arithmetic on? 4,000 tows at 10,000 each would be
$40 million.
$40 million. And at $3,600 each, 4,000 tows would be something like $14 million?
I don't know.
Well,
It's an interesting exercise. It's hypothetical. It never was enacted.
but that's what you were talking about at that time.
Yeah, we also sold tows at a lower price later on as the situation adjusted.
In January, you were talking about 4,000 tows at 10,000 each, weren't you?
That's absolutely correct.
And you never did even any mental arithmetic that showed you that you had a $26 million gross profit?
No, because we were going a step at a time. We didn't know if this operation was going to be terminated.
And it was your view that you needed $26 million for overhead?
I answered the question.
And you said you were going a step at a time because you thought the enterprise might be terminated?
We were not sure. It was a one step at a time.
What would happen to the $26 million if they terminated the venture?
The $26 million is hypothetical. Never occurred, Mr. Lyman.
it wasn't hypothetical when you were negotiating with the Iranians, was
We
it?
didn't say that we didn't negotiate with Ghorbanifar for 4,000 missiles. We negotiated for 1,000 missiles.
Were you not told that the deal was 4,000 missiles?
We, amongst ourselves, on the American side, talked about an authorization that had been given by the President for up to 4,000 missiles.
And did you not discuss that number with Ghorbanifar at some
4,000
point?
missiles?
Yes.
I don't think so.
Now, did you have a discussion at some point where you were going to sell 1,000 missiles as the first step?
Yes, sir.
And you went over that with Mr. Niels yesterday, am I
Yes, sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you did that, you ended up selling the missiles for $10 million. You said you paid $3.7 million. That left a gross profit of $6.3 million. You ended up with transportation expenses of $850,000. That left you a surplus of $5.4 million, and you set aside about $800,000 for the Israelis, which left $4.6 million. Is that correct?
The numbers that I testified to are as follows. 10 million in, 3.7 to CIA, approximately 850,000 to the expenses of transportation, et cetera. 822,000 reserved for the Israeli tow procurement,
What does that come to?
and $2 million set aside for insurance. That is a total of 7.4. If you don't want to credit the 2 million, you call it 5.4.
And 5.4 means that there was 4.6 million.
At the bottom line, there's 4.6, 2 million of it in a CD to cover haul insurance.
Well, the $2 million in CDs to cover insurance is what we talked about before. When you returned the plane, you kept the money.
But the operation continued, so we had to have it.
But each time that you were selling arms, you were charging a sufficient markup to cover the cost of the plane, weren't you?
We still had that commitment, and it went up. And Mr. Lyman, this is not a hard concept to understand. I don't understand why you keep heckling me on this point. It's not a hard concept to understand. If it's too hard for you to understand, I'm sorry. I've answered the question.
And your position is that the $4.6 million you had to keep in this
My position
enterprise-
is as I stated it, not as you stated. So stop trying to change my story and move my story around. The facts are the facts.
And the facts are that at the end of this transaction, when you returned the plane, you had $4.6 million left. Isn't that the fact?
Yes, fine. Get off of it. You know,
Is
that's
that the
fine.
fa-
Yes, I'll accept your construction. Go ahead, please.
Is it the fact? I'm not interested in a construction.
I said we had 4.6 left. I tried to
Now-
explain to you that we had 2 million in a CD. You don't want to credit that, so don't credit it. I
Well,
do.
Is a CD something that you can cash?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I would object to the line of questioning on the grounds that it's now getting to be just purely argumentative. It is harassment. Mr. Secord has been over this and over this, I think, to a point of complete and full explanation, and I do not think that any progress, significant progress in finding facts or discussing policy is occurring here anymore. I think there's an attempt to move Mr. Secord to a prearranged assessment that Mr. Lyman has of this operation, and I think that all that the General can do, he will, of course, be obedient to your ruling. He will continue to answer these questions if he must, but I think he has answered them over and over again, and I would request, as his counsel, that the interrogation move on to another subject, please.
Your objections have been noted, sir, and I'm certain you realize that it is our responsibility to gather all the evidence available and present to the people of the United States a picture which would be as clear as possible. It is the view of the chair at this moment that counsel should proceed as he has. If at some later moment you feel that he has gone too far, please advise the chair. Mr. Lyman, please proceed.
Will the chair indulge me a moment to speak with my client?
Please do.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Did you understand that a CD was something that you could cash and spend?
Yes, sir.
Now, did do you have Exhibit 11? Because I don't know what exhibits they gave you.
We do not have it in the packet.
Can I see the table of contents?
Can you read that? What's the date? 5/16/86.
Now,
I have the document, but I've not seen it before.
you read part of it in the Tower report?
I may have. I'm trying to read through it now. Okay.
All right. This is a prof note from Colonel North, sent as a response to a May 16, 86 note. And do you recall that that was the period when you were receiving money for the Hawk missile parts transaction?
I don't recall the exact dates, but it's approximately that date, yes.
And do you recall, Mr. Secord, that yesterday you testified that your profit on that transaction was $8.3 million, you put another $2 million aside in a CD, making $4 million in CDs, so after you put the $2 million aside in the CD, you had about $6.3 left? Am I correct?
That's correct.
And would you look at Colonel North's prof note? You should be aware that the Resistance Support Organization now has more than $6 million available for immediate disbursement. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you tell Colonel North that the $6 million in excess of the CDs was available to be dispersed for the Contra movement?
No, sir.
Do you think he just made this up too?
No, he knew what the numbers were, the approximate numbers.
Did he ask you whether you were prepared to commit that for the Contra movement?
No, he knew that that amount couldn't be sent to the Contras. We would have not had an operation.
So that the statement that this $6 million is available for the Contras, actually available for immediate disbursement if it refers to your enterprise, is not true? That's what your testimony is?
That's my testimony.
Now, you testified yesterday, in fact, yesterday you called the money that was in the, the $14 million that was generated in the venture as surplus. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
Was there a reason that you don't like to use the term profit?
Yes, because people have been calling me profiteers, so I thought perhaps a change in terms might improve the accuracy.
And you have testified before that you resented very much the notion of being accused of profiteering.
Yes, sir.
And you do resent that.
I do, indeed.
Now, is it a fact that out of the proceeds of the Iranian arms sale, you bought a ship called the Urea?
Yes, sir.
And that ship was to be used for a covert mission assigned to you by Colonel North?
Correct.
And that covert mission had nothing to do with Iran or the Contras?
That's correct.
And you paid about $350,000 for that?
Correct.
Now, I'd like you to look at the exhibit that Mr. Niels directed you to in his examination, Exhibit 3. And it's number 17 of Exhibit 3.
We don't have a number 3.
You had that originally, you did not keep the exhibits?
They took them out of our book. Okay. Maybe we have a full set now.
Okay.
Just a minute. We got a 1 and a 2 and a 4.
No 3. We don't have a full set.
Did you hand us, Now, that's the message that you sent to Colonel North about chartering the Urea?
Not number 3.
It's Exhibit 3, number 17. Exhibit 3 consists of your messages sent on the machine, and it has a whole number of pages in it.
Okay. Exhibit 3, number 17.
Right. Page 17. See it?
I have it.
See, it begins Olmsted here in the office?
Yes, sir.
Now, Olmsted was a man you employed.
He was a volunteer.
By volunteer, are you suggesting he didn't get any money either?
He got expenses only. He got no salary or compensation.
And was he a friend of Colonel North's?
Yes, sir.
And it was Colonel North who introduced you to Olmsted?
Yes, sir.
And Olmsted is the man who assisted you in buying the airstrip in Costa Rica?
Yes, sir.
And he was also the person who assisted you in buying this ship, the Urea?
Yes.
And he operated at all times under this code name?
Yes.
Now, did you tell Olmsted that he should try to charter this ship, which you had paid about $350,000 for $1.2 million for 6 months?
That was the number we finally came to, as you see in my message.
And is it a fact, sir, that you estimated that your rough expenses were $50,000 a month?
That was our rough guess, yes.
And so for 6 months, that would be $300,000?
Yes.
And you would be getting a gross markup of $900,000, difference between 300 and $1.2 million?
Using that arithmetic, you're correct.
And you also said that one of the reasons that you needed to have a markup was that the mission was dangerous and the ship might not come back.
Yes, sir. Do you know where that ship was going?
And second, yes, I know where it's going.
Then you would agree with me.
Well, is it your suggestion that the captain was prepared to go on a suicide mission?
It's my suggestion that the captain was very brave and was willing to take a mission which involved considerable hazard.
But you were prepared to set aside what the cost of the vessel was, which was $375, right?
Right.
And if the vessel came back, you'd have the $375, right?
Right.
Then you said something about the fact that you needed some money in the event that the crew lost their lives. You needed to pay death benefits. Is that correct?
Yes, and we didn't know all the costs. This was the first cut. We were not shipping people. I'm not a naval officer. I don't know anything about running ships. So we're just taking a wild guess.
But when you took the wild guess, did you make sure that you took a wild guess that left you with a lot of profit?
Left me with enough money to do what we thought had to be done. Wouldn't you do it that way, Mr. Lyman?
Well, I don't purport to be in the business of philanthropy.
Fine.
Now, is it a fact, and this is all I want from you, that when you set the charter rate for this vessel, that you were setting it at a rate that would enable you to make profit?
It appears that way. That wasn't my thinking at the time. I wasn't considering the concept of profit. If there were any profits, of course, it would have gone into the enterprise.
It says, therefore, we are asking $50,000 per month for risk.
Right.
Isn't that what the profit was for taking the risk?
If you want to call it profit, call it profit. It doesn't bother me.
And that money would have gone into this enterprise.
Of course, that's where the money was coming from.
Now let's go to the other assets that you bought. You bought the ship, of course, out of the money that came from the arms sale, right? Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
So that the CIA, let's understand it, the CIA sold you the weapons for Iran at an Economy Act price, right?
Right.
You marked it up and ended up with a surplus, correct?
Correct.
You used part of the surplus to charter the ship, to buy the ship,
Right.
and then you wanted to charter the ship to the CIA for money from the CIA in addition, right?
Right.
Now, you used part of the money that you had in the enterprise from the arms sales and the contributions to buy 5 planes, an airstrip, and some light ammunition in Central America. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And would you look at Exhibit 4? Couldn't have gotten his testimony now.
Where's the end of it?
And if you look at the last page there,
Excuse me?
look at the last page where it describes options.
Yes.
And do you recall that the first option was to sell the planes, the airstrip, for $4 million to the CIA?
That's the option listed by the author.
And the author was Mr. Dutton.
Yes.
And Mr. Dutton is an employee of yours.
Right.
And you testified that you did not approve of this document,
That's correct.
and that this was not your proposal. That's correct.
That's not the proposal that we made to the CIA.
And that your proposal was to give it free.
That's correct.
Now, I'll read you from some testimony of Mr. Dutton referring to this document. Did you show this document to General Secord once you had prepared it? Answer, yes. Question, and did he approve it? Answer, yes. Is that true?
I don't recall having read all of the document, so I cannot testify that I approved the document in whole. I saw it in parts as it was being developed over several months.
And it goes on to say, and the last page, which is this page, page 14 of the document, the various options that were presented to the CIA, who had explained those options to you? Answer, General Secord. Is that true?
What's he talking about? Do you understand the question? Tell him you don't understand the
I don't understand the question.
What are you talking about?
Is it a fact that you are the author of the options listed
No,
on this page?
no, that's not a fact.
Is it a fact that you are the person who made the proposals that are listed here to Mr. Dutton to be put in this memorandum?
Wrong.
Is it a fact that you approved of these options?
Wrong.
So that if Mr. Dutton testified otherwise, he'd be wrong?
I don't know what he's going to say, but I can tell you that it's not my recollection.
And did you authorize this document to be given to Colonel North?
I don't remember.
If Mr. Dutton said that this was given to Colonel North at your request, would that be wrong?
He would know. He was managing the project at that point.
Well, you wouldn't know whether you requested that it be brought to him?
I told him that I wanted a complete document which described the project itself and the assets therein. I've already testified as to why I wanted it priced out, including all the spare parts, munitions, and everything, so that people could see that it was a valuable asset.
I'll read you from Mr. Dutton again on page 29 of his testimony. Question. But the plan was that Colonel North was to discuss the sale of assets on behalf of the corporation with the CIA. Answer, that is correct. Question, sir, in addition to the assets, there was the resupply assets, also the airstrip was among them. Is that correct? Answer, that is correct. Did you have a plan for Colonel North to try to persuade the CIA to buy these assets?
I had a plan for Colonel North to persuade the CIA to take over this project. Mr. Lyman, you'll note that even in Mr. Dutton's paper here under Note 1, it does not anticipate that there's any profit. He says that even in his plan that these would go back into the funds for continued similar requirements.
Under this plan, the money, if you got the $4 million or whatever, would go back in the enterprise, right?
Right.
And that enterprise is the enterprise that's sitting there with some $8 million now, right?
Right.
Same enterprise.
Right.
And you haven't once asked Mr. Hakim turn these $8 million back to the United States?
To the United States?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Now, incidentally, the assets were owned by Udall Corporation?
I believe so, yes.
And were you a signatory for Udall Corporation?
No, I was
Were
not.
you the registered U.S. representative for Udall Corporation?
No.
And if there are documents that are in this exhibit book that so state, they're just mistaken too?
That I am?
Yes, sir.
Richard Secord?
Richard Secord.
Then they're mistaken. Where are they? Let's look at them.
Well, Exhibit 14. You have that? Now I don't know what you have and what you don't.
I've got Exhibit 14.
You look at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the fifth page, it bears the number H825. It's in French. Do you speak French?
No, sir.
Well, it lists you as the representative in the United States, Richard V. Secord. That's news to you?
That's news to me.
Okay. This is another piece of paper that is wrong.
It's
Right?
irrelevant. It's news to me, and I regard it as irrelevant in any case.
It's irrelevant.
Yes. You don't see my signature on that paper.
Well, I don't see any. Is your signature on any paper relating to the enterprise? One single piece of paper?
No.
Now, who's Mr. Gadd?
Who is Mr. Gadd?
Yes.
I testified yesterday how I came to go to Mr. Gadd for assistance.
He worked for you too, right?
Yes.
And if Gadd testified that you were trying to sell these assets to the CIA,
We don't know what anyone testified to.
well, I'm asking you, if he testified that you tried to sell these to the CIA, would that be wrong?
That's probably what he thought. He was in constant touch with Mr. Dutton. He was not in touch with me very often, very seldom at this time frame. Would go for months without seeing me.
And was he in touch with you too?
Mr. Gadd?
Yes.
Infrequently. After Mr. Dutton took over, as I said, I would go for months at a time without talking with Mr. Gadd.
Now, I want to read to you something from Mr. Gadd's testimony. During this time of late April 1986 and later, did General Secord ever tell you what he planned to do with those aircraft, meaning the ones that you sent down to Central America, if and when Congress authorized funds for U.S. government funds for the Contras? Answer: at some point in the late spring and early summer of 1986, I was informed that they intended to sell those aircraft to the Central Intelligence Agency. Question: who informed you of that? Answer: General Secord. Your testimony is that he's also wrong?
My testimony is I did not intend to sell them to the CIA, and I told the director that on 2 occasions.
Well, when you told the director that the first time, which was December of 1985, is it a fact that the enterprise then consisted of one Maul aircraft?
Probably.
And that was one Maul aircraft that had been paid for by Corps' money, $60-odd thousand?
It was paid for by money. I did not know the source.
Well, by a donation.
Yes, sir.
And you were just starting to build the airstrip.
That's correct.
And you hadn't bought the other aircraft.
No, but we were on the road.
So that when you told the director that he could take over this enterprise, which then consisted of one plane, were you surprised that he started talking about Iran?
You've got it backwards. I said he started talking about Iran when I walked through the door.
In any event, did you ever tell Gadd that you wanted to sell these assets to the CIA?
I don't recall telling Mr. Gadd that I wanted to sell the assets to the CIA. Maybe he thought that's what I wanted to do. I don't remember any conversations of that nature with Mr. Gadd.
Now, and
The core question is, did we ever try to sell these airplanes to the CIA?
did you ask Colonel North to assist you in selling these assets to the CIA?
No, but we talked, North and I did talk about whether the costs for these things should be reimbursed by CIA or not, and concluded, my recollection, that the best possible option was to simply transfer it, simply let them take over and walk away. By this time frame, I wanted out of this operation in the worst possible way. It had dragged on far too long. It was becoming very dangerous. We couldn't get support. We were short of money. I wanted out of it. That is the important point I would like the committee to understand. That's what was in my mind at that time.
Well, if you wanted out of it, why didn't you just stop and turn over all the money to the government?
Believe me, I thought about it
You did
more
think-
than once. You
Did
bet.
you talk to anyone about it?
I talked to North about it, yes,
Did you talk to Hakeem about it?
many times.
Did Hakeem ever indicate to you any willingness to let go of this money?
You're going to talk to him soon. Ask him that question. I'm not going to presume to put words in his mouth.
I was only asking him what he said to you. Only asking you what he said to you.
No.
Now,
I'm reminded of another point that may be of importance. The U.S. government never asked me for the money.
And as long as, who in the U.S. government knew you had this kind of money?
Well, Colonel North knew, his boss, Admiral Poindexter, knew, I know. I don't think the CIA had an accurate fix on it, but they knew there was money there.
By the CIA, who do you mean knew that you were generating these profits?
The CIA knew that prices were being charged in excess of the cost. They knew that we had to operate our enterprise. They knew that they weren't funding it. They knew I had to fund it.
Did they know that the money was being funneled to your Central American operation?
I don't think they did.
Did they know that the money was being used to buy a ship for another covert activity?
I don't believe they did.
Did they know that the money was being used for some kind of operation that was employing the DEA agents?
I don't know on that point. They may have known.
Now, let's talk a moment about that DEA operation. Is it a fact that you were told by Colonel North that at the very time that he was working on the arms sales with the hope of getting the hostages through Iran, that he was also working on a project to ransom the hostages?
I learned of that only at the very last minute before going to Israel for the McFarland trip.
And you were told that by Colonel North?
Yes, sir.
And the cash that you were giving to Colonel North was cash that was being used by him in connection with this ransom operation?
No, there were several operations over a period of time. That's only one
But
operation.
was some of the money being given for that purpose?
Yes.
And did it occur to you, Mr. Secord, that there might be a counterproductive aspect to asking Iran to get the Hezbollah to release the hostages at the same time that the Hezbollah was being told that they could get some cash for releasing them?
I didn't know whether the DEA intended to deal with Hezbollah or not. I was not informed of what factions or groups that they were dealing with. And the short answer to your question is no. It did not occur to me at the time that these two ops could clash. I saw them as two separate tracks. I grant your point, however, that they could well have collided.
You now see them, now that we've talked about it, that they
Sure,
do clash.
but at the time it didn't occur to me.
And did you ever discuss this use of the money for that ransom project with anyone other than the good colonel?
Mr. Kleins, Mr. Hakeem.
Well, Mr. Kleins is someone you brought into the venture, and Mr. Hakeem is someone you brought into the venture,
Right.
correct?
Right.
And did either of these gentlemen have clearances, by the way?
Security clearances,
Yes, sir.
U.S. government?
Yeah.
No.
Now, and your own records show the payment to Colonel North for this project, am I correct?
Yes, sir.
I don't wanna have to
Those are
go
my
through-
notes which I gave to you.
I don't want to have to go through all of that. We'll move this on. Now, also testified about the fact that you had you or your organization had a disagreement with Mr. Rodriguez. Do you recall that?
Mr. Who, sir?
Felix Rodriguez?
Oh, yes, yes.
And is it a fact that Rodriguez was saying that these aircraft belong to the Contras?
That's what was being reported to me by my people.
And is it a fact that you were taking the position that these aircraft did not belong to the Contras, but belonged to UDOL?
Correct.
And these were aircraft that were paid for out of this Swiss fund consisting of contributions and money from the arms sales, et cetera.
Correct.
Right? And you were taking that position with Mr. Rodriguez at the very time that Mr. Dutton was preparing these kinds of documents for selling the you also testified about the fact that you had you or your organization had a disagreement with Mr. Rodriguez. Do you recall that?
Mr. who, sir?
Felix Rodriguez?
Oh, yes, yes.
And is it a fact that Rodriguez was saying that these aircraft belonged to the Contras?
That's what was being reported to me by my people.
And is it a fact that you were taking the position that these aircraft did not belong to the Contras, but belonged to Udall?
Correct.
And these were aircraft that were paid for out of this Swiss fund consisting of contributions and money from the arms sales, et cetera.
Correct.
Right? And you were taking that position with Mr. Rodriguez at the very time that Mr. Dutton was preparing these kinds of documents for selling the operation to the CIA, right?
Right.
Now, if you look back at the Dutton document,
We have the number again.
yeah, it's Exhibit 4. The second option on the last page was to lease the operational control of the assets to the CIA for $311,000 per month, plus some additive costs for the use of planes in excess of 50 hours. Do you see that?
What page are you on?
The last page, option
Okay,
2.
yeah.
See that?
Yes.
$311,000. And am I correct, sir, that you computed, you look at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pages earlier, the operating costs that your enterprise was having down there at $67,000 a month?
I can't tell from a glance. I'd have to look at the figures and analyze them.
Well, is that the number that appears there?
It's one of many numbers that appears here.
Is that the total?
No, it's not.
Is-
It's under the heading non-recurring costs for commercial operational support.
And then you have others on top of it?
Yeah, a lot of other numbers on top of it.
You know what they all add up to?
I haven't done the arithmetic.
Is it under $150,000? Did you do that?
Beats me.
Well, 67 and 60 are 120, and then there's 6, that's 126. There's 1,000, 127, 1,500, 128.50, 3,500, make it 131, 132,000, 12,000, brings it up to about 144, and then a few other expenses there. So you were proposing to lease to the CIA an operation that was running about $150,000 a month for $311,000?
I didn't make any such proposal to the CIA, and I'm not going to comment on a document I haven't seen any part of for a long time. I have to analyze it.
And again, if, to the extent that Mr. Dutton says that that option was a proposal by you, he's just plain wrong.
No, I'm sure that I said to him over time that there are many ways this could be handled. They are obviously, in an intellectual exercise, you always do this. This document doesn't have any standing. It's a planning drill. What was really done, Mr. Lyman?
Well, in fact, didn't Oliver North try to persuade the director to buy these assets from you?
Not as far as I know. I think Oliver North tried to persuade the director to take him over.
That's what he told you?
Yes.
And it's your testimony that at the time the Hassenfuss plane went down, you still weren't trying to sell these assets to the CIA?
No, as a matter of fact, there had been an interagency meeting just days before in which finally I was informed by North. It had been agreed that this was a valuable asset and they had to work out a way, in which to take it over.
And did that way include giving money to the enterprise?
Not insofar as I know.
And North never told you that?
No.
This was going to be a donation to the CIA as far as you were concerned?
We were going to walk away from it.
That's your testimony?
That's my testimony.
Now, did you have some munitions that you paid for
Yes.
out of the enterprise?
Yes.
And these were munitions that you sold to the CIA through an intermediary, am I correct?
Yeah, at a loss.
And am I correct that you well, when you say at a loss, they were paid for out of the donations and out of the Iranian arms sale?
That is correct.
You weren't looking at things as profit and loss, were you?
No, we were glad to transfer these things to CIA. I'm simply pointing out to you it was a very good deal for them.
Right, and just as you were prepared to give the CIA the aircraft that had been bought from the fund for nothing and the airstrip for nothing, you gave them these munitions for nothing?
No, we gave them munitions for, I think, the number was 1.2 million, but there were several hundred thousand more than that invested in those munitions, and you have those numbers.
So you chose to sell the munitions to the CIA, correct?
To be correct, we sold them to a broker that the CIA used, but we were aware that they were going to the CIA.
And you also were aware that the broker was putting a markup on too, right?
But I have no idea what was involved.
But in any event, you got money, at least through the broker from the CIA, for these munitions.
Yes, and it went
And-
back into the accounts.
And the money went
it's
back
still
into
there.
the accounts. But
Right.
your testimony is that on all the other assets, that you were going to give to the CIA free.
This one we considered dumping also, by the way. But we were lucky enough to find an acceptable buyer.
Was there any reason why you just couldn't give them free to the CIA, the way you say you wanted to give the aircraft?
We could have done that, I suppose. But we wanted to get the money back into the accounts. We needed the money.
Now let's-
If we hadn't got those monies back in the accounts, you would now be saying, Mr. Secord, you had $5 million diverted to the Contras rather than 3.5. The CIA was in the process of taking over the Contras at that time, so
And
we
was-
wanted to get the money back where it belonged.
And was that one of your motivations for selling?
Yes.
That you were conscious of the fact that you could be accused of diverting money to the Contras?
No, not that I'd be accused of it, but I was conscious of the fact that we needed money in this enterprise, and we wanted to keep that money as much as possible.
Well, at that point, how much money did you have in the enterprise in your balances?
Based on the records I've reviewed now, I'd say we probably had about $5 million.
You wanted to
It's a
bring
guess.
You wanted to bring it up to $6 million?
We wanted to bring it up as much as we could.
And if you could have gotten $3-4 million for the airfield, you would have been happy to take that too, airfield and planes, right?
We never considered doing that, but now that you pose the question, it probably would have been a better idea.
That was just Dutton's idea. Let's move on. You testified that among the things that you did at Colonel North's request was that you approached an official of a foreign government to ask him to make a contribution on behalf of his government to the Contras. Do you
Yes,
recall
sir.
that?
Yes, sir.
Who was the official you approached? You're free to
Do we have authorization to disclose that, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Secord, are you presently an employee of the United States government?
No, sir.
You may proceed and answer. May we have a short recess?
I didn't hear what he said.
The hearing will stand in recess until 2 o'clock this afternoon. Follows. Because of the diplomatically sensitive nature of the question involved, and until the committees consult further among themselves, the witness will write on a piece of paper, which we will provide, the name of the country and the official whom he solicited. And this will be held as executive session material until the committees decide otherwise. The continuing intention of the committees is to make as many of the facts public as possible to the extent consistent with national security interests. Mr. Secord, will you proceed to write the name of the country involved
Yes,
and the
Mr.
personage involved?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And will you place that in the sealed envelope?
Placing, can we do it in a way?
You'll get it.
Mr.
I hope the camera persons will cooperate, please. Otherwise, we may be forced to send you out, sir.
It's done, Mr. Chairman.
I thank you very much.
Mr.
Mr. Lyman?
Mr. Secord, the official that you spoke to and whose name you wrote is the person you spoke to in the fall of 1984 at the request of Lieutenant Colonel North?
Yes, sir.
And Lieutenant Colonel North mentioned at some point that this had the blessing of Mr. McFarland.
Yes, sir.
And is that the same official you spoke to in early 1985?
Yes, sir.
And you testified that in 1986 you had a meeting with Director Casey, at which time he suggested that you look to another country for funding. Is that the same country?
It is.
Now, I want to go back to money. Have you ever heard of a company called Tri-American Arms?
Yes.
Were you a partner in that company?
The company was never formed, but it was discussed that I would be a partner in the
And
company.
it was contemplated that you would be a partner?
Yes.
Do you know whether monies were transferred to Tri-American from the Swiss bank accounts that we have been talking about?
I know that Mr. Hakim transferred some money to this enterprise for the purpose of doing business.
And do you know, sir, that the amounts that were transferred were $150,000 in May of 1986 and $200,000 in June of 1986?
No, I don't think I don't think the 200,000 was transferred. If it was, I don't know of it.
If I were to show you, and we will mark as the next exhibits, two debit advices from one of the Swiss accounts, Alban Values, would that refresh your recollection? These are records that are provided by Mr. Hakim. Get under our agreement? I'm not going to mark. I don't want you to read the documents into the record because we are going to wait for Mr. Hakim for that, but I'm just asking you whether or not you have a recollection now that the total amount that was transferred was $350,000.
The 150,000 I was aware of. I know nothing about this second piece of paper. You'll have to ask Mr. Hakim about that.
Now, do you know, sir, whether the purpose of your partnership was to invest in a manufacturer of machine guns?
Manufacturer of submachine guns, yes.
Submachine guns?
Yes.
And did that deal go through?
No.
Was one of the purposes to have that company sell weapons to the Contras?
No.
And were the monies that were invested monies that came out of the Iranian and Contra arms sales?
I don't know. I thought it was part of Hakim's profit distribution.
Well, if you were to be a partner, what were you putting in?
My management and knowledge and ability to market. There was a third partner who was doing a similar thing.
And what was his name?
His name is Royer.
And how much were you going to be paying to acquire the manufacturer of submachine guns?
How much were we going to pay?
Yes, sir.
We had not finished the negotiation with the owner, but that was about the right amount of money to buy the interest that we wanted.
Now, did you ever sign an agreement as part of the partnership for this company?
No, I did not. The deal was never consummated.
Can you tell me what happened to the money that was sent?
Well, 60,000 of it was invested in some material, and the remaining monies minus some legal fees were returned to STTGI, Stanford Technology Trading Group.
And so, what, around 80,000 was returned to your company?
That's a good ballpark figure.
And was that treated as a loan?
It was a capital investment by Mr. Hakim into our company, and he made several over the years.
Now, you testified yesterday that it was your view that Colonel North was doing everything he could to implement the Boland Amendment. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
I want you to take a look again at Exhibit 4.
Okay, we have it.
Would you look at the first page?
The index?
Right after the first page of text, where it says general, not Army general, but general.
Yes.
Begins with, due to recent changes in operational requirements and increased tasking, the benefactor company, hereinafter referred to as BC Washington, is taking more direct control of Project Hope and its supporting elements. Will you tell us what Project Hope was?
This was a project that involved all aspects of the airlift operation that I described earlier.
And what was BC Washington?
This was just an acronym that Mr. Dutton coined to refer to our office. The problem at the time that we were addressing was one of lack of effectiveness, and a reorganization and redirection of the effort was needed.
And it says, going on to the first paragraph that begins with A, BC Washington will assume operational control of all assets in support of Project Hope, that is the airlift, correct?
Okay.
Can you tell us who the people were who consisted of BC Washington?
It was primarily myself and Robert Dutton.
Was it not also Oliver North?
No.
Mr. Dutton has testified about this document as follows. The first pages of it go back through the wiring diagram, which we referred to as the reorganization plan, that outlined a new organization that was going to control, direct the operation, wherein General Secord and Colonel North would ostensibly not be part of the operation any longer, and that a new group known as BC Washington, or Benefactor Company Washington, would take over the responsibilities. Question, was that in name only? Answer, that was in name only, and it was in fact General Secord and Colonel North remained exactly where they had been in the organization, etc. Is that the fact?
Yes, that's a fact. That phraseology, however, I would like to clarify, if I may. What he's talking about is an attempt to cover my continued participation in this operation and to cover any contact that we had with Colonel North. We were having difficulties with this operation. Things were not going well. A lot of questions were being asked by different people who were critical of the operation. I was as critical as any one of it. Therefore, we decided to reorganize, and part of that reorganization was to cover my identity as well as that of Colonel North. Colonel North was never a part of this little headquarters of ours. We consulted with him, as I told you, every step of the way, and we gave him information.
And if Mr. Dutton said that Colonel North and you were directing this operation, he'd be wrong?
I don't think he said that.
I want to object, if I may, Mr. Chairman. We do not have access to any of this testimony. We've not seen it. And Mr. Lyman's device of extracting a few lines and reading it to us and asking us to comment on it, I think is unfair. If he wants us to review the entirety of Mr. Dutton's testimony, we'll be glad to do so. But in isolation like this, I think it's an improper form of interrogation, Mr. Lyman.
Mr. Chairman, I will restate the question. Did you ever tell Mr. Dutton that Oliver North was going to continue to direct this operation with you?
No, I told him he was going to continue in liaison with us. He was going to continue talking with us, dealing with us, just as we always did. And you'll note that there's a KL-43 series of messages we addressed yesterday that I think proves the accuracy of my statement, because I rejected some guidance which was phrased even as an order.
Did you consider it implementation of the Bowen Amendment for Colonel North to occupy this role?
The Boland Amendment does not apply to private efforts, and therefore I thought that he was acting properly.
Did you consider it as an implementation of the Bowen Amendment for Colonel North to funnel the money to your organization?
Private monies, yes, and the Boland Amendment, which is an anti-appropriations measure, does not have anything to do with private efforts.
And did you consider it consistent with the Bowen Amendment for Colonel North to provide you with the communications devices? KL-43s?
This was a matter of security that was offered to us. I don't know what the reasoning for it was.
Did you consider it as an implementation of the Bowen Amendment for Colonel North to fly down to Florida to meet with you and Calero and urge you to start an airlift and to help open up the southern front?
He wasn't spending any appropriated funds, so I did not see anything wrong with it.
And the use of the plane was not appropriated funds?
It's incidental.
It was implementation of the Bowen Amendment for him to do all of these things.
My comments about implementation of the Bowen Amendment were general comments. I believe that these men were doing the President's bidding and trying to do the best job they could to live within Bowen. I'm on the record with that. That's what I believe.
Now, you testified that you considered what was happening lawful and that Colonel North considered it lawful, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is it a fact that Colonel North told you that if the facts ever came out about what he was doing, he would get a pardon?
He joked about that in the same vein that he did in the comment that I made yesterday with respect to the Ayatollah.
Well, what did you think in your own mind that he was doing wrong that would lead him to even think about
nothing.
a
In
pardon?
nothing. In fact, when that came up, I laughed at him and I said, "That's ridiculous. What are you talking about? I mean, this everything we've discussed repeatedly, that no laws are being broken. We're doing everything we can to live within the law. So it's a non sequitur."
And what did he respond?
I don't remember, Mr. Lyman. I don't remember every conversation I ever had with Oliver North. I can't tell you.
How often did you speak to Oliver North in connection with the operations that you were conducting for the Contras? Once a day?
No, less than that. Less than
3-4 times a week?
on the average, I'd say that's accurate. It's a wild average.
Could you have conducted those operations without Oliver North?
We could have, but it would not have been nearly as effective.
Now, you, in your opening statement, criticized the Attorney General for going public as quickly as he did with the diversion. Am I correct?
Yes, Mr. Lyman.
And you thought that he should have spoken to you and gotten some of the facts before he went public.
Yes, sir.
After he went public, you became angry and decided that you wouldn't provide him with the facts. Is that fair to say?
After the stunning announcement of the 25th of November, I consulted immediately with my counsel, as I think I testified, and I, from that point on, relied entirely on advice of counsel.
Now, is it a fact that you directed your secretary to shred documents?
We discussed that yesterday.
Well, did you or didn't you direct your secretary?
Yes, sir.
Did you testify yesterday that you directed your secretary to shred documents because you were concerned that the press or others would get at them?
Right.
Who was it who you thought would break into your office?
Probably the same people who were fabricating the telephone numbers in El Salvador. I don't know. There were, a lot of break-ins in different places over periods of time associated with these matters.
Well,
So it was a concern of mine.
these were documents that you had accumulated over a period of time?
Yeah, and they were no longer useful.
And over that period of time, you weren't concerned about the break-ins to the point that you went and shredded all these documents?
No, there were only a few shredded, and was called, the telephone log was called to my attention by Colonel Dutton. He said, boss, do we really need these old things? And I said, no, get rid of them.
Well, didn't you shred documents that reflected telexes and messages relating to the transfer of money?
Relating to money,
Yes, sir.
the telexes that I recall that we shredded were routine telex traffic with the Defex Corporation in Portugal, as I testified yesterday.
Do you recall that the telexes contained references to the movement of money? Yes or no?
I don't recall, but it's entirely likely that they did.
Did you review the documents before they were shredded?
I glanced at them.
Did you ask your secretary to provide you with the files?
I asked my secretary to go through the files. She's the one who selected them.
And then you looked at the documents and decided which ones were to be shredded and which ones were not?
I think I looked at the subject headings and said that we don't need these, get rid of them.
And do you have any copies of the documents that were shredded?
No.
So that neither we nor the Attorney General have no way of knowing what was in those documents other than your oral testimony?
I gave you thousands of documents, Mr. Lyman, all the relevant documents.
You've given me everything other than what you've shredded. Is that what you're saying?
I said what I said.
Well, you didn't give me copies of the documents you shredded, did you?
Obviously, I couldn't.
Now, were you not in the security business?
We were in the management of security business, yes, but we did not expend the funds necessary to make an office like mine secure, and that's why I knew it wasn't secure.
And being in the management of the security, management of security systems, you felt that the only way you could protect records was to shred them?
If I don't need them, Mr. Lyman, I shred them. I've shredded tens of thousands of documents during my career. And when you don't need these documents, you get rid of them.
At the time that you shredded the other documents, were there investigations pending relating to you?
No, and there were none pending at this time either.
When do you say you gave the instructions to Ms. Napier to
My
shred them?
recollection was it was in early November, thereabouts.
Was there an investigation at that time of Southern Air?
The FBI, I think, was trying to conduct one.
Had you, in fact, telephoned Colonel North to ask him to halt that investigation?
I think I testified to that fact, yes.
And was it after that investigation commenced that you shredded the documents?
I don't remember. It was not a triggering event. It had no relation.
Are you certain that you didn't ask Ms. Napier to shred those documents after the Attorney General made his speech?
Yes.
Now, you testified. Incidentally, did you speak to Ms. Napier after she testified before our committee about this?
I did not. I was assiduous in not asking one word about it.
Did anyone tell you that Ms. Napier had told the House committee and the Senate committee that she had shredded documents at your request?
State the question again, please.
did anyone tell you that Ms. Napier had told the House committee and the Senate committee that at your direction she had shredded documents?
There are attorney-client communications involved here, so I can't discuss it.
Are you aware, sir, that Ms. Napier originally testified that she shredded the documents in December?
Same answer.
Did you make any effort to persuade her to date it back to November?
Never talked to her one word about it, not one word.
Whoever was communicating to you about what Ms. Napier was saying, did he communicate to you that she had changed the story?
Same answer.
And the same answer being attorney-client privilege?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Secord, you testified that you saw part of the finding in the White House Situation Room. Am I correct?
That's correct. I had to read it, the part that I could read, I had to read from afar. They never handed me a copy of it to read.
And you read the finding that said that third parties could be involved in the operation with Iran.
I don't remember if I read it or if they were discussing it, that language at the time. I've only learned recently that there were changes in that finding over time.
But you testified yesterday that you were the third party.
I said that I learned my role as the third party, yes.
Now, was there anything in that finding communicated to you that authorized you to use any of the proceeds of the sales to Iran to assist the Contras?
No, sir.
Was there anything communicated to you about that finding that authorized you to use any of the proceeds of the sale to purchase a ship?
No, sir, and nothing to the contrary either.
Was there anything in that finding as communicated to you that authorized you to use proceeds to purchase radios for a Caribbean nation?
No, sir.
Was there anything communicated to you about that finding that enabled you or authorized you to keep proceeds in Mr. Hakim's account?
No, sir, nothing to the contrary.
You understood, sir, that the purpose of the finding was to authorize the sale by the United States to Iran of arms through you as an intermediary?
As a commercial cutout, as I've testified.
You did not understand that the purpose of the finding was to provide support for the Contras,
No.
or to enable anyone to get rich?
No.
Now, you said that one of the reasons that you waived your interest in these Swiss accounts was that you wanted to return to government someday.
Correct.
And was the position that you hoped to return to as head of covert operations at the CIA?
That was one of my ambitions at one time, yes.
Now, I'm not asking you about legalities here or not. I want to bring out some facts. You felt that the United States' ability to conduct covert operations was impaired, am I correct?
Yes, sir.
And you felt that you could make a contribution in that area.
Correct.
And you felt, indeed, that you could do a better job than the people who were in charge of covert operations. Is that correct?
I thought so.
And is it fair to say, then, at the request of Colonel North and Admiral Poindexter, the National Security Advisor, you went out and created your own covert operation organization?
For the express purpose of carrying out the projects we've been talking about, yes.
And you had your own planes for that purpose?
True.
Correct?
True.
You had your own employees for that purpose?
Yes, sir.
They were in deep cover, correct?
Not too deep, but
Not
They
too
were-
deep now, but you know how long it took to find Olmsted.
Mr. Olmsted, we did a better job on, I guess.
But you had people with code names.
Yes, sir. The answer to your question, of course, is yes.
You try to keep them in cover.
Yes, sir.
You had NSA communications equipment.
True.
You had a mission, or missions, correct?
Correct.
You had secret accounts.
Correct.
You had secret sources for funding of those accounts.
Agreed.
And all of the funds were generated for you either by the assets of the United States that were entrusted to you, such as the weapons, or by the sales to the Contras, where Mr. North, or Colonel North, introduced you to Calero, or the contributions he arranged to go into that account. Is that fair?
That's fair.
I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lyman. May we take a 2-minute recess, and may I see the 2 members of the House and 2 members of the Senate?
Good, how are you?
Fine. You joining?
Hi?
You joining?
I'm just here for a purpose.
Oh, yeah.
You'll find out later. I'm just gonna be off. And I'm going back to work. I was brought for a purpose. You ready for Saturday?
I travel prepared. Good seeing you.
The chair now recognizes the distinguished Congressman Louis Stokes. Mr.
Thank you,
Stokes.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secord, during the week of November 7th, you were called to the White House to review chronologies that were being prepared for the Congress. Can you tell us who was present that time?
Yes, sir, but I think it was the week of November 17th.
All right.
Yes, sir. Besides myself, there were present Oliver North, at least one of his assistants, Mr. Earl, or Colonel Earl, an NSC staff member, Howard Teicher, CIA Officer George Cave, and I think that was all. There were 2 times that I went down there, and I think there was the same party both
We're talking
times.
now about the first time.
The first time, and I believe it was the same group the second time.
Was Admiral Poindexter present?
No, sir.
On either occasion?
No, sir.
I see. When you reviewed the document on the first day, the facts in the chronology were correct?
I believe them to be correct.
When you returned the second day, and you read up to page 5, you determined that the chronology you'd read the previous day had been changed. Is that correct?
Yes, it had been changed substantially.
Right. And you said to them, this is not true, and you used an expletive,
That's correct.
right? And then you were told that Mr. McFarland had written that part of the document, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
And that's when you said, well, you guys can have it or something of the sort, and you walked away,
That's right, sir.
right? Now, your reason for doing that was because you felt that what was written there was not an honest representation of the facts. Isn't that true?
Basically, that was true. and I didn't want to be involved any further.
And even when Mr. Niels yesterday asked you about the second document on another page, and he went into certain facts that were recited there, you said that those were a misrepresentation of the facts.
Yes,
Is that
sir.
correct?
That's correct, sir.
Now, you knew that that chronology that they were preparing was being prepared for the United States Congress, did you not?
I knew it was being prepared for Mr. Casey to use before the United States Congress.
Right. Now, do you know what Mr. North's role was in the preparation of the chronology?
Well, he was, I would say, the chief staff officer involved in the preparations of the various drafts.
Now, in your opening statement, you described both Admiral Poindexter and Colonel North as being honest and dedicated men.
Yes, sir.
Now, the acts you have just testified to are not representative of an honest man, are they?
Well, sir, I don't think that Mr. North made the changes. He told me that these had been written by Mr. McFarland, and so Mr. McFarland, who was the principal involved in the information being dealt with there, was writing the text himself.
Didn't you just say he was the chief architect?
I said that he was the chief staff officer, sir, in charge of preparation of all the long chronologies that were being put together. But his boss changed apparently two parts of it.
Are you aware, sir, that Admiral Poindexter used the same chronology when he briefed the House Intelligence Committee on November 21st in the White House Situation Room?
No, sir, and as I've told the staff here, I never knew whether this particular piece of paper was ever used by the director or not. I didn't know.
Okay. But if it was used, the same document was used, we were briefed on deceptive testimony, weren't we?
According to my understanding of the facts, that is correct.
In fact, what it amounts to, isn't it, is a real cover-up of the facts.
If they or he gave you that information, he may have believed it to be correct because Mr. McFarland had written it. But it could well be a cover-up as well.
If I told you that in August of 1986, Colonel North told the House Intelligence Committee that he had nothing to do with raising funds for the Contras or with activities to arm or support them, that statement would not be true, would it?
It's hard for me to comment in too general a way. It sounds like it's inaccurate. I'd like to see the testimony and to see the context of it.
Okay. If I told you that Admiral Poindexter wrote a letter to the House Intelligence Committee at the same time to confirm the same story, that would not be true, would it?
Exactly the same answer, sir.
Gentlemen, in your opening remarks, you told us that Mr. Meese had betrayed you, he'd abandoned you, he'd left you to defend yourselves. In light of the fact that you've testified here that you were a person independent of the government and a civilian in your own enterprise, tell us what obligation the Attorney General of the United States had to support or defend you or your operation.
It was my belief that the President of the United States was well aware of what we were doing, Congressman Stokes, and as a consequence, the Attorney General, it seemed to me, had a responsibility to get more than just an incidental dose of the facts before going public with such a startling story. It could have at least accorded us the opportunity within my organization to brace ourselves. I mean, we were totally stunned and shocked, and that is why all of us felt betrayed.
Well, was it your position, sir, that had you been given the opportunity to provide him with the facts, that that would have taken care of the matter, that no one had done anything wrong, and that the Attorney General would have understood that there was nothing wrong at all with this operation?
I don't know what he would have understood, but we were prepared to divulge all the information that I held and take it from there. But what I was pleading for was to slow this thing down and let's get it on track and as I testified, I think, on a more rational basis. It could well have continued with a full-blown investigation. I have no idea.
I see. Well, didn't you tell us also you'd wanted to talk to the President of the United States?
Yes, sir.
And didn't you tell us you even went to the trouble of preparing a speech for the President of the United States?
Yes, sir, I did.
Tell us what tell us what you did with the speech.
I sent it to Admiral Poindexter via Colonel North's office on the KL-43.
Okay. And in the speech you wanted the President of the United States to deliver, tell us what you said that he should say to the American people.
My recollection of the main points were that he should come up front and tell the American people, and of course the Congress by this time, that a covert operation had been underway for some months, that tick off what the objectives were, point out that he was the responsible officer in this government for the conduct of foreign affairs and for national security, and that he had hard decisions to make. As Harry Truman once said, the buck stops here, that he had made some decisions. There had been some successes and great disappointments. To describe briefly some of the facts, not all of the facts, and then to point out that we are going to continue to try to establish relations with Iran and to get our hostages back. It's my recollection is that is the thrust of the short speech which I wrote.
Is it your opinion that the President has not done that?
Well, he didn't do that at that time. The story has come out in bits and pieces over time. My point, though, at the time was it seemed to me that a strong and firm stand by the President would be the best defense that we had. It was obvious there were going to be great criticism of this operation.
Do you think that would have stopped it, that there had been no further investigation of it?
No, I think the Congress would have done some inquiries, but I doubt that we'd have the spectacle of an independent counsel at this time.
Well, in light of the fact that within the last 10 days, 2 people have pled guilty to criminal activity in conjunction with the Contras, wouldn't that suggest something to you other than what you're saying here?
It was not related to us at all, and I don't even know those people. I've never met them, sir. I didn't know that at the time.
Well, is Lake Resources, Inc. your account?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware of the fact that both Channel and Miller funneled money into Lake Resources account?
I was not aware of their names. I was aware of the IBC name and another company name.
Well, just as a final point on this particular point, could the Attorney General in any way betray you if you were involved in a private operation?
I believe so, sir, as I stated, because we were in support of a U.S. government covert operation. He did not have the facts, and he rushed to judgment.
Mr. Secord, you've told us that as a private citizen you were in charge of the commercial cutout used in the Iran operation. The government sold you the missiles or the spare parts, and then you sold them to Iran. Once they were sold to you, they were no longer the property of the United States government. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Are you also saying to us that at that point the U.S. government no longer had the ability to be able to order you to conduct this covert operation in any way they wanted to conduct it?
Well, I think they had great faith that I would follow the directions that were given, and I did, of course.
Well, if we accept this version, aren't we in effect accepting the fact that the United States government contracted out its foreign policy to you, subject to you carrying out their best wishes?
I don't think they viewed it that way, sir. I think that they viewed me as a logistics and commercial logistics operator and commercial go-between, and certainly didn't view me as being a foreign policy negotiator or anything like that.
A few moments ago, you were asked by Mr. Lyman about your operation, which to a large degree parallels the CIA operation. That is, their reserve for contingencies. You operated your own fund, you bought ships, airplanes, things of that sort. That obviously was for the purpose of circumventing the Boland Amendment. Is that correct?
I didn't see it that way.
Well, under the Boland Amendment, all agencies, all individuals in our government were prohibited from utilizing any appropriated funds for use of the Contras. You understood that?
Yes, sir.
Under your operation, private funds, non-appropriated funds, could be used for any purpose you saw fit, and that included for the use of the Contras.
Well, I felt a responsibility. I knew why the funds were donated, and I felt a responsibility to make sure they got to the Contra projects, and they did.
Doesn't it look to you like we have two governments? There's one government run by the United States, which Mr. Reagan is head of, where you cannot utilize appropriated funds for the purposes we've already enunciated. And this other government run by you, that you can utilize these funds for whatever purpose you deem necessary, though they be contrary to the use for which appropriated funds can be put.
I'm not sure what answer you're looking for.
Well, I guess
I understand what you're saying,
yeah.
but I didn't see it that way. You know, I didn't see it that way. The president has certain rights in the foreign policy area. I never saw myself as being a foreign policy operative. I believed that the funds that we had were private funds and could be sent to the Contra project, which project we believed deeply in, and we did that.
Is it your view, having been a general, having performed in government as you have, that this fits within the constitutional framework of our government?
I did, sir.
You saw nothing wrong with this operation?
I did not see anything wrong with it then.
Did Colonel North's salary come from appropriated funds?
I'm sure it did.
How about the salaries of Ambassador Tams?
Likewise, sir.
How about Colonel Steele?
Of course, all U.S. government appropriated funds.
Yeah. How about the airplane pilots who flew Mr. North around the world with the various meetings he had with you and others?
To the extent they were government pilots, of course they were paid the same way.
Then how do you square this fact away with the fact that you say no appropriated funds were used in any manner in conjunction with your operation?
It had never even occurred to me that someone would construe normal governmental salaries as being attached by Boland.
Well, when the Boland Amendment passed on the floor of the House, the author of the amendment, Mr. Boland, stated on the floor that it would include salaries. Were you aware of that?
No, I didn't have the legislative history, sir. I can tell you, sir, that I was aware that Boland was a legislative compromise. I can tell you that I've heard from a distinguished counsel, the chief counsel for this Senate committee, that Boland is a piece of Swiss cheese, that Boland is an act which, if you had the IQ of a genius, you could not trace its meanderings. So I think that there's considerable confusion and misunderstanding about the intentions of Boland.
Well, this morning when you testified under examination by Mr. Lyman, you recall your statement to him that the purpose of this operation was to get around Congress?
I don't recall the context, and there were so many questions, I'm not sure exactly which question you're referring to.
Well,
That one of the purposes of our Iran-Contra project was to get around Congress?
Earlier this morning, in reply to one of his questions, when he talked about the operation and the purpose for what you fit into the operation as a cutout person,
Yes, sir.
you stated to him, I believe, you can correct me if I'm wrong, that the purpose of that setup was to get around Congress.
If I said that, I misspoke. I don't recall that context at all. The purpose of the operation was to conduct a project which was legal under Boland, as far as we could see.
For men who worked for you, such as Dutton and Gadd, what did you tell them about your operation? Did you tell them that the United States government was behind your operation?
No, and they knew the government was not. They knew it was private.
They knew the government was not behind your
They knew
operation?
the government could not support us materially because of Boland.
Did you get some help from government officials?
Yes, sir, and I testified to the kind of help we got.
You told us about Ambassador Tams and what he did for you?
Yes, sir.
Right. Tell us again what he did for you.
I've never spoken directly to Ambassador Tam, so my information comes to me through people who talked with him. And he gave us guidance, and he was a moral supporter of our plan to acquire and construct the airfield in Costa Rica, and I'm sure that he was also a supporter of our efforts to supply the southern troops.
Now, you've also told us that a senior CIA field officer in Costa Rica provided valuable intelligence and communication support for you, didn't he?
Yes, sir, he did.
Okay, and was it valuable support?
It was, we could not have done without it.
How about the senior CIA field officer in Honduras?
Well, that was different. As I testified yesterday, he was able to, or one of his people was able to discuss certain problems we had of coordination with the FDN people.
Okay. Well, the bottom line is that even though you represented that the U.S. government could not be involved in this operation, the fact is the U.S. government officials were involved, weren't they?
Well, they were, but I don't believe they were spending materially, at least, appropriated funds.
Well, these officers we're talking about are salaried employees of the United States government, aren't they?
Yes, sir.
And without their aid and assistance, you could not have accomplished this mission. Is that true?
Their aid and assistance was invaluable. It would have been very difficult to accomplish the mission.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Committee will now turn to Senator Bourne. The chairman had indicated there would be alternating between House and Senate members, and Senator Bourne will be the next question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secord, I've listened with great interest as you described some of your own feelings about the foreign policy of the United States, as you have indicated your perceptions about what is going on in Central America, and also with interest as you made some of the decisions in the process of this attempt to open new communications with those in Iran. I gather that you became disillusioned along the way with Mr. Ghorbanifar as the main channel into Iran. Is that correct?
Yes, Senator.
And what did you do about it after you became disillusioned and you felt that simply was not going to work out to open communications with Iran through Mr. Ghorbanifar and his associates?
Well, briefly, sir, shortly after the failed mission to Tehran, which took place the end of May 1986, I discussed this issue with Mr. Hakim, and I also notified Colonel North that we were going to actively search for a second channel to the elements of the Iranian government we wanted to deal with. This had been decided as a goal, as I understood it, at a meeting 2 months before, but I didn't see any progress being made.
So you made the decision and you took the action, really, you took the leadership in opening the second channel, is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Did you discuss this with the Secretary of State?
No, sir. Only with Colonel North.
Only with Colonel North, not with the Secretary. But really, you took the action yourself, did you not?
That's correct.
You think it's strange for a private citizen? Did you hold any position with the government at this time? Any
No, sir.
official position?
No, sir.
You think it's strange for a private citizen to be taking an action of such importance for the foreign policy of the United States as purporting to represent this country in the opening of communications with an element in the government of a foreign power?
It's very strange, sir, and I looked for, as hard as I could, a better channel. The one we had was corrupt, and when I found what I thought was the right channel, I turned this over to the government, and they vetted it and eventually agreed with us.
Was this discussed with the President of the United States as to whether or not a second channel should be opened?
I believe it was.
But you really took the action yourself before any discussion with the President, with the Secretary of State, or anyone else?
No, sir, I didn't open the second channel. I was searching for a second channel.
So you see nothing strange at all in the terms of the way that we make foreign policy in this country for a person who's purely a private citizen with no official government capacity to be making the kinds of decisions and deciding about the identity of people within the government, some of whom had relationships to very high government officials in the government of Iran. This is a very revolutionary change. You yourself talked about one meeting being the first meeting between any American officials and Iranian officials in a long time. You don't see anything strange about you as a private citizen negotiating in this way?
I think it's very strange, very unusual.
You think it is appropriate, we're in the bicentennial year of the Constitution, you think it's appropriate that important foreign policy decisions of this country should be made by Mr. Richard Secord, private citizen, instead of by the Congress of the United States, the Secretary of State, and the President of the United States?
Looking back at it, I think that you can make that criticism very easily, but I must tell you, sir, that I was doing the best I could under the circumstances, and I thought I was carrying out the President's policy, and I was not trying to usurp anybody's authority. I did not. When I found this second channel, I turned it over to the United States for their vetting, and then, in other words, I was trying to do a service to try to find a channel.
There was one meeting, was there not, with the second channel in which a discussion was undertaken about the creation of an informal communications panel, 3 from Iran and 3 from the United States. Is that correct?
Yes, but that was in the White House.
Were you there?
I was there.
Who else was present on the American side?
Colonel North and George Cave from CIA.
The 3 of you were there?
Yes, sir.
And when it came time to name the 3 Americans who were going to represent the United States and the interests of this country on this informal panel, who were the 3 people that were named in that meeting, during the course of that meeting?
North named him to the second channel people, as I recall. He said that the only valid communication, these people were concerned about valid communications and who they were dealing with. Should consider that the only valid communication would be one they received from him, from Mr. Cave, or from me. That's my recollection.
And so this group was appointed. I understand that on the Iranian side, they named some fairly high-ranking people that were to have communication.
They had a couple of fairly high-ranking people, but the group never met.
The group never met, but the appointments were announced in this negotiating session. Did the President of the United States sign an order appointing Colonel North, yourself as a private citizen, and Mr. Cave to represent officially the government of the United States in these talks?
I didn't see that I was representing the United States. He simply said that they should, because they knew us, that they should.
Did the President sign any such order?
No, sir.
The President did not. Was the President aware, to your knowledge, of such appointments being made?
I was told that Mr. Poindexter and the President were being completely informed of all substantive matters.
Well, do you know whether or not the President of the United States knew specifically about the appointment of these 3 individuals to represent our country in opening this channel of communication with the 3 that were named on the Iranian side?
I do not know, and I do not agree that there were 3 people named to represent the United States.
Well, you can construe it any way you want. I guess we can all interpret it. Now, you, as I understand, were asked to stop the Central American airlift at a certain point. There were problems in El Salvador, as you went into in the first day of testimony. Is that correct?
That we were asked to...
You were asked to stop using the Salvadorian base of operations. You were asked to temporarily suspend the airlift operations, I believe you told us on Monday.
Yes, there were messages on that.
Messages on that. From whom did those messages come? Did they come from Colonel North?
I believe that they originated with him, but they came from his assistant.
All right, so they came from people at the National Security Council.
Yes,
either
sir.
Colonel North or his assistant.
Yes, sir.
And as I understand, you rejected that request and felt very strongly that it would be wrong for you to give up that base of operations at that time.
That's correct.
So you continued that.
I thought that they were misinformed, and the problem was
They
solved.
were misinformed. So in other words, again, we have Mr. Richard Secord, private citizen, substituting his own personal judgment in the conduct of an operation for the aid of people that we were trying to help in this country, in fact, in coordination with the National Security Council, rejecting the request from the National Security Council because Mr. Richard Secord, private citizen, no appointment from the President, felt that was the wrong thing to do. Is that correct?
That's correct, and I think the results were the correct results.
Mr. Secord, again, I go back to this being the bicentennial year of the Constitution. Does it not disturb you as an American, setting aside your own great confidence in yourself, which has been very clearly expressed to us? You obviously have more confidence than you have in the CIA in terms of, you said you could run their covert operations better than they. You have more confidence in your legal judgment than the judgment of the Attorney General, whom you have roundly condemned for making public the diversion of funds. You seem to have more confidence in yourself than you do even the President's own staff, because you drafted a speech to give to Colonel North for the President of the United States to read to explain this. You put confidence in yourself in terms of opening the new channel of communications. Do you think it is appropriate for private American citizens without any position of authority in this country and not accountable in any way to the Congress of the United States to be exercising the making of foreign policy decisions of this kind with funds generated from the sale of American taxpayers' property? The money generated from the sale of American taxpayers' property to the Iranians. Now, is it right for you as a private individual to use American taxpayers' money to make these kinds of decisions even when the National Security Council, albeit a shockingly low level at the National Security Council, is telling you not to continue?
I find it difficult to respond to that string of
I
assertions.
can understand why you'd find it difficult to respond, because it concerns. Have you ever read the Constitution of the United States, Mr. Secord?
Yes, Senator
Do you
Bourne.
believe in it?
Of course. I've sworn to uphold it, and I've fought for it quite a few times.
I understand you have fought for it. No one takes anything away from that, but does it not trouble you? Did you not wake up some morning and think, how did I, as a private individual, start exercising all this responsibility to make foreign policy for the United States of America in lieu of the Congress, the Secretary of State, the President of the United States, members of the National Security Council? Did you not have even a moment of humility about your judgment in substituting yourself for the constitutional process of this country?
Well, I don't agree with what you're saying about what I did. I thought I was doing the right things at the time, but I can tell you I was troubled all along the way.
You were troubled by it?
Yes, sir.
That reassures me. Now, you have a strategic grasp of what is going on in Central America because you are making these important decisions. How often have you been to Central America?
Beg your pardon, sir?
How often have you physically been to Central America?
As I think I testified, I never went to Central America except for one brief trip in April of last year.
April of last year. And where in Central America did you go in April of last year?
El Salvador.
So you went to El Salvador. And how long did you stay? And what day was that in April? Do you recall?
I don't have that date, but it's in April, and it was for less than 1 day.
Less than 1 day. How long were you actually on the ground or flying over El Salvador? I understand you took a flight from one airstrip to another, and then you came back to the original destination and flew out. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So how long did all of that take?
Well, again, I'm guessing, but I would say 6 hours.
6 hours. So you've been in Central America for 6 hours, Mr. Secord. You, a private citizen, have substituting your judgment of the National Security Council, the Bureau of Central and Latin American Affairs of the State Department, people that have studied this for years, lived in the region. But it did worry you that you were doing that.
I was not substituting my judgment for theirs. I was trying to run a very small operation to do what I thought was an important job.
Now, let me ask you about profit motive. You've said that in all of this you had no profit motive and that you renounced any profits that you might make. Isn't it true, though, that in terms of your conversation with our staff when you were being questioned, that you commented that while you and Mr. Hakim did not expect to, or at least you did not expect to make or desire to make a profit out of the current operation, that you felt that if you could open the door to improve relationships between the United States and Iran, given the fact that you had previously represented this government in Iran when you were an official of this government, and you had particularly dealt with the Shah and his government in the arms field. Mr. Hakim was involved in the armaments field during that same period. Is it not true that you told our staff during questioning by them that you and Mr. Hakim had talked about the fact that once the channels were open, you really saw a great opportunity to make a good deal of money in terms of taking advantage of that new openness between Iran and the United States?
Yes, sir.
So it's not really quite correct to say that that evil thought of making a little profit down the road didn't just lurk somewhere in the back of your mind through all of this.
Well, I'm like Mr. Lyman. I'm not a philanthropist either. I have to make a living.
I understood that all along, but you just keep rejecting the word profit like you think it's something ugly. You call it the difference. You call it the surplus. You call it the buildup of the capital account of the enterprise. You seem so intent on saying to the American people that you never in a minute had any thought of profit as a motivation in the short run or in the long run for this project. And that really isn't, at least in the long run, you had a little hope, didn't you?
I didn't testify that I didn't hope to make profit in the long run,
well,
and I told your staff that. That's why you know it.
I want to make that clear. Do you know Mr. Edwin P. Wilson? Have you been acquainted with Mr. Edwin P. Wilson?
I knew him many years ago.
Many years ago. How many years ago?
I think the last time I saw him was in, I can't recall, 79, 80.
79, 80. Well, that's not too long ago in the sweep of history. You've told us that you renounced your profit because you wanted to come back into government. And I gather what you're really saying is that you wanted your reputation kept intact. You didn't want anyone to raise any question that you had been self-interested. You wanted to protect your reputation so you would be in a position to come back into government. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Well, thinking about your reputation, and much has been said about that, and many of your good services to this country have been outlined by counsel, especially by a minority House counsel. Talked about your years of duty in the armed services, the decorations you've had. Didn't it concern you as a person concerned about his reputation that your association with Mr. Edwin P. Wilson, and let me just for the record state, and I would ask you if this sounds accurate to you, that Mr. Wilson in 1983 was convicted in the Eastern District of Virginia for conspiracy to illegally export firearms. Mr. Wilson was convicted in the Southern District of Texas in 1983 for conspiracy to export illegally plastic explosives. Mr. Wilson was convicted in 1983 in the Southern District of New York for conspiracy to murder federal witnesses.
I would like to appeal to the chair if I could. I don't see what the relevance of any of this is. I think we're descending very quickly into character assassination.
Mr. Chairman, if you will allow me to complete my question, I can very quickly draw this connection. Now, that's the record of Mr. Wilson. During the course of the investigation conducted by the FBI and others into Mr. Wilson's conduct that led in part to these convictions, you were interviewed in the course of that investigation, were you not, Mr. Secord?
Yes, sir.
And is it not true that in the course of that investigation, you indicated that you knew Mr. Wilson well enough that he frequently gave you the use, and I'm sure as a former pilot you enjoy flying, the use of a twin-engine aircraft for your personal use?
For a short period of time, yes.
For a short period of time, and he let you use it, well, I believe it was a twin-engine Seneca, wasn't it?
Twin-engine Beach.
Twin-engine Beach that Mr. Wilson kindly provided for you. What was your, were you in the employ of the United States government at that time?
Yes, sir.
What was your position at that time?
At the time, I was the Director of International Programs, Headquarters Air Force.
The Director of
International Programs.
International Programs during all of this period of time, or what other positions did you hold during that
In 1981, I was...
Let's say from 1980 to 83.
Okay, in 1981, I was appointed Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Middle East.
In
81, sir.
In 81, and then what? Then following that,
That was it.
That was it. In these positions, did you have? And of course, you had dealt when you were in Iran. What was your function there?
Chief of the Air Force section of the Military Advisory Group.
And in these various positions, were you in a position to advise various governments and to participate in internal discussions of weapons systems and weapons sales and purchases?
Yes, sir.
Did you not think that it would be inadvisable for a man as concerned about his reputation as you to accept from Mr. Wilson, the noted arms dealer, the use of a private airplane during this period of time in which you were an official of the government of the United States?
At the time that you're referring to, I thought that he was an honorable man. I had no idea what he was involved in. And Mr. Boren, I was investigated, as you also well know, for almost 3 years, and was cleared, was given a letter by justice.
It was found that you had not broken the law. It was not found that you had not conducted your. It was not. You were not given a certification that have the use of a plane of a person like Mr. Wilson was appropriate or laudatory behavior. Let's be sure about what the record said.
But the Justice Department doesn't issue those kinds of statements.
No, they don't. But I think all of us as public officials have a responsibility of determining the propriety of our conduct. Let me go into some of the other people with which you've been associated. You said yesterday that you had nothing to do with the Stanford Technology Corporation, the California Corporation, and I believe you said on Monday, you said, I'll quote you from the transcript, which I have no association and never did have any association, quote unquote, from the transcript. Now it's come out
Association with
with
what?
the
We don't have these transcripts.
Stanford Technology Corporation of California. I quote here. Let me just go into this. Mr. Secord, yes, it is confusing and often it is reported in the press incorrectly. Mr. Hakim has a company which he owns named Stanford Technology Corporation of California, now a California corporation. He has had this name on several different companies, and this is a company with which I have had no association, never did have any association. Now, you indicated today in your answers, and I was listening to you very carefully, you first said, oh yes, I was on the board of that company for a little bit back in 82 or 83, and then you were corrected that indeed, according to the minutes, which Mr. Lyman went into, that you became a board member in 1983. Now,
I think it was 1984, Senator.
in 1985, I'm sorry.
Or 85? Okay. I thought it was 80, and I thought it was 84.
1985. So you have been associated with it.
I've never been to a single board meeting. I've never had any dealings.
Never had any dealings with it. You were unaware that Mr. Frank Turple, who's now a fugitive from justice, was the distribution representative for that particular company in Washington, D.C.?
Completely unaware, and I've never met the man and never laid eyes
All
on him.
right. Well, you do know Mr. Thomas Kleins, don't you?
Yes, sir.
And as I recall, on Monday, you talked glowing terms about Mr. Kleins. You said you had great confidence in Mr. Kleins.
That's correct.
One of the reasons you brought him on board was
Yes,
you
sir.
had confidence in him.
Yes, sir.
I'm sure you know, and I believe you've indicated to our staff that you're aware of the EATSCO case, the
Yes, sir.
EATSCO case.
We're well aware of it.
You're well aware of that.
Of course.
What was involved in Mr. Kleins in that case?
Well, the bottom line was that one of Mr. Klein's companies was fined by a judge in
1984.
for overbilling the U.S. government.
So you knew about that?
I found out about it as it
Wouldn't
unraveled.
surprise
Yes.
you. Wouldn't surprise you. And let me just summarize this memo before me, and would not surprise you to hear that on January 16th, 1984, Systems Services International, SSI, pled guilty in U.S. District Court, Eastern Division of Virginia, Richmond, to one-count criminal information charging SSI with filing false invoices with the DoD, DSAA, relating to the cost of shipping military goods to Egypt under the Foreign Military Sales Act. The plea of guilty was entered, no, let me change it, SSI, next paragraph, SSI was fined the maximum penalty of $10,000 pursuant to a plea agreement between the United States and SSI. The agreement further provided that Thomas Kleins, on behalf of SSI, would pay the United States $100,000 within 30 days in settlement of all additional civil claims. The plea of guilty was entered by the president and sole stockholder of SSI, Thomas G. Kleins. That doesn't surprise you to learn that.
I knew it at the time.
You knew it at the time, and yet this is the man with whom you chose to form a business relationship, to have him come and be involved in the operations that were ongoing.
Yes, Senator, he's a friend of mine. I testified to that.
And you knew also that he had access to this very sensitive encrypting equipment that had been provided to you by NSA and others.
No, he did not.
You did not know that Mr. Kleins had that equipment?
He did not have that equipment.
He never communicated to you on it?
No, never.
But you knew of Mr. Kleins having pled guilty to submitting false invoices to the government.
Guilty. Mr. Klein is
All
not
right,
guilty.
Mr. Hakim, he's your principal partner in this operation, I guess you would say. He was operating in Iran when you were there, representing the U.S. government, was he not?
That's right.
Now, are you aware of the fact that Mr. Hakim has also had his legal problems?
When I first went into partnership with him, I was not aware, but I've subsequently become aware that he's had some legal problems.
When did you become aware?
A year or so into our association.
You didn't know that he was involved in a case in 1983 involving a U.S. arms manufacturer in which he was asked to provide a deposition about payments to a former employee of this company that were unauthorized payments.
I had no idea, and I don't know that he did anything wrong. I still don't.
Do you know that in his deposition in that particular case, federal court in New Haven, Connecticut, that Mr. Hakim admitted that he had been involved in the payment of bribes to high Iranian government officials, this was during the period of the Shah, to induce them to purchase certain equipment from this particular firm.
I've never read any of the documents. I've heard some or seen some press reports.
So you were aware of these press reports that he had been involved in this?
Yes, but I don't know that he's done anything wrong. He was an Iranian citizen
well,
at the time.
if he admitted in a deposition, you said you've seen the press reports that when he was an Iranian citizen, that he was in the business of expediting contracts by paying bribes to companies.
I don't know
Is
what
that
he
not
was.
wrong?
I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying I don't know what he did wrong. He was an Iranian citizen working according to Iranian standards, as far as I
You
know.
were aware he had some legal problems.
Yes, indeed, sir.
All right. Let me ask, when they got in trouble in November of 1985 about this Israeli shipment of the 80 Hawks through Portugal, and they asked you to step in, I believe that there was a conversation reflected in documents that we have had access to that indicates that attempts were made once you were called in, your associates, to pay some compensation to people, let's put it this way, make some payments to people in Portugal to get these shipments out of Portugal, and that trying to expedite the thing in that manner. Is that true?
It's the first time I've ever heard such a thing.
You've never heard of any conversation about that at all?
No, I'd sure like to see your document, Senator.
Well, I don't know whether you're cleared to see that.
Well,
at this
maybe,
point,
but maybe
I
you don't
think
understand
that,
them too, you know?
So I remind you, you're under oath.
Yes,
You
sir.
had no discussion, and you know of no discussion by your associates with anyone in Portugal in November of 1985 in regard to making payments to expedite the movement of those particular pieces of equipment.
Only to the extent that we promised the Defex Corporation that their costs and their normal fee would be covered, because they were expected to handle the transshipment.
Well, now, you said that's a qualifying statement.
Of course it is. It's the truth.
Let me go back to my question then. You then know, to the extent that Defex was making payments of this kind, that there had been discussion of making payments of this kind. Is that correct?
I said that I promised Defex that we would reimburse them for any costs that they incurred. Of course, they never incurred any costs, and that we would pay whatever their normal fee is.
Let me ask the question again. I'll try to restate it exactly as I did before, because I don't believe your answer is responsive after I remind you that you are under oath. Did you, or did anyone associated with you, have any conversation, or did you hear any discussion, or have you heard then or since then any discussion of any payments being made by anyone to people in Portugal for the purpose of getting those shipments expedited? Now, I'm talking here about people that are Portuguese officials, either running airports or customs or any kind of association, official association.
No, I didn't hear anything like
You
that.
have not.
No.
Well, let me just ask General Secord, it troubles me because you obviously are a person that is proud of your reputation. Why in the world, to paraphrase an old saying, would a sterling fellow like you get caught associating with people like Mr. Wilson, like Mr. Hakeem, and like Mr. Klein? So what's a nice fellow like you doing in an operation like that?
Senator, Mr. Wilson, when I met him, was an honorable man, I thought, and he was a servant of the government. I had no idea what he was going to get involved in later. With respect to the other two gentlemen you've mentioned, I consider them both to be good friends, good Americans. They worked hard, did the best they could under very difficult
Definition of
circumstances.
good American, someone who is admitted to defrauding the government of the United States by filing false inventories?
He didn't admit that.
He pled guilty to filing
did not.
false
Plead guilty
inventories.
to it. A company pled guilty.
The company pled guilty.
Yes, the
That's
company
right.
pled
It's a
guilty.
big difference.
Why did he pay the $100,000 personally? Wasn't he in total control?
Because
of
he
the
wanted to get out of that mess.
Oh, I would
It was
imagine
going
so.
on and
I
on,
would
and it was a
certainly-
settlement.
I would certainly think that he would.
It was a settlement,
I
an
would certainly
agreement,
think that he would.
an agreement, Senator.
Well, let me ask you, were you denied a security clearance, to your knowledge, in October of 1983?
I was not aware of it till I read the memo they showed me this morning.
So you don't dispute the fact that you were denied a security clearance in October of 1983,
Well, I wasn't aware of it at the time.
but you don't dispute that?
And why was I denied a clearance? Because the counsel at CIA said that the Justice Department said the investigation of me was continuing. And in January or February, and we have the letter here, we received a letter from the Justice Department which closed the case.
Well, let's go into events since then. It was mentioned yesterday, I believe, by the Minority Council about your service on the Special Operations Policy Advisory Group, SOPAG.
Yes, sir.
And you were commended, I believe, by the council for that. He listed that among your other contributions to the country. When did you leave SOPAG? When did you terminate as a member of SOPAG?
I can't give you a date. I think it was last summer, something like that. They terminated my membership.
They terminated your membership?
Yes.
It was not a voluntary leaving on your part?
No.
Why did they terminate your membership on that
Well, I think they had two
advisory
reasons.
council?
I think they had two reasons.
All right.
One was concern that there would be some notoriety in the wind, and because the assistant secretary there knew exactly was briefed on the operation I was involved in with respect to Iran. And secondly, because they sent me another set of financial statement forms to fill out. I'd already filled out my financial statement forms and didn't send them in, so they terminated me. They didn't contact me,
So
they didn't
you-
call me, they didn't say a thing.
You wouldn't disagree with the testimony that was given by the Secretary of Defense this matter to a congressional committee. I quote the Secretary of Defense's testimony and then ask if you have any disagreement with it. Major General Secord served on the Special Operations Policy Advisory Group from January 1984 to August 1986. He last participated in November 1985. His membership on SOPAG was terminated effective the 4th of August 1986 based upon his failure to provide the Department with financial information as required. Is there any disagreement with that?
No.
All right, let me ask you about your security clearance. We talked about the earlier refusal to grant a clearance to you in 1983. What about the current status of your security clearance? Are you the holder of a security clearance at this time?
I don't believe I am anymore.
When was that terminated?
I couldn't give you a date, Senator. I don't know.
Well,
I don't have any need for a security clearance.
Well,
I don't have one.
Well, you certainly had a need for it back during an earlier period of time here because you were dealing with a covert action which requires top secret code word clearance, which is above the top secret clearance level. Well, I searched the records and I can't find you ever had the code word clearance required.
Oh, I've had one for years.
You had,
Yes, years.
You had one for years?
Yes, SCI.
Well, it's not
it's a
totally
matter of-
reflected in the,
it's a
I
matter
hate
of
to tell you
record.
this, but it's not totally reflected.
Well, then you have
You
the wrong
certainly didn't
records.
have it in 1983. You didn't have any clearance in August of 1983 when the government declined to give you any clearance.
Yes, I did. I had a Defense
No, your
Department
ongoing
clearance.
investigation, you were the target of an ongoing
Oh, but that was a
investigation.
CI clearance you're talking about there. I still had a Defense Department clearance.
You do?
I did,
You did?
yes.
Well, according to information given to me by the Department of Defense Office of the General Counsel, your top secret security clearance was withdrawn as a result of your failure to comply with the appropriate security forms necessary, and that also includes the filing of financial information necessary for the conduct of a periodic reinvestigation in accordance with standard DoD policy. This matter was first raised in June of 1986, again in November of 1986, when the department requested that you submit a new DD Form 49. February and March of 1987, they were again advised, if not received, and to initiate appropriate action to withdraw your top secret clearance, which, as I've indicated, has been canceled. Now, why are you so reluctant to...
So I had the clearance that I said I had during the time frame we were discussing.
Why was it, let me go back, here we have you on SOPAG and you're removed for failure to provide financial information.
Mm-hmm.
And now we have a security clearance and the Department of Defense cancels your security clearance for failure to provide financial information. Mr. Secord, why are you so reluctant to provide financial information to this government that you
I'm not
say that
reluctant.
you're so anxious to serve?
I'm
Why
not
didn't you do it then?
I called the official concerned when I received those forms. They're laborious forms to fill out. I've filled them
sure.
out many, many times.
It's troublesome. We in Congress have to fill out
Yes.
financial disclosure
Yes, I'm
forms.
aware of
They're very
that.
troublesome. They take time and they're a bother.
Well, you don't give me a chance to answer, Senator.
Please do.
I called the official who was involved in this and said, look, I've filled out these forms. Do I have to fill them out every 6 months?
What did he say?
That's the last I heard from them until very recently I got a communication.
Well, the record...
And I was rather busy during that period. I wasn't thinking
I
about it.
understand. You've been awfully busy and unable to provide a lot of financial details. You've been too busy
I
But,
think
let me,
I think I
let me-
provided an enormous amount of financial detail. and
Well,
I've
I
been,
guess we all have to draw our own conclusions about that.
no doubt.
Let me, well, let me just say that when it comes down to the record of your own actions, that you have been terminated in terms of your security clearance by the Department of Defense and your membership on Policy Advisory Group. Both terminations were for your failure to submit updated financial information. Let me go back to the question that you were asked this morning about the ownership that you have of all of these airplanes, the airstrips, the whole airlift operation. As I understand that, that was purchased with funds either contributed to the Contras, which Mr. Calero paid into your accounts. I believe there was a total, in addition to the $30 million mentioned on Monday, there was a total of $17 million additional that went through the accounts under the control of yourself and Mr. Hakeem, or into the system, as we might call it, of the enterprise, came into the enterprise. These other funds being funds Mr. Calero got from contributions, other sources, and so these were the funds that were used to buy the aircraft and the airstrip and
Right.
the whole mechanism. Now, since this was money, our money that you had donated out of the arms fund sale to the Contras, since all of this was money donated to the Contras, then how in the world can you say that you have a right to give this to anybody? How can you say it's yours? How can you say it belongs to the enterprise? Doesn't this belong to the Contras? It was bought with money contributed to the Contras.
The money you're talking about, or the assets you're talking about, were the property of one of the companies. And as I've tried to
How
get
did it
on...
become the property of one of the companies, since it was all purchased with, wasn't it purchased for the Contras?
No, it was purchased to support the Contras.
Purchased to support the
Yes,
Contras
and-
with funds donated to help the Contras, right?
That's correct, and that's where they
And
went.
so let's suppose that you had decided to sell. Now, you said you wanted to donate it. You told Mr. Casey. Was anyone else present when you told that to Mr. Casey?
I've testified that it was one-on-one.
A one-on-one with Mr. Casey, both times?
Yes, yes.
When you said you were going to give that away, tragically, of course, Mr. Casey is not here to tell us what was said in those conversations, but both conversations were one-on-one with Mr. Casey only. Now, if you decided, you said you decided that you wanted to give it away, even though over several months, you testified this morning, you were aware of and you checked in with Mr. Dutton about his pulling together these figures.
Right.
Now, but let's suppose you decided to sell it to the CIA. Say you wanted to sell it. Could you have? Would it have been legal?
I assume it would be, yes.
How would it have been legal when, after all the funds to purchase all of these things, there were really in-kind contributions to the Contras, were gained from donations from people that didn't say, we're giving this money to benefit Lake Resources or Southern Air or somebody else. They said, we're giving this money to benefit the Contras.
If it were done, the funds would have gone back into the accounts of which we loosely refer to as Lake Resources.
Now, tell me again why you wanted Mr. Dutton to do all this work, preparing all these cost figures and estimates on this memorandum that you said you checked in with him several times over quite a few months as he was getting this information together. Why did you have him go to all that trouble if you had already decided and you had already privately and secretly, one-on-one, told Mr. Casey you were going to give it all away out of the goodness of your heart?
This memorandum served a lot of purposes. It pulled together the reorganization that was underway. There had to be a reorganization because the system was broken and it wasn't working. And that was the principal function of Mr. Dutton during this time frame.
Now, so you wanted to pull together to show the value,
Now, we did pull it together.
and the purpose was to show the
We
CIA
pulled-
how valuable
we
it was?
pulled the operation together, Senator, and started making it successful for the first time in about that time frame.
Well, all right, now you pulled all this information together, and there were these various, why were all these options laid out if you'd already decided to give it away?
Because the CIA, I was being told by Colonel North. I didn't talk to the CIA, never, about this, except to, in general terms, to the director, as I've testified to. But Colonel North was telling me that the CIA didn't want to touch these assets because they were tainted. I ran through that in my testimony. I couldn't see how they could be tainted. I thought it was a very valuable asset. I thought it was something that was needed. It was in place. It was finally functioning. It's something that we needed to support the Contras. And it was in that vein that we pulled this information together to show how valuable it was as an asset.
Because you were going to give it to them.
That's what I told him.
You plan to give it to them. Now, it's interesting to me, on the land on the airport, you show the airport as a $1 million asset. Is that correct?
It was actually, we were on the hook for $5 million for it.
Well, but you didn't show that. Mr. Dutton's memo doesn't show. You said you were on the hook. It was to have a balloon payment the next year of $5 million, was it not?
No, several years later, the balloon payment was due.
On out of the future. So if you'd given it to the CIA, if you'd showed them this memo you put together showing here's a $1 million asset we're giving you, you're really giving them a $5 million liability, weren't you?
No, we had made some payments, and we had some more payments to make on that
If
property.
you'd given it to them right at the moment, as of the time that memo was put together, you were giving them a potential liability of $5 million down the road, were you not?
Possibly, but it was a tremendously
Possibly.
valuable piece of
Why
land.
wasn't that put in the report, so that the CIA would be aware of
I
the
don't know.
generosity of the gift of the
I don't
$5
know.
million
The
liability?
CIA was completely aware of the terms.
They were completely aware.
Yes, they were.
Now let's go back to this control of the accounts that we've gone into. You stated on Monday that you had oral control. And Mr. Hakim, he operated these financial accounts, but that you had oral control of these accounts. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You could direct the control of these various accounts of the enterprise
Yes, sir.
orally. Now, under the definition of our tax laws, if you control funds, if they're funds under your control, arguably they're your funds. Did you, so if you have $6 million, like we said, there's $6.5 million still in the fiduciary account, various accounts, a bunch of names of Mr. Hakim's, Corel, and it's hard for me to keep up with all these names of all these shell accounts that are sitting over there. $1.5 million still directly in the enterprise accounts. $2 million somewhere that was unaccounted for out of the 30. Another $2 million out of the $17 million that appears to be in Mr. Hakim's accounts. I count up $12 million. If you take the full $47 million, you took $30 million, and you said there was $1.5 in the enterprise still. There was $6 in the. Yes, there is a question. I intend to ask a question
Right.
that I hope that the witness will answer.
Would like to hear it.
I'm summarizing his statement to me, and I want to ask him. He had oral control over this money. There was $6.5, plus $1.5 still in the enterprise, plus $2 million unaccounted for, according to your statements on Monday. And then out of the second $17 million, so that's $10 million, out of the $17 million that also flowed through, out of the total of 47, there's another $2 million that apparently went into either to Mr. Hakim or into a CD, additional CD. So $12 million altogether. Is that basically correct?
I
You
couldn't
said
follow.
$10 million.
I couldn't follow the latter part of it. I followed
All
you
right.
through the first
Well,
part.
as you remember, the $30 million, you set it out
Yes,
where it is.
we tracked through that.
there's $8 million either in Mr. Hakim fiduciary and the $1.5 million still in the enterprise. So total of 8, 6.5, 1.5.
Right.
And there was $2 million for which you could not account, so we're not quite sure where that went. You said that was unaccounted. You didn't know.
It's
Maybe
not-
overhead.
The accounting hasn't been done yet.
Accounting's not done, so we don't know where that $2 million is. Now, there was $17 million more that came in to the enterprise. This was the money that Calero put in and so on. And out of that $17 million, as I've gone through the accountings that we have available for Mr. Hakim, it appears there's another $2 million out of that either is in a CD or it's been distributed to Mr. Hakim, because there's another $2 million unaccounted for.
I'm unaware.
So you don't know whether it's $10 million or $12 million that we're dealing with. $10 million from your earlier testimony on Monday. It's either 10 or 12 million. Either way, given the kind of ballpark figures that have been given here in terms of a couple million of overhead not accounted for, let me just ask, you did have oral control over those funds. Did you report them for tax purposes?
No, sir.
Why didn't you?
I didn't think it was required.
Didn't think it was required even though you had oral control. Did you file a tax return for the year 1985?
It's not yet filed. I was
yet
under
filed.
audit for 84, and I've turned over my 85
So you haven't
returns to
yet
the
filed
committee.
it.
I've returned them over to you.
We've gone through, and I won't take any more, one last bit here, just to clarify one last point
Yes, sir.
before I quit. We had distributions mentioned this morning into these various accounts. For example, according to Mr. Hakim's records, we had a distribution out of the central account to Corel for $26,000, to Hakim for $26,000, to Cytec for $8,000, $61,000 distributed out on what looks like a three-way split, 5/20/86. On 6/2/86, we had $263,000 distributed out, according to Mr. Hakim's records, to Cytec, Corel, Hakim, and CT. That looks like a 30/30/30/10 split. June 19th to 1986, you had $26,000 distributed out again, the same companies, same kind of split percentage-wise. 8/28/86, $861,000 was distributed out, Cytec, Corel, CT, and Hakim. Again, the same kind of splits. Would it surprise you that in Mr. Hakim's ledgers there are also references to disbursements to you of $101,000, $118,000, gives account numbers. This is in a period from '84 to '86, April '86. There's another one of over $100,000, $118,000, another $101,000, and that these account numbers, at least according to Mr. Hakim's ledger sheets, also match up. Not only they say Richard Secord or RVS, and they also match up with the Corel account. Would that surprise you?
I haven't seen the records you've got there, Senator. I have not seen those.
You haven't had any access to look at Mr. Hakim's ledgers?
No.
Would it surprise you that some of these account numbers for Corel, where you have obviously a distribution of a split of money or proceeds of some kind on a 30/30/30/10 basis, appear to match up the same account numbers with your name? Would that surprise you if that were true?
Well, I don't know about the allocations. I'd like to look at the records. We tried to do some of that math the other day, and we weren't able to come up with that neat a picture.
So you simply don't know?
No.
Now let me get down to the bottom line, Mr. Secord, and I'll complete. My colleagues are being very patient with me. We have records from Mr. Hakim, some records from Mr. Hakim that indicated where the first money came into the enterprise, a partial readout on Lake Resources accounts, and so on. As I've indicated, there's somewhere, and we can argue about the figure, whether it's $8 million, $10 million, or $12 million, but there's a substantial amount of money here. You said $6.5 million is in these various accounts that you call fiduciary accounts of Mr. Hakim. Several $1 million is in these accounts. You do understand, don't you, that this committee has not been provided with records that trace where the money went after it went in to these accounts. In other words, money is shown going out to Corel. I just showed you $800-some thousand. Now, once it gets into Corel, we don't have any other records that indicates if it's still there, if it's gone out someplace else, because we do not have the bank records for Corel. Do you understand that?
I did not know it, but I thought you had the bank records.
We do not have the bank records that go into where the money finally was dispersed. We have the first payments out to the first shell corporations, the first level of where the money went. We do not have records as to where the money went. We know it's paid out to various people, to CT, whatever that means, to Corel, whatever that means, to all these other various accounts of various names. We know money was paid out, dispersed, and according to your own math, you told us on Monday, $6.5 million in these various accounts, or $6.5 million went to these various accounts. Now, we don't have bank records that tell us if that money is still in those accounts or if it's been distributed out to anyone.
Is that a question?
Do you understand that?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I think you're going to have to pose that question to Mr. Hakim.
Are you aware of the fact that we do not have that information?
I was not aware that you didn't have the bank records.
Mr. Secord,
I thought you had the bank records.
Mr. Secord, we've discussed this. You come here and you've said to us that you're being very candid. And this committee appreciates the fact that you did not ask for immunity to testify. You came in and you've been testifying here for 3 long days. I'm sure there have been very long days for you. We appreciate the fact that you've done that. You presented yourself to the American people by saying you've come here to tell everything, you have no reservations, you're laying it all out for us, and that you didn't get a penny, that you had no profit motive, that all this money was paid out into these accounts. And we know where the money first went. We know the accounts it was first paid into. But we don't know where it's gone from there. And we don't know who ended up with it. And in all honesty, we don't know if there are any Richard V. Secord accounts in any Swiss bank, do we?
Just that you've heard from me.
All we know is we have your word to tell us that you don't have any account. Let me ask you, do you have any accounts? Could you list for the committee the accounts on which you are the signatory, either in this country or any other country in the world, including Switzerland, the Cayman Islands, or anywhere else, any country? Could you list for the committee the names of the accounts that you have on which you have drawing rights or signatory rights or you have any beneficial interest in now or in the future? Would you name for the committee right now those accounts on which you are signatory drawing rights or have any beneficial interest now or in the future? This country or any other country?
I'll be happy to submit a letter to you.
And you will name them all?
Yes, sir.
All right, now, we would have your word for it.
You have my word.
We would have your word for the fact that that would be a full and complete list of any account on which you have any right.
I'll give you an affidavit.
Well, I think it's time for you to take the next step so that we don't have to just take your word for it, even your word for it under oath, and I say that with all respect. I'd ask a member of the staff to come forward. We first wrote in February, and I have a letter from Mr. Lyman to you in February, asking for this waiver of authority so that we can look at your bank records, so that we can determine in Switzerland for ourselves objectively, is there any account of Richard B. Secord? It's exactly in the form that your counsel knows about. Our counsel has prepared it. We have a notary here, Mr. Secord, and if you're telling the truth to the American people, and if you're being totally candid, and you want the American people to know for sure that you have not made a profit, I would urge you, if you love this country and are interested in full disclosure, to sign that waiver for us that we've been negotiating with you since February, that we discussed with you again on Monday. You said you'd consider it. I assume you've had adequate time to fully look into this matter. I would urge you to sign it right now and present it to us.
He's going to stand by his answer. Before, he's inclined to sign it, he probably will sign it, and he'll rely on the advice of counsel, and we'll consider it.
And that's going to be a decision to
So
take.
you're not prepared to sign it today?
No, sir, but I will give you a decision just as quickly as we can focus on it.
I appreciate it.
And I'm talking about days, not weeks, Senator.
I will look forward to your decision, and I appreciate your patience in answering my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
I'm pleased now to recognize the gentleman from Ohio, Congressman DeWine.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, General.
Good afternoon, sir.
General, I'm going to try to be brief. I just got a few questions for you. General, wouldn't you agree that Ollie North was and is, let me see how I'm going to say this, sort of given to the dramatic?
Yes, Ollie's a very enthusiastic Marine officer, and is certainly got a certain amount of dramatic flair.
Sort of flair for the flamboyant?
He's been characterized that way a lot in the press. I think it's overstated, but it's there.
He could tell a pretty good story, could he not?
Sure.
General, you told us yesterday that Oliver North told you that he had told the President of the United States about this so-called diversion of the funds. And in fact, he had told the President, sort of laughed a little bit about the fact that the Ayatollah was in fact supplying some funds that were ultimately being used for the Contras.
Yes, sir.
General, you were skeptical of that story, were you not?
Yes, it doesn't sound like the kind of story that one would hear in the office of the Commander-in-Chief.
In fact, General, when you and I and Mr. Green, Sunday night, after a long day that we had spent with counsel, with Mr. Stokes, with staff members, walked out of the Capitol and walked towards our car. My car was in the parking lot, yours was right fairly close. I asked you, did I not? I said, General, do you believe that story? You recall that?
Yes, sir.
And you told me at that time, did you not, that you were skeptical?
Yes, sir.
You recall that you told me something else as well? That you told me at that time that you were skeptical, that you didn't know, you weren't there, but that if you had to bet your last dollar on it, you wouldn't do it.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
That is correct, Congressman.
Is your opinion the same today?
Has not changed.
General, let me move, if I could, to the deposition that you were questioned about this morning. This was a deposition that I assume you have not seen, the deposition of Robert C. Dutton.
Yes, sir, I have not seen it.
You had not seen that before today?
No.
Still haven't seen it.
Still have not seen it. Friday, February 4th, 1987 is the date on it. Over the lunch hour, I pulled that out and read through it. And I noticed this morning, General, that you had a little difference of opinion with what was read to you from that transcript. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to read to you another section of that transcript that was not read to you this morning. I'm going to read it to you. I know you don't have it in front of you. And I would like to ask you whether or not this is accurate, or if you could just comment on it. Counsel's benefit, this is on page 55. Questioning by Mr. Buck. Question. You mentioned that this document was to be presented to the CIA to help them decide how to take over the operation or whether to take over the operation. Is that right? Answer. It was given to Colonel North to use however he saw fit, but, question, okay. Answer. If you wanted to use it as a talking paper, wanted to use it as a document to leave with the CIA so they could know what was there. I don't know exactly how I handle it, but that is what it was prepared for. Question. I'm trying to determine whether it was the intention of your company to sell these assets to the CIA or not. Answer. If the CIA wanted to purchase them, then the idea was to sell them. It was also discussed that it could be given to the CIA. Question. So you are unclear about that? Answer. That is correct. That was General Secord's decision. On page 56, the next page, this exchange takes place. Question. Did he ever talk about a profit that he would make from the CIA? Answer. No. Question. You said that was General Secord's decision. Did he ever communicate any feedback from the discussions with the CIA, whether this would be a sale, a gift, reimbursement? Answer. No. All he told me, CIA decided they would use our organization as the core of their effort when they took over the resupply operation. Could you have a comment about that? That was a portion of the testimony from deposition taken May 4th, 1987, Robert C. Dutton.
That sounds more like an accurate history.
I looked at it over the lunch hour and had a very small portion of it transcribed. I'd like to read it as a preface to my question, if I could. This is Bud McFarland. I think, Barbara, that in a year's time, a curious and haunting factor that will come out in this episode is the Vietnam War. And I think it should, but it is a factor in shaping Colonel North's actions. Barbara Walters, what do you mean? Bud McFarland. Well, for people who went through that, and Colonel North surely did, you come away with the profound sense of very intolerable failure. That is, that a government must never give its word to people who may stand to lose their lives and then break faith. And I think that it's possible that in the last year we've seen a commitment made to human beings in Nicaragua that is being broken. Question, Barbara Walters. And he was trying to make up for it, do you think? Bud McFarland. I think that is very likely. General, I noticed over the weekend as council went through and we went through the discussion with you that a number of the people who were involved in this operation were Vietnam War veterans, and most of them combat veterans, in fact. Bud McFarland, yourself certainly, Colonel North, several others. Do you think that experience affected you and affected the other people who were involved in this in the way that Bud McFarland is talking about here?
I did not see the program, but I am in complete accord with the sentiments you've just read. And of course...
in what respect?
Well, I share with him the notion that we can't keep breaking faith with people around the world. We've done it too many times. I could tick off a number of occasions which have been very bad. The Contra situation is similar.
Did that in any way affect your attitude towards what was going on, specifically in regard to the resupply?
Yes, sir. I mean, I undertook the resupply operation against the advice of several of my colleagues, knowing that it was a dangerous undertaking, knowing that it was vital, however, to the sustaining of those troops in the field. I was afraid, I had been told by people who were supposed to know, that once they retired from the field, it would be very difficult to ever get them back in. It was my notion that this bridging action was absolutely vital. And of course, I was conditioned by my previous experiences. None of us who participated in that conflict in Southeast Asia felt very good about the ending. So that's a rambling answer to your question.
But the breaking faith aspect?
I have been personally involved in programs, personally and directly involved in programs where we were supporting a number of irregular groups, specifically the Mayo or the Hmong in Laos, the Kurdish tribesmen along the Iran-Iraq border, to name two well-known examples, and now the Contras, in which we have just pulled out and left those people to die, and die they did.
General, yesterday, maybe even the day before, seems like we've been here a long time, you told us that when this very important things in Nicaragua that is being broken. Question, Barbara Walters. And he was trying to make up for it, do you think? Bud McFarland. I think that is very likely. General, I noticed over the weekend as council went through and we went through the discussion with you that a number of the people who were involved in this operation were Vietnam War veterans, and most of them combat veterans, in fact. Bud McFarland, yourself certainly, Colonel North, several others. Do you think that experience affected you and affected the other people who were involved in this in the way that Bud McFarland is talking about here?
I did not see the program, but I am in complete accord with the sentiments you've just read. And of course...
in what respect?
Well, I share with him the notion that we can't keep breaking faith with people around the world. We've done it too many times. I could tick off a number of occasions which have been very bad. The Contra situation is similar.
Did that in any way affect your attitude towards what was going on, specifically in regard to the resupply?
Yes, sir. I mean, I undertook the resupply operation against the advice of several of my colleagues, knowing that it was a dangerous undertaking, knowing that it was vital, however, to the sustaining of those troops in the field. I was afraid, and I had been told by people who were supposed to know, that once they retired from the field, it would be very difficult to ever get them back in. It was my notion that this bridging action was absolutely vital. And of course, I was conditioned by my previous experiences. None of us who participated in that conflict in Southeast Asia felt very good about the ending. So that's a rambling answer to your question.
But the breaking faith aspect?
I have been personally involved in programs, personally and directly involved in programs where we were supporting a number of irregular groups, specifically the Mao or the Hmong in Laos, the Kurdish tribesmen along the Iran-Iraq border, to name two well-known examples, and now the Contras, in which we have just pulled out and left those people to die, and die they did.
General, yesterday, maybe even been the day before, seems like we've been here a long time, you told us that when this very important meeting was coming down on I believe it was February 24th, my notes show, 1986 in Frankfurt, that you could not, the United States government, leader of the free world, could not produce a translator in Farsi. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
That, to me, is absolutely unbelievable. I was shocked when you told us that this weekend, and I was shocked again to hear it. It's just hard for me to believe that. You have testified about the need for human intelligence, and you talked a little bit about that yesterday. I'm not sure that everybody who is watching this today and listening understands exactly what you mean by human intelligence. What do you mean by that? What's that term mean, the term of art?
I'm talking about intelligence information that is collected through other than technical means, other than photographic or electronic means. Therefore, the term HUMINT. That means primarily...
what?
HUMINT, human intelligence. And so this really means to me intelligence which is gathered from face-to-face contact, from personnel who are reading documents abroad and things of this nature.
In the grand scheme of things, based upon your years of experience, how important is human intelligence?
Well, it's a sine qua non, in my opinion. Our technical intelligence means are wonderful. I think we have the best in the world. But without human intelligence, you can't see inside people's minds with photo reconnaissance, and you can't, with electronic surveillance, determine intentions. You can't see patterns of operations very well. There are just a host of things that cannot be noted in this kind of intelligence gathering. Therefore, the accent that I've tried to place on the need for human intelligence, and I think everybody here knows that our capability has suffered some in this area, suffered a great deal in certain areas.
A great deal?
Yes.
Based upon your experience in this Iran initiative, what was the status of our human intelligence in regard to Iran when this initiative started and as you went through your different role, different parts of this initiative?
Well, very poor. We had to rely on third country reports and had to rely on radio and TV broadcasts from Tehran and things such as this. We did not even have a good description of the power hierarchy in the country.
How did we get to that point where we did not have good human intelligence in regard to Iran?
Well, in my opinion, the revolution caught all of us by surprise, and that includes me as well. In the wake of the revolution, the environment became much more hostile, of course, and therefore much more difficult for Americans to operate. However, a great deal of, and we didn't do much operating there, and still don't. But the situation in Iran is one where there's a tremendous amount of commerce going on with many nations of the world, All the nations of Europe, as far as I can see, and many from the Far East, are doing or trying to do business with Iran. We are not, of course, but just in doing business, it's a good vehicle for the collection of intelligence. The point is that we don't have a good network. We have not spent the money or the manpower over the years since the revolution to develop the network.
General, you are what I would classify at least as the operational director of both these initiatives. Based upon that experience, what effect did this lack of good human intelligence in regard to Iran, what effect did it have on your operation? What effect did it have on the success or failure of what you were doing?
Well, it was certainly a factor because it was very difficult to evaluate information as it came in, and everybody struggled with this. We had to rely on technical means to try to cross-check information that was being garnered from the principal players, and that's not a satisfactory way, in my judgment, in which to proceed. So there was really no way for us to have a good visibility, if you will, as we moved down this road into Iran.
General, let me change the subject slightly here, if I could. In your testimony yesterday, I believe, you talked about the difficulties in regard to the Contras, and I believe you said, if I wrote it down correctly, that it would be very difficult for the Contras to win a military victory. Do they have to win a purely military victory, considering the fact that this is a guerrilla conflict? In other words, is it actually an outright military victory, or do we have other factors coming together?
I don't think they have to win a military victory. I think they have to make some significant military inroads in order to create the necessary pressure to bring the opposition into some kind of negotiating process. I simply don't see the Contra army ever reaching the size where it could, in a classic sense, defeat the Sandinista armed forces. In my judgment, it's just, I mean, it's not in the cards. I can't see it. But I think that they can cause sufficient problems for the Sandinista regime, which is not a strong regime inherently, in my opinion. And I think that they can, at some point, create sufficient tension, pressure, turbulence that the Sandinistas would be advised to come into the negotiating process somehow, either contador or something like that.
And isn't it a fact that when the Sandinistas came to power in 1979 that we had, or they had, a lot of different things coming together? It wasn't just a military victory on the battlefield, that it was military, some military success, but also some of the neighboring countries' involvement, some of the populace involvement, a lot of different things. In a classical guerrilla warfare came together for the Sandinistas in 1979. In fact, they didn't have that many troops on the ground, did they?
No, from my reading, they had a great deal of support and infrastructure in the basic poor population, and that was the source of their power.
General, you stated yesterday, let me give you a couple of quotes, and I'd ask you to explain or expand on them a little bit. You stated that America or the administration should not cut and run, but that some credit could be taken for the initiative. You also stated, it was a quote, it was a good policy and worth a try. What were you talking about there? What do you mean?
Well, I was talking about the Iran initiative, and God knows, looking back at it, it was messy. But I think that basically the administration had a good idea. That idea was to gain and maintain contact with some new elements in Iran, and to ultimately move towards some sort of normal relations. The successes I referred to were the development of the second channel, which I thought was an achievement. It was never fully engaged, but it was an achievement of sorts. I thought that, of course, the release of the several hostages was also an achievement. And so those are the successes that I was specifically referring to.
General, you testified that at one point before you got involved in the Contra resupply that you sought a legal opinion. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. I would ask you to look at exhibit number 23, which I hope has been placed in your book. It's in mine. I hope it's in yours.
Yes, I think we have it.
All right. Are you familiar with exhibit 23? I'll just wait a minute until your counsel can get that out and you can identify
It's a
it
legal
for the
opinion
record.
on the Neutrality Act.
Should be, yes. You can just identify it.
I have it, sir.
And for the record, could you tell us what that is?
Yes, this is a legal opinion from the Washington firm of Patton, Boggs, and Blow.
And who sought that legal opinion?
I did, and the opinion is addressed to me, and it's dated the 8th of May, 1986.
And what is the subject of the opinion?
Applicability of the Neutrality Act.
And the exhibit is, I believe, Mr. Chairman, in the record, and so I won't ask you to read it or testify from it, but could you just tell us real quickly, General, what the opinion said or what the thrust of it was as you understood it?
The opinion says that our airlift operation would be legal, that it would not violate the Neutrality Act. However, it cautioned that if we were to transport, I should say, troops, then we'd be in jeopardy of violating the Neutrality Act. But so long as we were engaged in a commercial operation, which is another one of the reasons why we had to have commercial companies, as long as we are engaged in a commercial operation transporting war materiel, we were not in violation of the Neutrality Act.
Why did you seek that opinion?
Well, because I didn't know whether such an operation was legally feasible.
Chairman, I would at this time ask to have this made part of the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, you've already testified on numerous occasions that you had checked out the Boland Amendment and felt that it did not apply to private citizens. Is that correct?
That was my opinion.
Did you also check out the implications of the Arms Export Control Act or the Economy Act?
The Economy Act, no, but the CIA lawyers did the lawyering on that. I didn't think it was necessary for me to meddle into that or inquire into it. With respect to the Arms Export Control Act, again, the CIA lawyers addressed that, and I'm familiar with those statutes. I worked with them for a long time.
What does that statute basically say?
It says that exports of certain war materials must be licensed by the United States government, and that the Congress must be notified of sales of certain types and certain magnitudes.
This is a country-to-country situation?
Well, the Arms Export Control Act, I believe, covers both commercial sales and foreign military sales, but I'm most familiar with the foreign military sales part of it.
All right, General, based upon that background, I wonder if you could shed a little light on how the CIA, in this particular case, came up with a price for the arms, or also how the Department of Defense, maybe we'll go to the Department of Defense since that's the more typical case. How do they arrive at a price? Is there not a specific
there are
statute
regulations
that deals with that?
There are DOD regulations, and there are statutes from which these regulations flow. There are specific procedures to be followed, and pricing board actions have to be taken when you're delivering from inventory, which was the case we're addressing here. As I recall, one of the factors that has to be addressed by the pricing board is the age of the material and the condition of the material. So I'm sure the Army addressed this when they ran through their pricing action.
Now, once they, well, let me strike that question. General, you testified earlier that North was doing everything he could to implement the Boland Amendment. What did you mean by that?
I meant that he was painfully aware of the Boland Amendment, and from my limited observation, was trying his best to live within it and to put together some kind of system that could function within the confines of Boland. I did not believe that that either he or the president, for that matter, were prohibited from trying to raise private funds. I did not believe that Boland applied at all to private operations. It never even occurred to me that someone would consider the salaries as a problem.
Thank you, General. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Now recognize the gentleman from Utah, Senator Hatch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Secord, I think it's no news to you that back when we were taking the Intelligence Committee testimony, I called for the limited use immunity for Poindexter North, yourself, and Hakeem, among others. So I feel particularly pleased that you've voluntarily come here to tell your story. And although Hakeem and Poindexter have been granted limited use immunity, I think it would be an equally good thing on the part of both North and Poindexter if they would voluntarily come in and tell their stories. I think the American people would appreciate it, this committee would appreciate it, and I just want to tell you, I appreciate you being here. This has not been easy. You've had to be subjected to 3 days of very intense examination, some of it very strong, and you have sat there and answered these questions, I believe, to the best of your ability. Now let me ask you just a number of series of questions that I hope will perhaps help tie this together. In your testimony the other day, you indicated that in response you said, well, I have no direct first-hand knowledge about what the President knew or didn't know, as I think everyone knows. I never spoke with the President on this. I was told on a number of occasions, and I even recorded it once in a December 1984 memo to myself, that the President was informed of my participation in the Contra and later in the Iranian operations. I had talked with the director of the CIA, who was the close confidant of the President. I assumed he was passing information to him. I talked with 2 different national security advisors in the 2 years in question. I was told by Admiral Poindexter in January of 1986 that not only was he pleased with the work that I had been doing, but the President was as well, and then you went into the anecdote about the Ayatollah and North's comment that the Ayatollah was helping to finance the Contra matter. Now, have you ever met the President of the United States?
Only in 1981 during the period of the AWACS debate, the sale of the AWACS.
But that was before these matters in question?
Long before, yes.
Have you ever met him or talked with him since you got involved in these problems?
No, sir.
Have you any personal knowledge that the President might have known about a diversion of funds to the Contras?
No, sir.
So anything that you testify to here would merely be speculation that perhaps Casey might have told him, McFarland, North, or Poindexter or North might have told him?
Exactly.
Have you had any contacts with the Vice President of the United States?
Not since I left government.
Is there any way that the Vice President of the United States could have been told about the diversion of funds to the Contras?
Is there any way he could have been?
Right. I mean, to your knowledge, your personal...
To my knowledge, I know of no communications with...
And you had no personal communications yourself?
No, sir.
And you don't know of anyone else who claimed that they had communications with either the President or the Vice President other than the people I've mentioned?
I did not hear anyone say they spoke to the Vice President about these matters.
Is that true? The same true about Mr. Weinberger, Secretary of Defense, and Mr. Schultz, Secretary of State? Do you have any knowledge, or have you had personal contacts with them with regard to any of these matters?
Well, I spoke to one of Secretary Weinberger's staff in January or February of '86 about the upcoming Iran project. So I'm sure that the Secretary was aware of it. And I was also told by Mr. North and Mr. Poindexter and Mr. McFarland at different times that the Secretary of Defense, that is, was opposed to this, strongly opposed, and his staff officer told me as well.
When you chatted with Mr. Weinberger's staff, did you indicate that there was going to be a diversion of funds to the Contras? Or
No,
that
sir.
you were working at all to get monies to the Contras?
Prior to that time, yes, but the subject did not arise. The Contras did not arise.
With the same series of questions, any comments about Secretary Schultz?
No, sir. No comment at all about
So basically, the people with whom you had contact, who were in the administration, were Casey, McFarland, Poindexter, and North.
That's
They were
accurate.
high-level officials.
That is accurate.
Are there any other high-level officials with whom you chatted or who might have had some knowledge about the diversion of funds to the Contras, or any help that you or anybody affiliated with you was giving to the Contras?
Not at all, Senator.
Okay. Now, you've described basically what your relationships were with McFarland, Poindexter, and North. Let me just ask you this. With regard to the money, you started with about $30 million from the Iranians, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You took $12 million off to pay the CIA for various arms.
Yes,
so that
sir.
comes down to about $18 million left, right?
Yes, sir.
You take $8 million off because that's the amount that you feel still remains in the Swiss account under the control of Albert Hakim. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So that leaves $10 million balance, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then you took $3.5 million off to assist the Contras that was sent directly to them. Is that correct? Or at
Correct.
least
That's correct. That's
Okay.
approximately correct.
approximately 3.5. That leaves a balance of 6.5, right?
If I follow your arithmetic.
Well, I'm
not
doing
sure.
a little different from you. I go 30 less 12 less 8 less 3.5. So I'm down to 6.5.
Okay.
Okay, then you take $3 million off for expenses in connection with the Iran arms shipment. Is that correct? Approximately.
Yes, it is correct.
So that leaves a 3.5 balance, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you spent approximately $1 million for other purposes. That's the area, the Caribbean country equipment, and so forth.
I think that's roughly correct.
All right, then that leaves about $2.5 million not yet accounted for. Is that right?
That's right, but I think there's some records yet to be examined.
All right. So do you know can you help the committee in any way to understand where that $2.5 million or any part of it is?
I think I can help by continuing to go through the records, and I'm willing to do that.
Okay, but today you don't have any
Not
knowledge
today.
about that amount of money. So you've got $8 million left in the account plus about $2.5 million that basically is not accounted for.
Correct.
Okay. Now, the monies that went into Lake Resources, as I understand it, came from several primary sources. Iran, private contributions, that would include the channel people and so forth. From the Contras themselves, they had sent some money
Yes.
to you. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then various foreign governments may have contributed some monies in this situation. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So are there any other sources of funds that went through the various accounts that either you or Mr. Hakim or anybody affiliated with you had any control over?
Israel made one deposit to cover part of the cost of their tows.
All right, so we would add that. And how much was that?
We accounted for that in that 31 or 30
Okay,
point, or
all
whatever
right.
it is.
All right. Now, in addition to this, you had about $1.2 million from the CIA with regard to that you gave. No, you paid about 1.2 out for munitions.
We weren't able to pin that down on Sunday, but I think we probably paid out about 1.8 and
Okay.
then
All right. All right.
then recouped 1.2.
All right. Now, in addition to that, as I understand it, from a monetary standpoint, in late 1984 and the first half of 1985, you and Hakim, through various arms dealers in Canada and through Thomas Klein's, brokered various arms deals that you felt had an average markup of about 20%. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I think that by line item they were marked up between 20 and 30%, and there was no markup on transportation.
All right. Now, as I understand it, after paying Klein's, you and Hakim were supposed to split the profits 50-50.
Correct.
And you forewent those profits. Is that correct?
Later in '85, yes.
Now, would there have been any problem in your mind had you taken those profits and made the profits for your own business or for yourself?
No, the only problem I was concerned with was one of possible image problem.
Now, you say that you directed these actions. You made most of the decisions, but who directed you? Basically, the one thing I'm having some difficulty with is why you would go off and just do all these things on your own. Who actually gave you instructions or gave you advice or followed up and helped you to make the decisions that had to be made? Was it solely Oliver North, or who was it?
Well, I received guidance from North. I received guidance from, general guidance from Poindexter. And of course, during the Tehran trip, I received some guidance from McFarlane, and I was with McFarlane in London in December of 1985 during the Ghorbrani Fire meeting as well.
In fact, McFarlane did send you on various trips and so forth.
That's correct.
Poindexter did as well.
Yes, sir.
Your first contact was really North, right?
But he was the primary contact.
All right.
Yes.
But North basically just worked with you on a 3 or 4 times a week telephone basis or otherwise to keep abreast of what you were doing and to help you to know what you should be doing. Is that correct?
Yes, we had telephone calls, and I went to his office on a number of occasions. And he dropped by my home on a number of occasions.
Okay. Now, you had how many meetings with Bill Casey?
3, sir. Two alone and 1 with North.
Did Mr. Casey give you any advice or any counsel?
He gave me encouragement by praising my actions and by saying that he had admiration for me.
Did Bill Casey actually know about the diversion of funds to the Contras? Do you have personal knowledge whether or not he knew?
No.
You do not?
I don't think he knew, but I'm not sure, of course, but I don't think he knew.
Then, with all these people that I've described, the President, Vice President, Schultz, Weinberger, Casey, McFarlane, Poindexter, North, which ones of those would have known about the diversion of funds to the Contras?
Well, Poindexter...
or any of the sending of funds or material or supplies to the Contras?
Poindexter would know, of course. North knew. And some of North's assistants, I think, may have known, but I'm not sure of that. They had access to a lot of information.
But you don't believe McFarlane knew?
I have no first-hand knowledge.
That's all I want, is
he
your
knew.
first-hand knowledge.
I don't on that subject.
And you feel that Mr. Casey probably did not know?
That's my opinion.
That's your opinion. Okay. Who authorized you to set up the second channel? And who actually suggested that you do that?
I talked with North a lot, of course, after the failed Tehran mission. Everybody was tremendously disappointed. It was no secret to him that I felt that the Ghorbrani Fire channel was a bad one and it was going to cause us trouble. I told him that I was going to try to develop some information on a possible second channel by utilizing Mr. Hakim and a lot of his contacts. He encouraged it. As I mentioned in testimony, it was decided sometime in March between he and Mr. Neer that they would both sides would search for second channels. And
all right. Who authorized you to set the prices for the various arms shipments?
Well, nobody...
or did you just do that on your own, with a general discussion?
I took the guidance from North based on prices that he was furnishing me, which he received from CIA, and then I did my own computations and we arrived at the prices.
Okay. Can you give us the reason why you were participating in the January 17th finding meeting?
I believe that I was there only to be exposed to and pointed out as the third party that was mentioned in the finding.
Okay. Now, with regard to the air supply operation, in your opinion, what were the main mistakes that occurred?
There were so many. The biggest mistake that I made was to proceed into that operation without assurance of sufficient funding, and we underestimated the amount of funds it really took to put this thing together.
As a matter of fact, wasn't one of your problems, and the reason you tried to accumulate funds was because of your fear that you might not have enough money to cover some of the problems that arose, that were continually arising.
There's nothing but surprises in these unconventional operations. With the airlift, we're talking about the Contra airlift operation.
Right.
Other mistakes we made had to do with waiting too long to recognize material deficiencies, and by that I mean specifically maintenance deficiencies in our personnel and in our spare parts support. Another deficiency that we had, I've mentioned I think several times, is the lack of good professional quality intelligence information. And we never achieved that. We couldn't even get weather satellite information, and these things make the risk go way up.
So you could list a lot of problems that existed in the
I could go
outbreak.
beyond, but those are the ones in my mind that are most
Were you ever
important.
worried about the fact that you did not seem to have much support by this government or by people in the government other than moral encouragement?
Well, you know, it varied from time to time. Sometimes it seemed like we were getting a little bit of support, and then other times it seemed like the CIA people, had to draw back. I was impressed by how the CIA people that we talked with and dealt with, particularly the chief in Costa Rica. I was impressed by how he really tried to help. I was a little depressed in that general guidelines did not emanate from headquarters to the field laying on the program. It was my opinion that they could do this legally, but I guess that I was wrong, and they concluded that legally they could not. So this was an expectation that I had, but it was never satisfied.
You know, let me just move a little bit more into this profit motive problem. And during this time that you were engaged in this resupply operation, in fact, during all this time, how were you paid? How did you live?
How did I personally live?
Right. You said you received, what, $6,000 a month?
Yes, from my Stanford Technology salary.
And where did that money come from?
Well, it came from...
Did some of it come from these matters? Or?
It came from different sources. We had clients, when I started on this in 1984, we had clients that were paying us to market their products. But as I got more and more involved in this series of projects, our business became worse and worse. And as a result, we lost nearly all of our business. That's where it stands today.
Then who made the payments after you lost the business?
We made a loan agreement with CSF Company.
That's the $400,000?
And that was, my estimate was that roughly $400,000 went in there. We'll have to get a finer number there.
Okay.
And we received money from that source, and I received money to keep the company alive from Mr. Hakim's personal money.
Did you have any other income coming in at all, other than the $6,000 per month?
Which year?
During all the years involved in, from the time that you first met North.
Okay. I received...
Other than your retirement, I'm talking...
I received 3 payments, commissions, 2 commissions and 1 fee from projects that I worked on in supplying some radio equipment.
Let me limit it to just the matters involved here. Did you get any monies out of these uranium transactions or the Contra transactions that came to you from a personal income standpoint?
No, I got it only from CSF and Hakim.
Yeah, or other, if you had any additional income, it came from other business work that was
personally?
unrelated,
Yeah.
yes. Okay. Now, I've been concerned about Felix Rodriguez. Rodriguez became quite critical of your operations at one time and felt that, maybe I'm putting it indelicately, that the Contras were being ripped off.
Yes.
Why did he feel that way, and what did you do about it?
Well, I think it was due to a misconception on Felix's part. I was not able to talk to him directly. I believe that he wanted control of the operation himself. He felt that he should have control of it, and he believed that it belonged to the Contras, not just the Contras, but to the FDN, whereas it was actually a commercial operation in support of the FDN and the Southern Front. So it was my hope that this little ado could be smoothed over when Felix came to Washington. I think it was in August of '86 for a meeting with North and Dutton and with Don Gregg. But that didn't work. It didn't work. I mean, he believed, I guess, what he believed, and so he caused us some problems.
All right. Was there any merit to his criticism and complaint.
Well, some merit, of course. I mean, there's no doubt that we had a lot of problems with the airlift operation itself, with the airplanes. The airplanes were old airplanes. We were the only airplanes we could afford. We were trying to make them work. Felix, I think, was more critical than he should have been. He's not a pilot, but he was quite critical of the maintenance. I've been critical of the maintenance, too. And in fact, I undertook to reorganize the entire project, which forced me to spend a lot more time on it than I had anticipated. So there were certainly elements of truth in his criticisms, except as it related to the items of munition. And as I said, those items were all shiny new.
And now, General, let me just talk a little bit about some personal things in your life. We've heard a great deal about your distinguished career. You graduated from West Point. You served as a command pilot. You had 4,500 flying hours. You've been extensively decorated with Distinguished Service Medal, the Legion of Merit, the Distinguished Service Cross. You served in Laos, Thailand, Iran, and you were Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense with responsibilities in the Mideast. Now, I understand you're married. You have 3 children. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you live in McLean, Virginia.
Yes, sir.
Is that right? Are your children in high school, or do they go to public or private schools?
I have public schools. I have one child who's a senior in high school, and I have a daughter who's in college in D.C., and I have a daughter who's older and married.
Okay, now I'm going to ask you some personal questions. You can refuse to answer them if you'd like, but I'd like you to answer them if you can. What is your home worth?
Beg your pardon?
What is your home worth?
The market value is roughly $290,000, I suppose.
What's your mortgage on that home?
Currently, the mortgage, there are 2 mortgages on it.
All right.
One is for
Just combine them. What's the approximate total mortgages?
156,000, but I've also got refinancing underway now, and that will probably be completed. All the papers have been signed and everything with the bank. That will probably be completed by hopefully another 10 days, and so that will increase the mortgage to over $200,000.
So you really only have about a $90,000 equity in the house?
As soon as I close on this new loan.
Okay. What was your income in 1986?
Excuse me.
Approximately. I'll accept approximations.
Gross income should have been.
I just want the net income.
Sir?
I just want the net income. You can give gross income. That'll be fine.
In 1986, it should have been 205,000.
Okay. How about 1985?
1985, I think it was.
That includes your pension money?
Oh, wait a minute. I gave you too much for 1986. You have to decrease that by. It's less than 200,000.
Okay.
In 1985, I've given you my returns, so I'll just do it approximately.
That's all I want is approximate.
$160.
And how about 1984?
It was much lower in 1984.
Approximately. I won't hold you to it. I just want to have a general approximation.
Let's say 101, something like that.
1,000. Now, did your network or personal lifestyle improve as a result of your involvement in the Contra-Iranian operations?
Well, it has not improved. It's deteriorated. My personal financial situation has gotten much worse recently, and of course, legal bills are, as was pointed out earlier, climbing.
And they're ongoing, and you haven't been paying them, I take it, at this point.
My lawyer must be a philanthropist.
Well, you have a good lawyer. I just want to say
Very
that.
unusual for lawyers, right? Yeah. No, I really like lawyers. I do. I'm not slamming lawyers. Some lawyers.
I can see that this has deteriorated somewhat. I'd just like to say this to you. There are going to be some who feel that the $8 million in that account can be used for your benefit, and there may be some question about the other $2.5 million, where that went. So I think it pays to clear these things up as much as you can. But as far as you're concerned, what is going to happen with the $8 million?
I don't know yet. There are bills, quite a few bills to be paid, and I can give you some examples that I know.
Give me some examples.
And then Mr. Hakim will undoubtedly give some additional examples. We owe an aero leasing firm in Europe, I'm told, about $60,000, something like that. We still owe this firm, Southern Air Transport, here in the United States, quite a bit of money. I think it's something just under $100,000, and we can't pay them. We have substantial debts owed to the shipping agent in Europe associated with the ship Iran, and there's litigation going on that right now. I have no idea where that's going to end up, but they have big claims. And when I say big, I mean they started out in the 300,000 range, and it's climbing. And then we have what I consider to be a moral obligation to pay death benefits to the families of the 3 men who were killed in the C-123, and we had always set aside money for that purpose, as I testified to earlier.
Who will make those determinations?
We had a discussion between Mr. Dutton and I and Mr. Hakim at the time of the shoot down, and decided that we would pay a certain amount to the as soon as possible to the survivors of all 3. And I'll be happy to tell the committee, but I really don't think I should publicly say how much it is, but it's substantial.
No,
it is substantial, though, that we have in mind.
Okay. Any other debts that you know of?
Those are the debts that I can think of. I haven't mentioned legal bills. As I said, they're climbing too. But right now, I haven't been focusing on anything other than trying to get the debts paid. And what the residue will be when the accountants finish their work and when the bills are paid, I don't know.
You're going to make a decision with regard to this waiver in the next number of days or
Yes.
weeks
Yes.
with the counsel of your attorney.
Yes.
And I take it that you'll be willing to make all of your other financial records available. You made most of them available as of right now. Is that correct?
Yes, but there may be some things the committee wants, and I'll furnish them, whatever you want.
When you listed those amounts for 1984, 85, and 86, did that include your pension that you
Yes,
were
that included my pension.
Okay. And what does that amount to?
In gross terms, it amounts to $41,000. There's quite an insurance payment that comes out of that, though, so I think I really realized something like $35,000.
So you're talking about a little less than $200,000, less $41,000, and for 86, for 85, I can't remember the figure there, but less 41, and then for 84, about 101 less 41.
Yes, I think that the retirement pay has been virtually level throughout that period.
I see. Well, it looks to me you're willing to provide all the pertinent financial information of your personal net worth and business net worth. Is that correct?
Yes,
Much
sir.
of which you have provided most all of that.
I think you have the bulk of it. I think the council may have some other ideas, some other items they want. I'm not quite sure what that is.
All right, and then within the next number of days, we'll make a determination with regard to these accounts in Geneva or Switzerland or wherever they are.
That decision will be made promptly, and I think there's just a reluctance to yield to a theatrical presentation.
I agree with
here,
that.
and we will consider this dispassionately.
Well,
Because that's all it was. It was
I don't think
Bush.
you need to characterize it again. I think that you've indicated in good faith you'll take a look at that and you'll do it. I would recommend you do that. Because to be honest with you, it looks to me like with all of the running around the world that you've done and being away from your family, And putting these things together, it's been a pretty doggone thankless task. And frankly, you didn't get rich from it, although it remains to be seen what you're going to do with the $8 million and what happened to the other 2.5. But nevertheless, I don't think anybody can make the claim here that you've gotten rich off of this. And frankly, I'll be honest with you, one of the difficulties with your story is that your unwillingness to take profits on the arms transfer. In all honesty, I don't see any reason why you shouldn't have taken profits on that. You had every right to. And to me, I'll accept your story at face value, that you wanted to come back into the government. You would have liked to have worked in security and intelligence. And I'll just say this. If we assume everything you say here is true, sir, and we assume that you've testified candidly, I'd have to say that you'd make one heck of a good intelligence person. Because there's no question about your intelligence, and there's no question about your ability to understand an awful lot of what intelligence is all about. So I want to compliment you for that. And I just want to say this. I think that this has been very difficult for you. But you have a lot of respect for having voluntarily come in. I think both North and Poindexter would help their cause immeasurably. And they would help to elucidate and help to inform the American public about this thing if they would come in. Let me just ask you just one or two last questions. I know I've taken too long, but on the other hand, I want to get these questions out. You had intimate conversations and a very strong relationship with Oliver North over the last number of years. Is that correct?
It grew from a casual relationship in '84 to a very strong relationship.
That's right. Would you describe him for us, and would you tell us whether or not he has ever taken anything personally or financially out of this matter?
I don't believe.
If you know.
I don't believe for a second that Oliver North has ever taken a nickel out of any of this. He's one of the most hardworking, honest, dedicated officers I've ever known. He's nearly superhuman in his energy, and I've seen him work almost without sleep for weeks at a time. He believed deeply in this president and this president's programs. He believed in the Contra cause, and he fully understood the strategic nature of the approach to Iran. I mean, we're always going to be criticized on the Iranian initiative, but I believe that Oliver North, and I believe Admiral Poindexter as well, we're approaching it from the national interest point of view, from the strategic point of view, and they did not expect this to be an arms for a hostage swap. They expected to try to make a breakthrough. They didn't expect we had good chances, but they believed that we had some chances. And one seldom uses a covert operation when the odds of the probabilities of success are high. Usually the probabilities of success are low going in, and that's one of the tough things about covert ops.
Well, I have to admit, when covert operations are successful, they go down in history as very wonderful foreign policy initiatives. When they're generally disclosed and they break up, they go down in history as some of the dumbest things that have ever been done.
Some of them are.
Some of them are. And some would say this one is.
It's arguable, Senator.
Let me just ask you this. You had probably less than one day's time in Central America. Most of your experience has been in Middle Europe, Middle East, Southeast Asia. Why did you feel so strongly about doing all this, and being away from your family, and running all over the world, and subjecting yourself and others to hazardous activities, taking the risks that you took, including the worries that you had about being able to meet the bills and pay the insurance and take care of people's families if they got killed? Why'd you do all this? I mean, why in the world would you do this? See, some people are going to have to think the only reason you do it is for the money.
Yeah.
Now, why would you do this? And what do you feel about it?
First, I thought it would be a shorter-term operation than it was. My expectation was that by the summer of '86, the CIA would be back in the field. And of course, it took quite a bit longer than that. But basically, my motivation sprang from my belief that this is truly a I don't like to overuse this word strategic, but it is truly a strategic battle that we see going on not far south of our borders. I was taught when I was a young cadet one lesson in warfare that I believe in strongly, and that's always fight as far forward as possible. I like to fight there, not here. I believe that the situation in the Caribbean Basin is absolutely wonderful for communist insurrections and the spread of the Soviet threat from Nicaragua. If we allow the Soviets to establish a firm hold in Nicaragua, then I think it's Katie bar the door, and I've got a young son who I don't expect, I don't want to see him on his way down to seize Managua. I think if we can pull it off with the Contras, who have their own stake in this, after all they're Nicaraguans, then we ought to give them our firmest support.
I think that's all I have. Thank you.
We have just concluded the primary questioning by the special panel designated by the select committees. We will now call upon other members of the two joint committees, and I would hope that we can limit our questioning to 5 or less minutes. But before we do, Mr. Secord, would you care to have a short recess?
If we could just take a couple minutes, it would be good, just to run around the corner.
We'll be in recess for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Possibly. We'll see.
General Secord, I have listened to your testimony now with everyone else here for 3 days. And I would tell you, in my view, that your testimony concerning how you carried out the operation, how it started, the problems you had with it, your political and strategic views, your recounting of conversations with people has been very candid. I must tell you that I have difficulty, and have had particular difficulty today, with your testimony on the financial information. Now, that well may be because you don't have some of it, or all of it, or any of it. The thing I am having difficulty with is that if I understand the partnership you had with Mr. Hakim, according to your testimony, and I have taken fairly extensive notes as you've been testifying, that although he was, if you will, the implementer, the treasurer as far as the money is concerned, that you directed Mr. Hakim as to the handling of each deposit and each expenditure, that you essentially controlled how those funds were handled. Am I correct?
Well, that was my intention.
I also got the impression, which may be an accurate one of your feelings, that as far as this transaction is concerned, you, I must say, had a rather casual interest in money. I must say, from looking at depositions and other facts the committee has, it would not appear that, and maybe that's been your lifestyle, maybe you've been that way all your life, but Mr. Hakim certainly does not seem to be a person who generally would be described as having a casual interest in money. Would you say that's an accurate statement?
He's a businessman through and through.
Now let me go through, and I really am going to have very limited questions for you, General Secord, because I think that there's been ample testimony and cross-examination. There are substantial conflicts in what you've said today with what other witnesses have said, and I don't know which is correct, and I will not draw a conclusion as to which is correct, but I expect before it's over there'll be a burden of evidence one way or the other, and people will have to judge for themselves. But let me just summarize 3 or 4 key points to make sure that I have an understanding after that rather strenuous cross-examination that you underwent this morning. First, I believe that you have said, and I believe the record shows, that the enterprise that you referred to, which was Lake and a number of other related accounts that was the implementation of that enterprise, was funded mostly from surpluses generated by the sale of U.S. arms to Iran and donations that came into the account from various sources, and in one instance a payment made by the Israelis that was not returned to them by their choice. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Secondly, you said that your enterprise was never intended from the beginning as a profit-making enterprise for you or for anyone else.
No, sir, I hope I didn't say that. In the beginning, when we were dealing only on the brokering of arms for the Contras, it was a profit-making exercise, no doubt about it.
And after that, when it became a, if you will, an agent of the United States government, at least you thought you were, certainly you were called into Admiral Poindexter's office. You didn't call him, he called you. From that point on, you did not consider this a profit-making venture. Is that correct?
I considered that profit would continue to be taken out of the arms procurements in the same fashion as the enterprise had done before, but except for that, no profits.
Well, I wonder if you might explain that answer for me so I would fully understand it, because I don't think I understand.
Yes, sir, because it's confusing. There were still some arms procurements made by the enterprise for shipment to El Salvador for dropping to the southern front. And in the procurement of those arms, Hakim, Kleins, etc., were to get their standard commissions, salaries, etc.
All right. But as to the really large surpluses that were generated by the Iranian arms sales, the difference between what the United States government said it wanted, which it got, and that which the Iranian middlemen were charged and paid, that was never intended to be a profit-making venture.
Never.
As a matter of fact, you said 3 times this morning under cross-examination, and I'm generally paraphrasing you, but I think fairly, that any surplus generated was only intended to finance further operation by the enterprise. Is that correct?
And to supply the Contra to the extent that we could.
Oh, I understand that. But as far as that's what I meant by the operations of the enterprise.
Oh, okay. Then you're correct.
There were 2 parts of the enterprise.
You're
obviously.
correct.
And I want to come back to one point, and there is no question whatsoever but that as far as you are concerned in this enterprise, you control, or did control, Mr. Hakim's handling of the finances. You told him what to do, and he did it.
I told him where to make disbursements to and when to make them.
All right. Now, would you agree with me now to state the obvious, that the enterprise is now over?
Yes, sir.
I guess we can all agree on that.
Yes, sir.
Now, you also testified during one of the more intense parts of cross-examination this morning that no United States official had ever laid claim to the $8 million or whatever the net amount is after expenses. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
You testified both in deposition and here today that there were bills to be paid, and my understanding is that those bills, including the death benefit, which I'm aware of, are less than $500,000, according to your own testimony, although it is possible that Mr. Hakim may have some other bills that you're unaware of. I understand that. But at least we're talking somewhere in the vicinity of $6 to $7 million that will be left when that's done. Do you agree with that?
It's entirely possible. I don't know what the nature of Hakim's bills might be, and I don't know about this litigation over the ship. But aside from those two uncertainties, your arithmetic seems accurate.
Well, you also have the ship, which is worth something.
No, it's been seized.
That's been seized, but at some point there will be some payment possibly from that ship.
I don't think so. I think that the...
All right, without the ship, then we're certainly talking 5, 6, 6.5, maybe as much as $7 million. That's a fair statement, isn't it?
It seems logical to me.
All right. The operation's over. You have testified repeatedly that you direct Hakim. I understand the money is frozen. We all understand that. I consider I'm probably a United States official. I'd like to ask you a question. I believe this committee can make arrangements within 48 hours, have the United States assert claims on those accounts that we're aware of. Will you direct Mr. Hakim to do the same and return all of those funds to the Treasury of the United States? Will you cooperate with this committee to that end?
Hold just 1 minute.
That's the lead headline.
After you've paid your lawyer, Mr. Secord.
You make that a first priority, it might facilitate this decision.
Well, of course, as you might imagine, we've talked about this question. We expected to get a question of this nature.
I'm surprised it wasn't asked before now.
I'm
but I would
surprised,
sure like an answer, and I'm going to stick with you until we get some idea of what your answer
Yes.
is in a definitive way.
Well, it's a fair question. And
I
it's-
think so.
And it's a difficult situation that I find myself in. I've told you that I'm in a precarious financial situation, but I don't want to prejudice any claim that Mr. Hakim is going to make. He's going to be here, I'm told, in a few days.
Well, we'll see
We're-
about that. We
we're-
certainly hope so, but he is, of course, not within our reach.
But he will be very shortly. I'm informed that he will be.
Good.
And I want to confer with him as soon as he gets here with the councils and continue with the auditing of these accounts, find out what's there, see what claims he might wish to assert, and then we will come back to you with the firm position. I don't want to stake out a position right now, but I'll tell you one of my options is to stake out no position. And beyond that, I can't go right now.
Well, if Mr. Hakim does appear here, he'll be asked a question. We have a list of the bills that we believe are presently legitimate. Mr. Hakim might even claim additional bills. He might even claim that he's entitled to a profit, which he well may be. That is, I believe, in the free enterprise system. He may claim he's due some money, but I don't think, General, that this government, whose goods were sold and who this money rightfully belongs to, ought to be deprived of the major share of those funds when those claims are paid. Do you agree with that?
I personally agree with you, Senator.
And then you would assist us, once we get Mr. Hakim before us, to that end.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, General Secord, because I can assure you, since those funds were frozen by order by the Swiss government at request of the United States government, that I will ask the chairman, both chairmen, later on today, tomorrow, to communicate the committee's feelings, and we may even want to take a vote on it afterwards and move vigorously ahead to at least reclaim the money, and let's settle that question. And the question as to who made what money, at least we'll know that nobody made that $6 or $8 million, General Secord.
Senator, if I may be heard on behalf of my
I'll
client.
ask the chairman if
I may,
Please.
I think General Secord has given eloquent testimony to his sentiments, and what he has said is his position. But speaking as one who advises him, there may be claims upon this money that he has no control over, and we don't know in which forum or in what type of forum those claims will ultimately have to be adjudicated. And I, on behalf of General Secord, feel that in calmer moments, because this is a very stressful appearance, he should have the ability to think through whether or not he is entitled today, in light of what has happened, to this program, to more than I believe, the grief that he has suffered, and whether in retrospect he has some claim for some fair compensation for all of his efforts out of those funds. And I think I say openly and honestly that we are prepared to negotiate with the various claimants about that. And what I am essentially saying is what I think my client has said, that he stakes out no firm position on or entitlement to those funds at this time.
Could I add, though, just, I don't want to be misunderstood. I understand counsel's position. He's trying to protect my interests as he perceives them legally. But I have no interest in taking any profit out of this $6 million or $8 million or whatever it is. I have an interest in my company getting whatever reimbursements the accountants believe are due to it. And I have an interest in the other things we've talked about, paying the legitimate bills. Beyond that, I have no interest in it, and I will try, and I will help in every way I can to get the money back.
Well, General Secord, I thank you very much. The way I figure it, there's probably no more than 500,000 to 600,000 claims that you know about, that the committee knows about. Mr. Hakeem probably has some others that we don't know about. He may assert a claim. You may reconsider and assert a claim. That's your right. Your company may assert a claim. But there's going to be an awful lot of money left.
Right.
And being one who was very interested in getting the federal deficit down, General Secord, every last dollar counts. Thank you very much.
I'm pleased to recognize the chairman of the House Select Committee, Congressman Hamilton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I'm aware of your concerns about time, so I'll try to be brief. And General, I want to say to you that I do appreciate the fact that you've appeared without immunity. That's been helpful to the committee, and I want you to know of our appreciation for it. Let me direct your attention to this question of diversion again, if I may. Did you ever discuss with the Director of Central Intelligence the use of funds generated from the arms sales for the Contras?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Now, you testified the other day at this third meeting with the Director, which took place in May, I believe, of 1986, that Colonel North was there and that he talked a lot about Contra funding shortage problem. And that Casey said at that time that he did not share the view that the Congress would pass a new funding bill. And you were all concerned about the critical shortage of funds for the Contras. And at that time, if I'm not mistaken, there were funds from foreign governments, from donations, from Iran sales. And in that context, you did not mention, and Colonel North did not mention, the fact that some of these funds might be diverted to help the Contras who were struggling so much. You were reassessing the situation at that time, and that did not come up?
It did not come up, Mr. Chairman.
Did you ever discuss with any official of the United States government the diversion of monies from the Iran arms sales to the Contras?
Yes, Colonel North. Directly only with Colonel North. I was aware that Admiral Poindexter knew about it.
And were you aware that any other official of the government knew about it?
No, Mr. Chairman.
And did it ever seem strange to you that such a remarkable decision would be made to divert these funds to help the Contras on the basis of the word of a colonel in the National Security Council?
Well, my testimony was not that he's the one who made the decision. I mean, he was urging us to do this, and we did do it.
Do you know who made the decision?
I made the decision to do it. I was the one who was in control.
Did he request you to make the decision?
Yes.
And did you ask him where he got the authority to make that request?
No, I did not.
You just did it at
That's
his
right.
request.
That's right.
Who was it that suggested that a second C-123 aircraft be purchased for the airlift operation?
I don't remember.
Was it your suggestion?
I really don't remember. We wanted to purchase a number of airplanes as funds became available. I really don't remember.
Was the purchase approved by Colonel North?
He knew of it, and we told him we were going to do it.
Did he ask you to do it?
He may have. I don't remember, Mr. Chairman.
And you don't remember anybody else that?
He asked me a lot of things, and that might have been one of them.
You would not have done it without his asking, would you?
Yes, I think so. If we found the money, we needed another 123. The Caribous were just awful. They weren't working out.
But when it was done, you did it with the knowledge that Colonel North approved of it?
Yes. He urged us to fix that system. I mean, he was constantly complaining to me that we weren't doing a good job.
Now, there was an addition constructed to the warehouse at that base for the airlift operation. That's correct, is it not?
Yes, that's correct.
And did Colonel North approve the construction of that addition?
Yeah, he was in favor of it.
Did he approve the construction of any other addition there?
I don't know if he even knew about the construction we did on the tarmac. We did a hard stand parking area, a small one.
But you certainly did that with the belief that he would have approved it.
No, definitely, yeah. But I don't recall discussing it with him.
All right. Now, in December of '85, did Colonel North ever direct you to advance operational expenses for the airlift operation and the airstrip construction to Richard Gadd?
No, I'm the one who picked Gadd.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
I said, no, I'm the one who picked Gadd.
No, but did Colonel North direct you to advance operational expenses for the airlift operation and the airstrip construction to Richard Gadd?
I don't recall him ever directing me to do anything like that. He may have asked me to do it.
And if he asked you to do it, did you comply?
I don't remember. I don't remember that detail.
Building an airstrip construction, you don't remember that
Well, of
detail?
course, I remember that.
Who asked you to do that?
My recollection was that the decision to do that was before the date you gave me. I believe you said December '85.
All right, who asked you to do it?
We talked about it a lot. It was my idea. We had to have some facility in Costa Rica. And North was talking with the ambassador down there, and I believe also the senior CIA field officer, and came up with this area and asked me to get in touch with the owner, whose name he gave me. He got that information from the U.S. officials in Costa Rica, I believe.
So you and Colonel
and we
North
took it
came
from
to
there.
a decision to do it. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, that's fair.
Did Colonel North ever ask you to develop or generate a list of secret codes for the airlift operation?
Voice codes for the telephone, you mean?
The secret codes, yes. Did he ask you to develop that?
We developed a number of lists over a period of time, and none of them were very satisfactory.
We there is you and Colonel North?
I don't know if he was involved in the development of it or not. I can't tell you, but we did have a number of lists that we used.
All right.
Mr. Gadd was involved in that as well.
Now, your initial plan was to have, as I recall your testimony, non-American crews fly the missions into Nicaragua. Was that your testimony?
I don't recall testifying to that. I said that was an objective, but as a matter of fact, my recollection is at the beginning, we did talk about it, doing it that way, but then decided that it was just too hard initially to do that, and then I arranged a contract for 3 foreigners later in the operation.
Did you finally used American crews?
Yes.
Did Colonel North authorize the use of American crews to fly into Nicaragua?
No, he did not. The reason why we felt comfortable in using American crews was because we had a legal opinion on the Neutrality Act. The reason why I didn't want to use American crews if I could avoid it, sir, was because I was afraid of what would happen if one of them were captured. You know, the spectacle that we underwent when Hassenfuss was captured was what I was afraid of.
Now, I think you mentioned that an airstrip was constructed in this country, did you not?
In Costa Rica.
And did you or did Colonel North obtain the permission of the host country to allow the construction of the airstrip?
There was coordination with the embassy, who were in contact with
As coordination with the United States Embassy?
The United States Embassy.
Was that the ambassador?
I believe the ambassador and the senior CIA field man both were involved, and they in turn were coordinating with the appropriate foreign officials.
Well, who got the permission of the host country to allow the construction of the airstrip? Did the ambassador?
Either the ambassador or the senior CIA field man, or both. I'm not sure what the answer is.
In any event, the United States government got the permission.
Yes.
Now, a number of times in your testimony you refer to the guidance that you got from Colonel North. Did you ever refuse any substantial requests that Colonel North made?
Well, the one that I was pretty heavily cross-examined on earlier this afternoon, I suppose, is the most notable example.
But basically, Colonel North called the shots for this operation, didn't he?
I suppose that an objective analyst could reach that conclusion. I never felt that way. I felt that I was in control of our operation, and I felt that I was the general, the guy who was responsible ultimately, and the guy who was in control of that. But I relied heavily on Ollie North for assistance and for guidance.
Did you ever say that the operation was run at the direction of the White House, to your people or to anyone else?
No, I've been told that some people thought that I said that, but I can't remember ever saying that. I wouldn't say that because I didn't feel that way.
But you did feel that an objective analysis, you say, that that could be stated.
That's arguable, yes.
I was curious, in one of your comments you said, as I recall, that your view was that the Iranian government never agreed to release all the hostages. Do I remember your testimony correctly?
Yes, sir.
But many U.S. officials did believe they agreed to that, did they not?
That's the way it turned out. I was a little bit surprised.
And can you explain the difference?
Well, I can't explain the difference. In talking to North about this problem, he told me that there had been a number of discussions that I wasn't involved in. Of course, I knew that. You know, there had been meetings in Europe with Ghorbanifar that I had not been involved in. There had been numerous phone conversations with Mr. Neer and North. But I found it more than a little bit strange, because my view was, since people wanted to refer back to the Frankfurt meeting with the Iranian representative from the Prime Minister's office in February, from which this meeting sprang, the meeting in May that McFarlane went on. I always like to refer back to that meeting because I didn't regard any information you might have gotten from Ghorbanifar after that meeting as being necessarily accurate. And so my point was that insofar as I knew, the Iranian government Now, I wasn't in the main meeting, but I was debriefed on it. The Iranian government had not agreed to any such simultaneous release. And I found it quite frankly difficult to believe that.
And just one final question, General Secord. I think you said once, maybe more than once, that you felt the Iranian initiative had come to an end. It was at an impasse. What, in your view, got it started again? What, in your view, kept driving it forward?
Well, you're asking me for my opinion,
yes.
and I give it, in good spirit, but I may be wrong. I think that there were two basic factors at work here. One was tremendous concern in the White House from the President on down about the fate of the American hostages being held in Lebanon. And I think that this concern sprang from criticisms made some years previous about a different administration, which I was also involved in deeply, so I could remember that. Secondly, I think that the Israeli government has strong interests in the United States being able to somehow gain and maintain some sort of relationship with Iran for their own interests, which don't necessarily converge with ours. I recognize that, and I think I know the reasons why the Israelis have such strong feelings and feel they have vital national interests at stake. I don't need to describe the Israeli interests for this committee, I don't think. But I believe that because the Israelis did have these interests, that they re-examined the whole matter. They believed that it failed earlier for a number of reasons, whatever their calculus was. They put together a new team, if you will, under Mr. Neer, working directly out of the PM's office, and came to Washington in very early January and made a new proposal for a new start. And I think that these two factors account for the President's decision to start up this initiative.
Thank you, General. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Mitchell.
General Secord, in response to questions by Mr. Niels, you described your approach to an official of a foreign government for a donation to the Contra effort. And you said that it was the only time you approached any foreigner for a donation. You recall that testimony?
Yes, sir.
You were aware that donations were being solicited. Indeed, some sum of money from such donations found its way into the accounts which were under your control.
Yes, I was aware of that.
Did you ever participate in, or were you ever present at any activity involving donations, either solicitation or thanking contributors or briefing past contributors or potential contributors?
I don't remember being in any such meetings.
Did you know who was soliciting contributions and from whom the solicitations were being made?
The only source of information that I had on that was Colonel North.
I see.
And sometimes he would tell me something about it, and other times he would not. For instance, I didn't know the source of one of the donations until I saw it annotated in the records here the other day.
Would you?
But I was told by him on one occasion about a particular foreign country, which the committee is aware of, that would be making a donation. He told me about that, although when I asked Hakeem about the details of the wire transfer, they had masked it. You know, they had relayed the money through one or more intermediate banks so that we couldn't, at our banking level, know where the money came from. But I believe it was accurate information.
So you yourself never participated in any such activity?
I did not.
Is that correct? Would you tell us, please, whether anyone other than Colonel North described such activities to you?
I don't believe General Singlab ever mentioned any specifics to me, but I believe the North said to me that General Singlab was making some solicitations on behalf of the Contra overseas and in the United States.
Other than his references to General Singlab and to the foreign country to which you earlier referred, did Colonel North ever say anything else to you about those solicitations?
Only very late in the game with respect to the big donation, the missing $10 million that's been in the press so much. For a long time, for many weeks from the time he first told me to be looking for this, and I think actually, by the way, my recollection is that he told me to be on the lookout for first $3 million and then raised that number at a later date to 10. My memory may be faulty on that, but it's kind of lodged in there that that's what he said. And this went over a period of weeks and weeks and weeks that we were supposed to be expecting, a sizable donation. At first, I didn't know where it was coming from, and he didn't tell me. He kept it quite quiet. But then he finally, for whatever his reason, he did tell me where it was coming from. Maybe he thought I could trace it. Of course, you can't trace something you don't have or haven't got any trace on. He did tell me the name of the country, which is known to the committee, I believe. And he also told me that they had been solicited by a member of the State Department.
But you had no information from Colonel North or any other source about the solicitation of American citizens for that purpose?
No.
Right. On another matter, you testified also in response to Mr. Neal's questions regarding the encryption devices provided to you and your enterprise. Would you tell us again, please, how many were there?
I'd have to do the same count again that I did the last time. I didn't write the number down.
Tell us approximately.
I think it was in our system, I think we had 6 operational, and usually 1 or 2 in the system to replace burned out units.
And who provided them to you?
Colonel North.
Did you pay for them?
No. They
You
were
know how
on,
much?
They were on loan to us, and they've been returned.
They were on loan to you?
Yes, sir.
Was any fee paid for their use?
No.
Do you know how much those items of equipment cost?
No.
On another subject, you testified about the meeting you had with Colonel North following the public announcement, the disclosure, in a hotel room, and you testified about the telephone calls that Colonel North received from the President and the Vice President.
Yes, sir.
Would you tell us, please, what was said at that meeting other than with respect to the telephone calls?
That would implicate attorney-client privilege. I was there as counsel to both men at the time, and that would be covered by the privilege.
Well, is it your contention, counsel, that any conversation that General Secord had where you were present is therefore part of an attorney-client privilege?
Yes.
Whether or not you participated in the conversation?
Yes, that is my contention. I was participating in the discussions, and it'd be impossible to bifurcate out discussions, and I consider that the contents of those sessions were privileged, other than the kind of third-party situations that have been testified to here today.
Is it your contention, counsel, that a statement made to General Secord by a third person is subject to the attorney-client privilege merely by virtue of your presence?
If we're talking about calls received from outside individuals, they have been essentially testified to, but...
No, I'm not talking about that.
Well, let's define who the third persons are. We're talking about Mr. North
Yes.
and General Secord, and those conversations which were had as between the three of us, I consider to be privileged.
Including statements made by Colonel North to General Secord in your presence?
I do consider
you
that...
regard that as privileged?
I consider that to be privileged.
Right. And so...
to be covered under the privilege, yes, I do. I was acting as counsel to both men at that time.
You were acting as counsel to Colonel North at that time?
I was.
And is it your contention then that conversations between two clients of yours, not you speaking, but the clients speaking to themselves, are subject to the attorney-client privilege?
Yes.
Was there another person present at that meeting? Or just the three of you?
It was just us.
They're just the three of you? Mr. Green, General Secord, and Colonel North?
Yes, sir.
May I interrupt at this point? If Mr. Green wishes to testify, I will have to place you under oath, sir.
I do not wish to testify. I'm invoking the privilege on behalf of my client.
Will you address the chair?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Please consider my remarks as addressed to the chair. I'm sorry.
Please.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make an inquiry of the chair in response to Mr. Green, this very important point that Senator Mitchell is following. And I will rely on counsel for House and Senate. It is my understanding, even if the attorney, Mr. Green, were in the room and representing both parties, that does not invoke the privilege as to conversations between those two parties, not with their lawyer. And I'd like the chair to maybe hear from Mr. Lyman and possibly Mr. Niels, or maybe they want to confer. It's my understanding that would not be the invocation of the privilege as I understand the privilege, and I think I understand it.
I don't think we're going to, Mr. Chairman, I don't believe that we're going to be able to resolve this in an informal situation such as this. It's my position those conversations are privileged.
And does your position extend to any conversation in which your client participates in your presence? Just so I understand now, is the fact that Colonel North was a client of yours at the time, as well as General Secord, the basis of your claiming the privilege, or is it merely that General Secord was your client at the time?
Both.
So that...
Should I direct that to the chair?
Right.
Both.
Well, then, if your client participated in a conversation with a person who is not your client, you would not deem that as a privilege? Communication?
Such matters have been testified to here already by General Secord.
Right. So your allegation is based on the fact that Colonel North retained you as his counsel?
I was acting as his counsel at that time, sir.
When did he retain you as his counsel?
I would consider that I began to provide legal advice to Colonel North in the preceding week.
On what day?
I'd have to look at a calendar.
And did Colonel North call you and ask you to represent him?
I believe that's privileged.
At what time did you discontinue your representation of Colonel North?
I believe that's privileged.
Are you still representing Colonel North?
No, I am not, sir.
Did you ever submit a bill to Colonel North for legal fees?
I believe that's privileged.
So you're claiming that you represented him at the time, but you will not tell the committee when you discontinued your representation or whether you ever charged him a fee for those services, and yet that's the basis of your claim of privilege.
I believe that that information is privileged. That's the position I wish to assert at this time, sir.
All right, General Secord, I'll ask you one more time then, merely to get the record clear. Will you tell this committee what conversation occurred between you and Colonel North on the meeting you had in the hotel in Virginia following the public disclosure of these events?
Indulge me one moment, Chair.
Mr. Chairman, could we confer for just 1 minute? I'm going to try to recollect a couple things.
General Secord, may I?
Yes. Counsel advises me that I can't really respond to that question because of his attorney-client privilege.
Right. May I ask you, General Secord, how did the meeting originate? How did you come to meet in that hotel room with Colonel North and Mr. Green?
Well, I testified earlier that I'd had, I think it was 2 phone calls from Mr. North that morning, or one from him and one from his assistant. And I told him that we were moving out, I was moving out of my office, and I was going to be meeting with my attorney, who was returning from another meeting, which I described earlier. And he said, fine, I'll be there at such and such a time. It was the afternoon.
Did he ask you to meet with him, or did you ask to meet?
I think he said, I'll be there. That's why he asked me where I was going to be.
Were your conversations with Colonel North for the purpose of providing information to Mr. Green so that you could obtain legal advice for him?
Yes.
That was the purpose of the meeting?
That was, and to discuss the stunning announcement that had just been made.
Right.
And
No. My question is, was the purpose of those conversations that you had with Colonel North at that time to obtain information to give to your counsel for the purpose of seeking legal advice for your counsel? Is your testimony here now that was the purpose of those conversations and of that meeting?
I did. I know what day. I'm not sure, sir, that I understand that question.
Was the purpose of your meeting with Colonel North, at which Mr. Green was present, to, through conversations between you and Colonel North, develop information to provide to your counsel so that you would be in seeking legal advice from your counsel?
That was part of it, yes.
What was the other part of it?
We were discussing the event that had just taken place, the great surprise of it.
Then with respect to your discussion of the events unrelated to seeking information to provide to your, present to your counsel, will you tell us what that conversation was?
Indulge us one moment, please.
Yes, right.
Yes, yes, I'll be happy to tell you what my recollection of it is. I have to tell you that I was also very concerned and agitated, as I've testified earlier. My recollection is that the discussion talked only about the events of that day. You know, how terrible it was. It was punctuated by the 2 phone calls, and that's all that was discussed. I didn't discuss anything of substance. It was just a hand-wringing session, and we were terribly, terribly sad and unhappy and alternatively mad and so on.
Well, you've characterized the remarks. Could you tell us what was said as opposed to describing them as hand-wringing and
No,
being
I
sad?
can't. I can't tell you, Senator, what was said. I just can't remember. It was just a confused, hand-wringing session where we were saying, you know, now what? What are we going to do now?
In the course of that conversation, did Colonel North make any reference to you regarding, either before or after the phone calls, regarding any conversations he had had with the President?
No, only the phone calls.
All right. And the remainder of your conversation was the privileged part that you're talking about, which you choose not to tell us about here today.
Yes,
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Then let me shift to another matter. You said that you attended a meeting at Frankfurt which was taped surreptitiously.
Yes, sir.
Who taped it?
CIA.
And do you know what happened to the tape?
No, sir, I didn't have it.
All right. Back to the CDs set aside for insurance, and I won't replow that ground. Were there documents prepared in connection with the setting aside of those CDs to establish the purpose for which the funds were set aside?
No, but I informed Mr. Neer, and I'm sure that at some point he'll verify that.
You informed, but did you in other words, you put the money in the CD. In your mind, it was, Hakeem did, it was for that purpose. You told Mr. Neer that, and basically they trusted you.
Yes.
They had no way of knowing whether you actually put money in a CD for that purpose?
No, but he accepted my word.
And when you put it in the CD, was there any limitation in connection with the deposit that evidenced its purpose?
Not that I know of.
So insofar as the transaction between Mr. Hakeem and the receiving institution, it was merely the purchase of a CD for the face amount?
Exactly.
And insofar as your dealings with the Israelis, it was merely you're telling them that you had done this for that purpose?
Yes, sir.
If the plane, in fact, had been lost, there was no basis for any Israeli claim to their funds, other than what you had told Mr. Neer, is that correct?
That's correct, but he would have asked me for the money.
Right. You testified that you had 3 face-to-face meetings with Mr. Casey, who was then director of the CIA.
Yes, sir.
At which I believe you said you complained about some of the problems that your enterprise was facing.
Only once.
Only once.
Yes.
Did you at any time receive, either directly or indirectly, from Mr. Casey response to your complaints?
No, sir. He always said that he said he would look into those complaints. He did not get back to me. He was under no obligation to get back to me. I thought I'd accomplished my purpose. I went in there and threw a grenade on the floor, so to speak, and then left. You know. And he gave me no assurances, and I didn't have a feeling when I left there that I was going to get any support.
You testified yesterday that you believe Oliver North to be an honorable and a truthful man. You spoke admiringly of him. Yesterday, you also testified in response to a question by Mr. Niels that North told you that he, North, had told the President that it was ironic that the Ayatollah's money was being used to help the Contras. You said yesterday that you did not take that as a joke. Today, in response to a question by Mr. DeWine, you said that you were skeptical of that statement by Colonel North.
Yes, sir.
Which I take to mean that you disbelieved what Colonel North was telling you?
I can't say that I disbelieved it. I was reserved about it. I was skeptical about it. It just didn't seem right to me, and I had some question about it. I didn't know what the nature of their relationship was. I've never been in any meeting with them, but it seemed a little too casual or cavalier to me.
Well, you said, in fact, and when Mr. DeWine asked you why you were skeptical, you said, and I don't know if I got every word precisely, but you said it didn't seem like something that was said in front of the Commander-in-Chief.
Yes, that's what I said.
Have you, since January 1981, been in front of or in the presence of the Commander-in-Chief, the President of the United States?
Since January, yes.
You have been with the President during that time?
Yes.
In connection with any of these events, which is the subject matter of this?
No, sir, only on the matter pending at that time in 1981 having to do with the sale of military equipment.
I see. And how long did that meeting occur?
It was with Mr. Allen, who was National Security Advisor at the time, and it was only a few minutes. So I don't know the President.
Yeah.
I don't. But
and you don't.
But I have great respect for the President. And
as we all do.
And I just think that it'd be highly unusual for that kind of repartee to take place.
So, but you have no basis, no personal basis for making a judgment as to what might or might not be said in the President's presence by Colonel North or anyone else?
None.
So that's the only reason you're skeptical. It didn't sound like the kind of remark that one would make to a President of the United States?
That's what I was trying to say earlier.
Yeah. No. You also said yesterday that you wanted the President to make a candid speech. And in fact, you prepared such a speech, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Right. And did you include in that speech a statement describing the manner in which the funds from the sale of arms to Iran were used to provide military assistance to the Contras?
I don't believe so.
In retrospect, do you think a speech about this matter, which left out that essential fact, could be called candid?
No.
Finally, just one more question, Mr. Chairman. You discussed yesterday the problem that occurred when $15 million was deposited in the account to be the sum paid for certain spare parts. And then when the hostages were not released, Mr. McFarland canceled delivery of the spare parts.
Yes.
You recall that circumstance?
Yes.
You then describe your own efforts to complete the transaction, to have the parts delivered to Iran, in part because you had already spent part of the money.
No, I didn't try to get them delivered.
You didn't?
No.
Did you attempt to get the deal completed?
No, in no way.
Well,
But there were efforts between Mr. Neer and Ghorbanifar and Colonel North to get the deal completed.
To get the deal completed?
Yeah, but I was never involved in those
You're
discussions.
not, right. And do you know what the reason was for their attempt to get the deal completed?
They felt that this was the only channel they had through Ghorbanifar, and that they had to continue to pursue it, and had to try to get at least one hostage if they couldn't get them all.
No. Mr. Ghorbanifar was then a private citizen?
Yes.
You were a private citizen?
Yes.
Mr. Neer was a private citizen?
No.
He was a government official?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. McFarlane was a government official?
Yes, sir.
In retrospect, do you think problems can develop regarding the differing interests of private citizens and government officials in matters of this type, where conflicting motivations can exist to the point where the government policy may be compromised, a sacrifice to private interests?
Without question, you're correct.
And would you think it fair to draw as one lesson from this matter that it may be unwise to utilize private persons to implement government policies for the very reason that, particularly when they're complex as the events here, that there may be conflicting motives, conflicting interests, and that the government policy may suffer as a consequence?
I don't believe in a lot of dependence on the private parties in matters of national security, but I don't think the government ought to rule out that option for specific cases. The lesson I've drawn is that first lesson I've drawn is don't ever do it again. If the phone rings next time, I won't answer. But the fact is that this should have been lawyered. It was not professionally done. I regret that. Part of that's my fault. I think part of it's also the CIA's fault.
Thank you very much, Jim. Thank you, General Secord.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Secord, the committee had every intention to continue until we concluded this evening, but apparently with 10 House members and 7 senators, and because of the great interest that your testimony has evoked here, we may be here until 8, 9 o'clock. It's been a long and stressful day for you, and because of that, may I request that you return again tomorrow morning at 10?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And at that, yes.
Chairman, before you close, can I just ask that exhibits 7 through 26 be included in the record?
Without objection, so ordered. And when we do return, the questioning will be carried on by Congressman Cheney, the ranking member of the House Select Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I have 2 documents which I'd like to be marked appropriately as exhibits. One is a copy of the congressional record dated October 11, 1984, on the Intelligence Authorization Act for fiscal year 1985. The other is the floor debate on the conference report on the continuing resolution under date of October 10, 1984, the congressional record, page H11979. In both cases, I would ask that these documents appear immediately following my testimony in the record, my questioning of Mr. Secord in the record.
Without objection, so ordered. Okay. If not, the joint hearing will stand in recess until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.